go into a little bit of what we got going on today. I'm ETA Money Row, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just going to just hold it down on that front. But other than that, we got the guys with us, so I'm going to let the guys introduce themselves. We go from there.
I'm gonna go next. This Point B, man. Checking in. I'm right here on Major Mondays. You know what it is.
Yeah, it's that boy Big Son checking in on this major Monday. You already know. Yes,
Vito.
sir. Get it started on the show.
Yes, indeed.
10-year
And we
vet,
got,
not to add, not to mention. You know.
yeah, you know what it is. And we got Uptown Vito, too. I don't know what just happened to Uptown Vito. He was on. We might have lost him for a quick second, but that's all good. You know what I'm saying? We're going to keep it moving. Uptown Vito will be back with us
For
real
sure.
short. You know what I'm saying? So I'll let him introduce himself when he get back on. So, oh, yeah, there you go. There we go. Uptown Vito back on. I'm going to let, we doing introductions, Vito. I'm just going to let you go ahead and introduce yourself, to the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 10-year vet, Uptown Vito, back in action on the live with the fellas again, bringing you the best of the best, man. Workhurst, man. You already know how it is.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So, all right. So today, what we're going to do for the people, man, is we're going to go through this new coaching staff. Washington has a whole new coaching staff, a whole new front, a whole new face on the coaching front. See, we went over the draft already. We went over the free agents. Then we went over the draft. Today, what we're going to do is go through the coaching staff and exactly what the coaching staff got going on, who's in the coaching staff, how they move, how they do their thing, what we feel about them. You know what I'm saying? And what we think the outlook is for their season and specifically and the individual coaches. You know what I mean? But before we do that, I'm gonna swing it around and let the guys, we're gonna go through them individually, but I want y'all to speak about the front office first, because y'all, we've all went through who the coaching staff, who and what job they've done. And then after that, we'll get into the individual coaches. But I'm gonna swing the thing around, and that way the guys can speak on what they feel about how the front office did in putting this coaching staff together, what they could have done better, what they didn't do, what they would have liked, what the guys would have liked, and just go from it on that front.
I could jump in right now. I would say that I am very, very, very impressed with the front office and hiring Adam Peters, because I think that Adam Peters brings a whole new front to the Washington organization. I don't think that we've had anybody like Adam Peters since what's my guy name? McCloughan. I think that's the last person that we had that, to me, with that type of tenacity, with that type of personality. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, McCloughan worked with Dan Quinn in Seattle as well. So when you get McCloughan and Quinn together, I think good things happen. So the same thing for Adam Peters. I feel like you put him with a McCloughan type of guy, and it will be will be great. I feel like they took their time with certain things, and I don't necessarily love the fact that they just kind of went after Dan Quinn, but I do love the fact that it is not only gaining a quarterback, but kind of crippling our opponents, crippling our rivals, going through the division and snatching key pieces of these different teams that's in our division. So I think that what they've done so far is masterful almost.
Okay, what you got, Big Son? What you got on the front office and how they put this together? Okay, what about you, Vito? What you got? What you got right now on the front office and how they put that together? I guess I'll go next then. I'll go next. I'm gonna take it on there. I'm gonna take it. I don't know if the guys heard me. No, I
I
don't know
think
if
we
we
just lost Big Son.
think we
I
just
think
lost
that's
Big
what it
Son.
was.
Oh no, I got Big Son back.
Yeah, my bad, y'all. I ain't know I had
Oh,
it on. Big Son,
okay.
if Big Son ready, you can go. All right, maybe yeah, there you go. You
No,
good?
go ahead.
All right. So
Kind
for myself, I'm really excited about what we got coming up this year. I will say first and foremost, so I don't forget, I would have. I don't know if we would have gotten the same staff if Ben Johnson was the head coach, and that's not a shot at Ben at all. I think this is a very well thought out group.
Hey
Um,
V, I want to agree with you on that. I'm just jumping in to agree with you because I definitely agree with you on that.
I think this is a well thought out group. I think even though I was high on Ben Johnson, I'm not sure if he would have had the same experience to go get the same guys that Dan has got in this situation. Peters, for his first year as a GM instead of an assistant, I think has done a wonderful job as well, putting some veteran coaches as well as some young guys in position so that he can either learn from the process, either guide through the process, know where you can make changes at and still have the core there. I also think that this staff is what you need to try to make the change that the team has been trying to make for some years past. Probably the last three, probably since Joe Gibbs, to be honest. This is what I think Snyder, was trying to build. I think we had it with Jay Gruden. I will definitely agree and say we had it. But Jay Gruden being the head coach and Snyder never letting him go to put someone else with that group is probably one of the biggest mistakes that will probably want to not ever have to look back at. But I hope that this staff can kind of like change the way that things have gone over the years. I'm really impressed by their resume, though.
Okay. You want to chime in, Big Son? Or you want me to go first? I'm gonna take it over. I'm gonna go ahead and jump in here. I like the staff. I'm actually pleasantly surprised with what they did. I'm gonna be honest. We have a number of very experienced people on the staff, and of course, all throughout the day, we're gonna go through over who those guys are. But the amount of experience, Super Bowl experience, playoff experience, just in-game experience, preseason experience, the amount of guys that we got on this staff that used to play in the NFL themselves. I mean, I don't think, I think that's one of the more impressive things that I've seen personally out of Adam Peters. You know, I've been hard on this group. Trust, I've been as hard on this group as anybody can be about a lot of stuff, you know, from Sam Howell to just whatever it is they got going on. I've been extremely hard on this group. But I gotta say, the coaching staff might be their strong point to me so far. What they did with the coaching staff might be one of the more stronger things for me, and one of the more impressive things that they've done, that this coaching staff has done. You know what I mean? Because man, they got some gems there. I feel like some guys that I know that can coach top to bottom, offense, defense, and special teams. Like Vito said, I'm not sure Ben Johnson would have had the experience or the relationships, because a lot of this coaching staff has gone back to previous relationships at previous places. So I'm not sure that Ben Johnson would have necessarily had the relationships that Quinn has had based on his tenure, in the NFL. I'm not sure he would have had the relationship.
And just a quick jump in, just to add to what you're saying, I'm not sure if Ben would have had the trust from Adam Peters because of being new but they both would have been new at the position.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think I just think that, back to what Vito was saying, very well thought out, very well planned out, very well executed. And I'm just really, really impressed by the coaching staff as a whole, and especially the assistants. I would, just looking around the league, I believe, and of course, we're going to go over the coaching staffs of the other NFC East opponents and some of the other teams that are threats in the NFC East, especially once we do our outlook throughout the season. But I might put some money on it that we have one of the better assistant coaching staffs in the NFL. I would put some more as far as experience, game experience, coaching experience. These assistants are amazing, man. These assistants that we have that are in this building are really, really, really impressive on paper. And this is on paper. Now, whether they can work together, chemistry, all of that goes to be seen. But on paper, I know these guys to be good coaches, or I have seen them, whether it's everybody in Washington Redskins Nation know that Ryan Kerrigan is on the staff. So even with Ryan Kerrigan, maybe he's never been a coach, but I saw what he did when Chase Young came in the league, and that defense and what that defensive line looked. And if you think want to have any doubt to what they look like, go back to the first game of the season. Go back to the first game of the season against the Eagles, and you'll see exactly what them people's what that defensive line looked like with Ryan Kerrigan around them. So from what I see, this was very impressive. This was very. This is my more. Of course, the free agency. I feel like you could have done something different. Draft, you might have could have done something different. But with this coaching staff, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm pleasantly surprised. Pleasantly surprised. And I don't think that the media, the Washington, D.C. media, is covering enough of this coaching staff. I don't think they're giving enough credit to Adam Peters. They're giving credit for all this other stuff, but they're not really mentioning the coaching staff that's been put together here. So that's one of the reasons why I'm glad we're able to jump on it first. The Nature Sports Network, you know what I'm saying? We were one of the first ones to get to it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think they're getting enough credit through the press and through the different press, press aspects of it, and nobody's asking enough questions about the coaching staff. So, Big Son, if you ready, you can chime on in. I don't think we got. Do we got Big Son? All right,
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
right.
here. I'm just trying to get this thing together, but I mean, I guess it's together as it's going to be. Um, I honestly like the time that they took, the way they paid attention to detail to the things that we needed, like even to getting Johnny Newton, a piece that we discussed that could be a very valuable piece, and to get him where we got him at was a steal. Not only him, but players like the Pro Bowler center out of Dallas Viedas, Allegretti. I mean, his overall ain't nothing to be screaming about. But if you look at the guy, he got good work ethic and good pedigree. Um, I'm still up in arms a little bit about the McCaffrey pick, to be honest. But uh, with production, I guess that'll fade away. Also, like I keep screaming, I mean, Dan ain't do it, so I'm gonna get that man his flowers right here. And we gave Harris a hard way to go in his first season. So big ups to Harris for retiring the great 28.
Yeah.
Also, I just like the relationship that Quinn and Adam have. I've seen them guys kind of working together a little bit.
You are watching Major Mondays on the Nature Sports Show.
All of that, we'll get into who those guys are, but really those specific things falls on the neck of Dan Quinn when it comes to how to manage Jaden Daniels. That's a little bit of a concern to me too, because Dan Quinn has never developed a quarterback before. You know, Matt Ryan was already there when he got there. So Dan Quinn has never really developed a quarterback. So that's another concern of mine. I think we're trying to get Vito back in. That's another concern of mine is how does he manage this thing with Jaden Daniels? You know, this is a new situation for him. He's never had a rookie quarterback. I mean, he did have Russell Wilson. When he was the coordinator at Seattle, Russell Wilson was a rookie. They were relevant though when Russell got in there. They really were relevant. And I think that was a good combination. Great defense and running quarterbacks just go together like peanut butter and jelly. You get what I'm saying? So I think that's a positive thing is that we do have a running quarterback. I mean, I hope that the quarterback finds a way to protect himself, maybe, you know, even outside the pocket, get out of bounds would be my advice. But that's a concern of mine too, is how he manages Jaden Daniels, and how he manages his career, his relationship with Jaden Daniels, all of these types of things, because he's never had a young quarterback before. And Dan Quinn has a strong personality. I haven't heard of him having any tiffs with any players or anything like that. So I'm not going to put that on him as if that's not really a concern. I think he's managed that part well. He, like Big Son say, he's a player's coach. The players love him. So I can't give him that. But this is a new time, new era. You know, he's old school. So yeah, I know I think he was an Army brat or something like that. He's from this area, Salisbury, Virginia. So you know, I know he got some love for this area. So I just think, again, that's one of the concerning things for me is with Jaden Daniels. You know, is Jaden Daniels.
I think you know, being a head coach in that situation, I think that because he's seen how Russell had to be handled, and they did get early success with Russell Wilson. It's not like Russell Wilson wasn't a rookie in the playoffs. You know what I mean? I think because he's seen that firsthand, he has experience at it. You know what I mean? And I think that plays to his benefit a lot in this situation, even though he wasn't the head coach, even though he wasn't an offensive guy at that time. It's still, I got to see this front row, how it can be done and be successful.
Right. I agree with that. He did get a front row picture of it. Let me ask you, do you think he talks to Pete Carroll?
Absolutely.
Do you think he has a conversation with Pete Carroll on how to do this?
Absolutely. Dan Quinn seems to have good relationships throughout the league. So it would be no surprise to me that he was able to call Pete Carroll and say, "Hey Pete, give me some advice." You know what I mean? I got a young guy, I got a new quarterback. What did you do to help Russell? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, I agree with that. And I think Pete Carroll, and if anybody who knows Dan Quinn might reach out to Dan Quinn, whatever the case may be. If anybody out there, you know, I think Pete Carroll would be an excellent person to talk to, because Pete Carroll has developed plenty of quarterbacks. Matt Leinart. People forget that Pete Carroll had Matt Leinart out there at USC. You know what I'm saying? Russell Wilson, Geno Smith. Look what Pete Carroll did with Geno Smith. You know, Pete Carroll is masterful when it comes to developing quarterbacks.
The real quarterback whisperer.
Yeah, he's masterful when it comes to developing quarterbacks. So I think that would be an excellent person to talk to. Joe Gibbs is masterful too. If he got Joe Gibbs in his back pocket, like Vito said, that'd be a positive thing too.
Nah, big time.
You know, but I think he's masterful. That was Big Son.
Okay. Yeah. We got a little sidebar. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, I think that was masterful for him to be able to reach out to Joe Gibbs, you know, especially now with Jaden Daniels. You know, we don't want to make no RG3 mistakes. And only thing I would say, which was managing his injury, managing the press, his dad obviously was a problem in the locker room. I mean, with all that stuff that went on, I would advise Quinn, if I could talk to Quinn and say, hey, Quinn, maybe you should really go watch that season over again. Look at the newspaper clippings. We have a huge media. This is not Dallas. No offense to Dallas. But this is one of the most powerful media companies in the world because this is the nation's capital.
Well,
So
I would say this for RG3, especially with his dad's situation. I really think that it was very dysfunctional in the organization at that time. I don't think that even with a guy that's a little more overbearing than the next guy, because Jaden Daniels' parents going to be right there. You know what I'm saying? So, like, when you're dealing with that, you got to be mature yourself. And I really feel like Mike didn't want RG3. You know what I mean? And so because he didn't want RG3, he kind of acted like, for lack of a better term, a bitch. You know what I mean? like, I'm just being real. Mike, you acted like an old, bitch. It's to be real. So you didn't understand you got a young guy that needs development. Vito always alludes to Mike Tomlin, and I want to use Vito's point that he uses all the time. He's saying that if we can't coach them up, what is our job? And for somebody like that's a pure great talent like RG3, you're saying, oh, his dad's in the way. Well, you're an NFL coach and has been an NFL coach for years. You've won Super Bowls. You've been in an organization with Joe Montana and
All
Steve Young.
55 guys got dads. Right.
yeah,
Like get out of here. How's dad gonna stop what you do? You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Right.
RG3's dad found a way to get in the news, though. He was in the news every week, if y'all remember.
Nah, but
Yeah.
RG3 dad probably, like Leo said, he probably knew low key that Mike was hating on his son.
Right.
So
Right.
ain't the owner who picked me ain't speaking up. I'm gonna speak up for my child, bro. Because again, y'all are mismanaging. If they handled the injury different, because that's the only thing I think they really did with RG3 that was mismanaging. At the point of the second injury, I think at that point, I think RG3 was ready to go. I think both sides was just done. Jake Gruden wasn't going to help him. He was clear about that. And I don't think that Daniel Snyder helped at all by even bringing in somebody, even if Jay Gruden lied to you. After that first season, when he lies, you let him go. By keeping him, you don't show RG3 or his family that you got his back. And that's the only way that I would like them not to handle Jaden Daniels. If he happens to get injured, Lord willing, that's not the case. Because I don't think they're the same quarterback. So, you know what I'm saying that a young guy gets hurt, like I don't think that Ravens fans look and think that he's going to get hurt every year because he's a running quarterback. I'd like to change the narrative and think that as long as we manage him as a player and call good plays, that he's going to be fine this season. Sam Howell lasted all year and he got sacked more than everybody in the league. So there's something different about the staff. We also don't have that same medical staff that we had when everybody was just falling apart. You know what I'm saying? So I would like the culture to change all around and think that we're not going to have a quarterback who's injured and have an injury problem because he runs. More so that if he has injury problems, because, hey, it's a lot more games in the NFL than it is in college. There's a lot more preparation. There's a lot more going into how you manage your injuries or manage how the aches and pains and stuff like that at a daily rigmarole, things like that. So I think if they manage him as far as if he does get injured, to let him heal up before he comes back, to not rush it and anything like that, I think we're in a good situation. Like I said, you got your quarterback of the future. You got to treat him like that and not treat him like somebody that you're just waiting for the next guy to come in to replace.
Yeah. I totally agree. But it's still a concern because it can go left. And if it goes left, it's going to reek. We might not be able to draft another quarterback number 2 overall ever again. If it go left. Not a running quarterback, to be honest. So we're gonna go to the next. We're gonna get on to the next man. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get on to the next one. We're gonna get on. We got up here. See what we got here. Cliff Kingsbury. Send it around the room. What y'all got on Kingsbury?
Read off his what's the name for?
Oh yeah. Let me get his Let me get his outlook. Let's get his outlook, his resume dropped in. Shout out to everybody out there listening, man. It's the Nature Sports Podcast. We are bringing you the Major Mondays. We are talking about the coaching staff. We know that y'all all want an opportunity to meet the coaching staff, and a lot of people not going over the coaching staff, but we want to give y'all opportunity to see who they were, what they were, and what they were doing. And so we're gonna ride with that. You know what I'm saying? So let's get it on. Let's go all the way out. Let's go. Cliff Kingsbury, offensive coordinator. He was last year. He was USC's he was for USC. He was their offensive analyst. He was not a coordinator. He was the analyst for all. He got a lot of credit. A lot of people said he was calling plays. He was not calling plays out there in USC. He was just the analyzer what their offense was doing. Their offense still scored 41 points a game with Cliff Kingsbury, and he was there specifically to work with Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams ended up having 30 touchdowns. Before he was at USC, he was the head coach for the Arizona Cardinals from 2019 to 2022. Arizona in 2021 posted 11-6 record and secured a playoff berth under Cliff Kingsbury's tutelage. That was the first head coach since 2015 for Arizona to win 11 plus games in a single season. So it's good to have that on his resume and just the work go down. Cliff Kingsbury, before that, he served as the head coach from 2013 to 2018. He was the head coach at Texas Tech. And so where he just had pretty much a plethora of quarterbacks. Johnny Manziel was there. Sorry, but after that, sorry. Let me go back. He had a plethora of quarterbacks from Patrick Mahomes, which is really the one that really got everybody going out there for Cliff Kingsbury. He also, before he was at Texas Tech, he was the offensive coordinator and quarterback coach at Texas A&M, where he also had Johnny Manziel. At Patrick Mahomes, in college, under Cliff Kingsbury, had 4,600 yards and 36 touchdowns, becoming the youngest quarterback in history to amass for 5,000 total yards. That was all under Kingsbury, man. So Kingsbury, really done his thing. You know what I'm saying? Really done his thing out there at Texas Tech, and then over at the Arizona Cardinals, at least for one season, he went ahead and got himself in there as a playoff coach. So he does have one playoff season under his belt. Now we will swing it around the room. With that being said, to see what the guys think about Cliff Kingsbury, which I got on him.
I go. I feel like Kingsbury. I feel like Kingsbury is the one coach on the staff I'm concerned about.
Agreed.
I really, really, really think that I gotta see more from him. Now don't get me wrong. I understand that when he took over Arizona, he got rid of the quarterback that they drafted the year before for his guy that he was coaching in college. And I respect the fact that he has belief in his players, but I would like to see what he actually can do in an offensive coordinator setting in the NFL, because I feel like his offense was pretty good with Arizona. And I think he has a lot of those same elements. He's going to be able to do a lot of those same things with Jaden Daniels that he was able to do with Kyler Murray. They both have really good speed, decent arm. I think he could do a lot of the same things. But I haven't seen him prove it yet. You get what I mean? And to me, this is him proving it. This is why I think we got a Ben Johnson to assist him the same way that he was assisting USC last year, because you got to prove it. You know what I mean? And so that's my only thing about Kingsbury. I do think that when he was with Arizona, I've watched a little bit of tape on him. They had a very, they had a decent system, and he had this. I can't think of the set now, but it's a 4 wide receiver set
that he used quite a bit. And I don't know if he's going to bring that same set here, but I think with our 4 wide receivers or our 3 wide receivers and Senate for tight end, I think that we can do a lot of those same things, and I seen that they were pretty successful at it. But I would like to see that setting. But I feel like in Arizona they ran it a little too frequently. But uh, yeah, that's probably my best analysis. Is I'm not sure about him yet.
Okay. Okay. What you got, Vito?
Yes, I totally agree. I'm sorry. I thought I didn't know I was on mute. I totally agree. That was my biggest question mark of the off season. I just wasn't sure. I don't have a lot of tape with him in the NFL outside of his head coaching time. Um, Even though I know that he was in love with the merge of him and Kyler Murray coming from college, and I it just didn't ever translate the same way that it was on the college level and the pro level. They did have a very, very good 1 year together. I would like to say though, in the years that Kingsbury was the head coach for the Cardinals, Kyler Murray does not have bad numbers. He has 1 year where his numbers are really, really well, like really, really good. Probably on par with some of the best quarterbacks in the league. And then he has the rookie year, which was very decent. And then he has a couple of like okay years. Their best year happened to be with Colt McCoy coming in as a sub, and Kyler Murray had like a 9-6 or like a 9, maybe like a 7-6 record, 7-4, something like that. It wasn't a losing record, but it wasn't. It had a pretty decent amount of losses. And Colt McCoy actually came in and got 2 wins that they needed. That was an 11-5 season though. So again, Kyler was responsible for pretty much 9 wins in that year, and they did pretty well. It's just that I don't know he's a if he's the Kyle Shannon that I would like. I'm not saying that I want Kyle Shanahan, but that offense, even though it was not uh, 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 its own offense that nobody else ran, it was still something that was different that teams had to account for when they played us because of what we had. So if he can design an offense that other teams have to account for every position and makes us difficult and gives us the opportunity to have an advantage against other teams, then I'll be pleased with that. But I'm just not sure if I've seen that on the pro level. At the college level, he's done really well at designing some things for cornerbacks to take an advantage of, but I'm just not sure about it on the next level yet.
Okay, okay. What you got, Big Son, on Cliff Kingsbury?
Personally, like Vito said, he had a couple of good years with Kyler Murray. That's all I really know about Cliff Kingsbury. So, from what I know, he seems to be solid. But like another point that was made on the panel tonight, he got a lot of guys that he worked with. Like Vito say, can you do that for a guy you never worked with, and can you do that so teams will have to account? So I don't really know too much about this guy, so I can't sit up here and you know just completely badger him. It's just what I know about him is what I know, and a lot of his guys that he was successful with, he worked with them. He did what he did for Pat and them, but like this is on a whole different scale. Can you do that at a pro level, at an elite level? Can you do what Kyle Shanahan did in 2012 and still have the league calling pistol plays? You know, this is what 2024. That's
Yeah.
almost 12 years later. You know what I'm saying? Can you be that innovative as a coordinator? To coordinate something that the defense has to account for and make it hard for them, make it tough. I still use the pistol till this day. Still use the pistol. Very, very high volume plays come out the pistol. So, Clip, I just hope that your eyes come open and you see the opportunity that's at hand. I mean, this is JD5 we talking about, bro. One of the fastest human beings
Yeah,
when it comes to playing football at the quarterback position, not to mention,
yeah,
you know, the boy got wheels. So you need to make sure those wheels stay on track.
yeah.
So that's what I want to see from Cliff. Honestly, the like I say, all that I heard, the only bad, that comes from that is a lot of these guys that you had, Cliff, you work with these guys. Let's see you do it with a guy you haven't worked with. That's how you know you're great. When you can do it with multiple people, and you can do it with a guy that you never worked with before. But he has that talent that you need, so it shouldn't be that hard for you. So good
I
luck to
mean,
you, Cliff.
I think
Hope you do your thing.
he's proven his ability to work with quarterbacks. Um, if you look at the caliber of quarterbacks that he has worked with, the 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 Baker Mayfields, the Patrick Mahomes, the Johnny Manziels in college, you know, when you look at those calibers of quarterbacks, you can always say that he can do it with a good quarterback. He can get some good quality out of that quarterback. My thing is, will you run the ball well enough? Will you help the receivers get the numbers that they deserve? Will you be able to identify the right running backs to get the most quality touches? You know, the quarterback position to me on his behalf is the least of my worries. I'm worried about the rest of the offense. Can the offensive line, is it going to be good enough to do what we need them to do? You know?
Definitely, definitely. Okay, so for me, um, I like Cliff Kingsbury. I might be the only one on the panel, but I like Cliff Kingsbury. I thought that his offenses, and now first and foremost, what we got to realize is he was in a really tough division out there in the NFC West during that time. Like that division was really, really tough. Just to be honest, that division was tough. You have San Francisco who was there. A couple of seasons, it was, you had Sean McVay came out there, midway through. And then you had Arizona, and what's the other team I'm missing out there in the West? Brain
Seattle.
freeze, huh?
Yeah.
Seattle. Then
Seattle.
you had Seattle. You had Pete Carroll and them out there. So that division was tough, and they held their own for the most part. Now they did have some seasons. I think the first season they were 5-11 or something like that, and maybe it take a season to get yourself together sometimes, but they did compete. They competed out there in that division.
I think they
And
were
so
5-11, 8-8, 11-5, and then 5-11 again.
okay, so yeah, so his first and last season, basically, is where he had the trouble. But they did compete. They did compete, and even when we played them, we had trouble with them. We had trouble with that Arizona team when Washington played them. So I think that's very concerning. That is, I mean, that's very not concerning, but that's very impressive. That's very impressive to me. To go into a juggernaut division like that and hold your own. So again, he wasn't offensive coordinator last year with USC, which before today I did think he was. So a lot of my analysts was based on what I thought he did out there. After we did some in-depth research, he wasn't calling plays. He was just an analyst out there. He was basically there to work with Caleb Williams to get him ready for the NFL. In my opinion, that was not the official position, but in my opinion, that's what he did. And so more work with Caleb Williams than anybody else. And so I'm very interested to see. I like their running game when they were out there. When he was in Arizona, I like what they did running the ball. I like what they did passing the ball. I thought Kyler Murray was very creative, though. So I do think that some of that came off of Kyler Murray. Now we see with Patrick Mahomes. Yes, he did develop Patrick Mahomes, but Patrick Mahomes is a good quarterback. I'm not sure he wouldn't be good regardless of who he was with. You know what I'm saying? And I feel the same way about Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield has jumped all over the place, but he's pretty
I
much
mean,
been solid everywhere
but
he's went.
that's what I'm saying. If he's the guy, the one catalyst amongst all of these people, right? let's not say that he isn't doing something. You know,
No,
all of
I'm
these in the
yeah.
NFL when they've been successful. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe everybody that he's worked with hasn't been an NFL star, but he has enough stars on his resume that he has worked with to say that like it's him. He got something to do with it.
Yes, I agree. He has something to do with it, but still, them guys are good.
Yeah,
Them guys are good. You know what I'm
they,
saying?
they
So I
wouldn't even
don't
have
know
got
if it
college if they wasn't good. I mean, you know,
right. I agree. I agree. I agree. So I just want to, I'm curious. I'm curious to see the good thing about him taking the season off, right? The good thing about him taking the season off is we don't know what he's going to run,
absolutely.
you know. And so
Say
I
again?
am interested to see if he does create a specific offense for Jaden Daniels and what does he create? Because let's be clear about this for the Redskin fans who might be too young or too old, who wasn't paying attention during that time. A offense was created for RG3 when we had him, a specific offense. This is where the option play came from. It started in Washington. I know Russell Wilson and Colin Kaepernick and all. Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Dave LaFleur, all them guys who came from Washington, who's on that staff, they taught the league how to use a running quarterback. Let's be clear about that. RG3 taught the league how to use a running quarterback. That staff taught the league this is how you use a running quarterback. Period. And so I'm very interested to see what type of offense that Cliff Kingsbury comes up with. You know what I mean? That's one of the things that I'm eager to see. I am concerned about the wide receiver spot. I said that going into the draft. I'm still concerned about it. I'm still concerned about how Terry McLaurin is used in this offense. I would like to see him get upwards of 1,400 yards this year. And for some people they might say 1,200 is good for him. I would like to see him have one of those seasons to really put himself amongst the conversation of best receivers in the game. Right now, he's not in that conversation to me. Now, others might have whatever they have, but I don't have him in that conversation. There's no knock to him. I just think he needs that. And he's had some good season. Has he had the breakout season yet? Not to me. Not to me.
Well, I would say this, maybe not, but he's the consistent guy. So
He's been consistent.
if we keep his level of consistency, even if he don't have that breakout season, let's say Jahan Dotson has that breakout season, but Terry beats Terry. You know, Terry still got that 1,000 yards, 75 catches, 5, 8 touchdowns. The normal Terry McLaurin. If we can get his normal production and we get somebody else to step up, I think that even if he does, of course, yeah, if he goes 14, that's great. But even if he just give us what he give us and somebody else does their job, we still look at Terry as being one of the guys,
Yeah, I agree, but not you. So you have him. Terry might be top 10. I would like to see Terry jump into the top 5 category.
I don't think he's top 5.
Well, why can't he jump into that category though?
I don't think he's
You don't think do you think Cliff Kingsbury is able to elevate him into the top 5 conversation?
No.
Should he be able to elevate him into the top 5 conversation?
No.
I disagree.
I think he should. If we was having conversations about Terry stepping up, and if Terry went a couple of weeks ago, we had a conversation about the wide receivers, and it was about Dotson, and if Terry had this production at this point, with all these nuances and everything, Terry should be able to be coached up to be a top 5 receiver in the league now today. Not top 5 of all time, but in the league now today. He should be coached up. He should have a 100-yard catch this season.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree with his numbers should be get a little better. But when we talking top 5, right? We talking
Yeah, but you're number 1 receiver. So 70 catches ain't gonna work.
It ain't gonna work.
You need
But
100, brother.
we don't need 100 if everybody else doing their job.
Why not? When you
Because
got other number 1s getting one what Well, CeeDee Lamb played mostly slot, but what did he have?
No,
100.
CD Lamb is all over the field. He had 136, but the next catcher is in the 70s, 60s, or 70s.
Okay, he
And,
was
and
number
then
one though, right?
I side with Big Son on this. I just think Terry McLaurin has been in the league long enough now where he should separate himself.
I'm
Hey, V,
I've
who's
tried to tell y'all, bro. If he's a really, really great, or if he would be a great or a Hall of Fame number 2, and he's at the lower end of number ones, number 10 wide receiver in the league is a really good spot. Y'all do know it's 32 teams in the league. He's not in the top 5 conversation, guys. He's only got last 4
No,
years, 1,000 yards.
we not saying he is. We saying could he be coached this year to be that, and not say he could be coached to be that. He had 87 catches
He's
or
gonna
whatever.
so just real quick, y'all see him getting 1,700 plus yards, because that's what we're talking about. Top 5 guys. We're talking about behind Jefferson. We're talking about CeeDee Lamb. We're talking about Tyreek Hill. Like we're talking about Jamar Chase's. Like, are we thinking straight?
AJ Brown did it last year. AJ
That's
Brown
not
did
Terry McLaurin, guys.
it. I was just saying we need that from him.
He
No,
could
we
be
don't
though,
need. He's not that. He's not that person. That's not him.
but could he be though?
that's the
He
question.
could be.
I think
That's
he
the
could.
question
No,
that
I don't
we're
think he got it
posing.
in.
Could he be that?
Okay.
Do we really need him to be though?
Yes.
Why? Because if all
Because
right, so
they're scared that this wide receiver group can't do it. That's
That's
why.
why. Exactly. You hit it right on the head, Vito.
I don't think, but I
I
think you
mean,
guys.
for
I
me,
think
I'm
you
not
guys
scared
are.
that
If
they.
you guys think that Jaden is special or has a better arm, or at least a very much competitive arm as RG3 did, you gotta imagine that these wide receivers are going to be so much more available to have opportunities to make plays than they have been over the last close to 10 years, guys. Like we haven't had a quarterback threaten the defense in a long time.
yeah, I can agree with that.
But the McLaurin argument has been what? He hasn't had the quarterback.
I'm not sure if that's the argument that I would have with him. If you made yourself a 1,000-yard receiver with Heineke, then you have the Devontae Adams factor going on. This means that you're the guy and you should be able to make a play on your own. I'm saying, to me, and maybe somebody can show me some film that's different. Antonio Brown, yes, he's a lunchbox, but he forever and famously got double teamed in Pittsburgh, and they found a way to get him open. What Scott Turner and Bieniemy did not do was run a lot of drag combinations in
I
situations
agree.
where Terry was the main receiver. Terry would do the intermediate routes, and you're running him into the double team instead of giving him an opportunity to get open early and make plays early. So some of that is play calling. That's why I said I'm very interested to see what and that's why Kingsbury scares me the most out of everybody. Not scares me, but concerns me most with everybody on staff, because I'm just not sure what he's going to run. But here's the good thing, real quick, before I get off. If you go look at his numbers in Arizona, Cliff Kingsbury was crazy with Hopkins and Larry Fitzgerald and Christian Kirk. Those guys' numbers were all good while he was a coordinator. I mean, while he was the coach out there, Joe. So, and DeAndre Hopkins had 1,400 yards his first season with the Cardinals.
Exactly.
DeAndre Hopkins is a different wide receiver than McLaurin.
I agree. So, but why shouldn't we expect that out of McLaurin is the question.
What we have to expect is the offensive calls out of Kingsbury. We have to find out who Daniel's favorite target is, because the most worrisome thing to me about the quarterbacking spot is that everybody has different targets that they really, really love and that they really like going to. I personally think that my favorite pick of the draft, like I told you, besides Daniels, is Sanat. If Sanat gets on the ball before this season is out, I'm not saying he's a bigger target than Terry, but I will say that over the last few years, we have watched the quarterback tight end combination get real special. And Terry, if he cannot get to that 1,400 yard mark this year, and if he does not have a high 1,000, which means like maybe a 12 or better this year, I wouldn't be so sure that he's the lasting wide receiver. Like maybe he stays because of the longevity with us. I mean, with the team and staying. Maybe that's important to Quinn and the staff. Excuse me, my bad, guys. And I'd like that to be something that's important to them, but they're gonna have to find him another target at wideout if he doesn't get those numbers that you're talking about this year, in my opinion. And I don't think that this because the other guys have bad years. If Dotson does well and Terry has a year that he had last year, just has 1,000 yards, and Dotson has 800 or 1,000 yards himself, and McCaffrey has 600 or 700 yards and does well, and the team does well as a team, I still think that they go out and find a guy that could get you 1,500 yards. I think those are numbers that you look for from your number one receiver in today's game.
Right. Exactly. In a pass heavy team, he should be getting that. I'm going to go jump on the limb and say that.
But what if we're not a pass heavy team? What if we are a run heavy team? Especially
Yeah, I think he still
with
should get
Daniel.
it. I think he still should get it.
Then your number one target has
Well,
a lot of reps. Your number one target is going to get a lot of passes if, like, Zay Flowers, Tyreek Hill for that matter, because they ran the ball a lot more than people thought down there in Miami this year. Denver, I mean not Denver, because I think Patrick got a lot of targets this year, and that was their slot guy. It might like the Mike Evans, like Godwin's been on the other side of him for years, or was on the other side of him for years,
Right.
and didn't always get the amount of targets that Mike Evans got. Like your number one guy has to be the reason that he's the number one. You know what I'm saying? It's something that separates him from the next receiver.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that even if he is the number one, right? And everybody's getting the production we should. Say Jaden Daniels is sharing the ball like he should, in my opinion. Do you really need him to get 15? Now, I think he should get over 12 this year.
Do
I
you
think it
do
should
you
be.
see? This
I
is
think it
how
should
I
be his
look at
best year.
it. Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it should be his best year, but I don't think that he has to go 15. I don't think you got to have like a phenomenal 1,800-yard year or anything, especially if
So
Jahan
do you
Dotson steps
pay
up.
McLaurin what McLaurin's getting paid for
Right.
being average receiver?
No. I agree with you on that. Yeah, I don't think you should be an average receiver, but I think that consistency.
Just 1,000 yards with an extra game added is an average receiver. Tyreek Hill was at 1,000 yards at game 9.
Right.
Exactly, but he was the number one target. Waddle, look at what Waddle.
McLaurin is the number one target, buddy.
Hear me out. But if you look at what Waddle was doing, Waddle didn't have a great year. So what I'm saying is different. It's like if everybody's having a good year, he doesn't have to have a phenomenal year.
Waddle's year, not last year, but the year before was really good, and
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill still had 1,700 yards, bro.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm talking about last year, the most recent year.
Well, they also ran the ball more, and they also had other wide receivers, other wide receiver help. So it spread out a
Exactly.
little
That's
bit more.
exactly what I'm alluding to. That I would love for him to have that year, that breakout year. But
I'm saying that if Tyreek Hill has 1,000 yards in those 2 seasons and everybody else has good yardage and our offense is doing good, Tyreek Hill is going to get let go from the Miami Dolphins because we cannot pay you $20 million a year to be a 1,000-yard guy.
Right.
I don't care what the production of the other guys are. What separates you from them? Because I can start putting them in the same spot as you and save me some money.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like McLaurin's contract is a heavy part of our offense. If I'm not mistaken, he may be the highest paid person on our offense right now.
Right.
Yeah. Do I expect him to do 15? No. Like a 12 or 13 this year?
So
Yeah.
what I'm
And 100 catches.
No, that's what I say. Anything over 1,200 yards is fine. So if he doesn't have that, we have to look at the fact that this team may be looking at picking up someone else for help for him, because again, I'm looking at now making when I come to you about contract talks, we now have to go into you're in the later stages of your career, and are we demoting you or are we letting you go to someone so that you can get your money? We're not trying to let you go, but we also don't want to block you from making your money. That's the respect that I think Terry is going to get from our organization, even with this being a new coaching staff and with Josh Harris being a new front office guy for McLaurin. Your checks are being signed by somebody different. But this is the thing. Yeah, that's that movie. This is the thing. So when Terry comes in there, the Bob Marley movie.
No, I know. I cut it off.
Oh, so this is the
He just went through a military checkpoint.
yeah, it's in Jamaica. This is the thing. When you bring McLaurin to the office and you say, hey guy, you know what I'm saying? You know, we had this great year this season, the team did well. We made it to the playoffs. You were a big part of that, but you only got 1093 or 1100 yards. And we believe your production can be much better. We're going to get you some help in here coming up in the next few seasons, but the only way that we can do that is that we're going to have to figure out how to rework this contract in order to bring back some of those guys on defense. Some of those one-year guys are going to now need contracts. And we got to remember that. And I know we got $70 million, but once 7 of the 10 or 11 guys need contracts that are not one-year deals, we got to figure out how much those guys are going to earn via what they do this season. So with our wide receiver spot, we got to figure out if Terry is going to have the type of year that's a 1,000 year, or is it a 12 to 1,500 type of year where we can say he's much different or that much different than the next receiver up. If Dotson gets an 800-yard year and McCaffrey gets a 700-yard year and our tight end gets a 600 or 700-yard year and McLaurin only gets 1,000 yards, you tell me why he's getting $20 million a year. I can put Dotson right there. I get one more year of saving the money, and I can go get a rookie who may be able to be a number one, who may not be Terry at all, but he could be an option that I could get that's
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Y'all know what it is, man. This is the Nature Sports Show. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? We are live here on the Nature Sports Podcast, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all know what it is. We are live. Let me go ahead and get everything up and running. Let's get us on, baby. Y'all, with the fellas, got the fellas on today. You know what I'm saying? Got the fellas on today. Let's make sure that you got me. Can y'all hear me?
What up? What up?
What's up? What's good? What's good? Got the fellas on today, man. We got another Monday. We got another major Monday coming up. You know what I'm saying? For y'all. You know, we're gonna give y'all a 5-minute go and let y'all do what y'all do. You know what I'm saying? Just give y'all about about not even 5 minutes, about 30 seconds, about a 30-second, you know what I'm saying, delay, and let y'all go ahead and get it on in. You know what I'm saying? And rock out, you know. All right, there we go. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. On another major Monday here on the Nature Sports Podcast, man. My name is ETA Rope. Get my light on here so let's get y'all going. Get y'all up and running, baby. We got a big show for y'all today. Big show for y'all, man. We're gonna roll through it and let y'all, you know what I'm saying, see what y'all got going on. You know, let's wait and try to get Vito on in here before we start up. Getting all the links together. You know, we got some new backstage activity going on. You know what I'm saying? New backstage activity going on. So trying to get it all set and all locked in, baby. All locked in. All locked in. Got Big Son in the building. What's going on, Big Son? What you got, Big Son?
Yes, sir. How y'all feeling out there, man? It's that boy, Big Son. The biggest balls, definitely not Rick Ross. You know what I'm saying? Y'all checking out the Nature Sports Show, the one and only podcast, coming directly from the nation's capital. Y'all know what it is. Man, we're gonna give it to y'all rough and rugged, 10 years in the game, and we're gonna keep it the same. Yes, sir.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, y'all definitely watching the Nature Sports Sports Show. And you know, we got a big show today. A couple things we're going to discuss today is going to be the infamous shirts of Dan Quinn, the infamous shirts. You know what I'm saying? We're going to discuss the infamous shirt. We're going to discuss the off season, the rookies had a mini camp this week. So we want to discuss, what the word is out of that mini camp as well. New stadium talk. You know what I'm saying? Congress had a meeting up on Capitol Hill related to the stadium. So, we want to get y'all updated on what was said. I mean, y'all going to be highly interested. Seems like they're switching gears. With the Congress over there, they switching gears on what they got. You know what I mean? Just want to get y'all all locked in and all acclimated. Just wait for Vito to get in here. And
That sound like that money switching gears now.
hey,
See, now they must be talking Muriel Bowser language. I ain't
yeah,
gonna get you deep in it. You
hey,
know what I'm saying? They talking her language. If y'all know Muriel Bowser language, go look up what she was making when she first came in.
yep,
And look at what she got now.
yep. So Congress seem to be switching gears. You know what I'm saying? Related to this new stadium talk. You know what I'm saying? So this is definitely has been a big week. You know what I'm saying? Definitely has been a big week around Redskin Nation. We couldn't ask for more. Let me just say that. We couldn't ask for more. We couldn't ask, we couldn't ask for more, as far as with what's being said as far as the stadium. I know all Redskin fans would like a new stadium. You know what I mean? It seems like all of us would really want a new stadium. You know what I'm saying? So, we really want a new stadium. So this is not something that I'm going to shun away from, at least in relation to the stadium. You know what I'm saying? Stadium talk. So, this is just something that I feel like is needed. It's needed. You know what I mean? It's definitely needed. So, all right. Well, I guess we'll see with Vito again. We can try to get Vito in here. We're gonna give y'all 5 minutes. We're gonna put the previous show that was on. Give it about 5 minutes, see if we can get Vito in here. He just was backstage, so we're gonna try to get him on in. So when we start up, everybody be on in there. Let him give him a chance to introduce himself. Give about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We're gonna get Vito up in 5 minutes. Let's get the previous show
Save
up.
me money. We also got to remember that we battling with an owner who just spent almost $7 billion on the team. So I'm saying that Kingsbury also has to take into account that McLaurin has to reach these numbers for the contract to make sense.
Yeah.
Because if not, we got to realize that, hey, just like we lost Sweat and Young, and I'm a McLaurin fan, I am not going to change that. I am not going to shy away from me being a fan of him. I'm saying that production-wise and the idea, just the idea that it was hard for him to beat double teams when we really needed him. Not because the calls were bad. We really just needed him to beat some of those double teams because of how bad other people weren't getting open. You got to show me why you're worth the money. Now, I think with a quarterback, he should get far past the numbers that he's ever seen. And unlike what everybody else may seem with Jaden Daniels, I believe that the double team on McLaurin is now over. I don't think that you can do that and keep an eye on Jaden Daniels at the same time. And that's what will allow McLaurin to show his separation from him and Dotson or any other of the number 2 receivers that was on the squad. Now, if that happens, then yes, everything that we were talking about, and I'd have to change he's a bona fide number 2 to, okay, there's the number 1 receiver. But right now, it just seems that he needs either some help or he's got to show up a little bit more to me on tape.
Yeah. Again, for me,
Terry, I will say this in the last defense of Terry. In my opinion, he's showing up in a lot of those games that was on the line. We needed a catch. He caught it. A lot of those times when they put the ball to those other receivers, they either didn't catch it, i.e. Jahan Dotson this year a couple times, or they didn't get the first down, or they didn't get the play that we needed. And Terry, throughout his career, has been consistent in the clutch. And that's not something that you can just replace.
I think the only way that you don't get Terry, that if Terry doesn't have to have those type of numbers, but you sort of give him the money or keep them the money, or his money is sins. I'm pretty sure Terry McLaurin, and just to let everybody know, Terry McLaurin, Magic Johnson took Terry McLaurin to dinner like 2 or 3 days ago. Magic Johnson posted it on his page that he took Terry McLaurin to dinner. So Magic is in his ear. Trust. That's why he took Terry McLaurin to dinner, because he Magic got in his ear a little bit and say, "Hey, you the man, so you gotta. I need something more." I would hope he did it. I would
I
have,
agree with that. I can,
you know. And
I
so,
can see Magic Johnson doing that.
yeah, and so I think that now that we've arrived to this point with Terry McLaurin, I think the only way that you keep him, or he wants his money to increase, is we need playoff performances. Maybe he does get the 1,000 yards that y'all talking about, or maybe 1,100 yards. It's all right, same old. But then he would have to show up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He would have to show up in the playoffs, So that, in a scenario like that, I can accept that. I can accept that in a scenario like that, where we get Super Terry in the playoffs, but he only gets the 1,100 yards or 1,000 yards during the regular season. I can live with that. I think that's a valuable option for Terry. You know what I mean? I think that's a valuable option for Terry.
I can live with that too, because 1,100 yards, you turn the Super Terry in the playoffs. That means you kept the pace for the race. You ran so that you can run. You know what I'm saying? You didn't outrun the race. You ran so that you keep your pace. So I could live with that.
Yeah.
But like I say, I need, honestly. But if we really being honest, how many? If he gets 80, if he gets 85, to me, he had a good season. To be honest, I'm gonna tell you why. Jaden Daniels is going to run a lot, so it's not going to be a lot of games where we have monster passing yards. You know what I'm saying? Jaden Daniels going to run, and we're going to have running backs that's going to run. So we're not going to have a lot of those games that you might have about. I'll give him about a good 5 games this season where he pass heavy. But when you go back to our season with RG3, RG3 had some passing games, but we had a running game and we had him running. So it wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't overly overted in the past year. I think he had like 3,600 yards passing.
32, I believe.
Yeah.
But he
Something
had
like that.
8 or almost 900 yards rushing. I think he
Yeah.
rookie record.
Yeah. That's what I was about to say. He had like 800, 8 or 900
I was gonna say that too.
yards.
That if you think about, even if Kingsbury goes back and looks at film.
All right. So what we're gonna do is, man, we just gonna get on with the show. You know what I'm saying? To try to get Vito in as we go. You know what I'm saying? As we go along, I just figured at least the first couple runs at it. We want to get Vito in. So we'll do this a little differently before we implement the new side of the show. We'll still, we'll just do it in our old format. And then once we get Vito in, we can do a little new format of how we want to do our rapid fire session. You know what I'm saying? Try to get many of the subjects in as possible here on the Nation Sports Network. So what we want to do right now is start with the talk around Redskins Nation, man. It's the shirt. It's the shirt. It's the shirt. Dan Quinn. So Dan Quinn, during the rookie minicamp, as we previously expressed, we had a rookie minicamp, and where Dan Quinn afterwards did a pressure with Washington. For everyone who don't know, let's do a review. Washington Redskins. I still call them Redskins. Dave Snyder previously said he wouldn't change the name. Went back, changed the name, and in changing the name, the Redskins switched their logo because apparently some people felt like it was offensive. But for those who did their research, they really realized it wasn't offensive. Like me and Big Son did. That was the first show on the Comeback Show in 2016. What was it, 17, maybe 2018. On the Comeback Show, we went over the Redskins, name in full. That was the first live show that we had done outside of radio. That was the first Redskins show we had done via. That's the first Redskins show we had done via live, like a live stream, and that was fully discussed the Redskins name. So if any of y'all want to know exactly about the Redskins name and the fact that it's not offensive, this, that, and the other, and who's behind it, and all of those different things, which we'll discuss later on in this show as well, then you should go back and watch that show. That show is on YouTube, I believe. That might be the only place it's on. I do not believe it's on Twitter, and it's probably not on Instagram, but it is on YouTube. So that being said, Dan Quinn wore the new Redskins W after the logo was changed with the Redskins feather on it, on the end of the Redskins W, right? And the shirt is up. Y'all see it right here on the Nature Sports Podcast. We got it up. You know, a picture of him wearing the shirt. That shirt has made headlines around Redskins Nation. Headlines, not just around Redskins Nation, national. NBC has done a report on it. ABC has done a report on it. I believe ESPN, Sports Illustrated. Could be a whole bunch of hosts of people that have done reports on Dan Quinn and wearing this shirt. And Redskins were asked about it. The organization was asked about it, where they said they did not want to make any statements related to the shirt. So they didn't have anything to say about it. So I'm interested to see if he's going to wear it again. But, you know, we'll get into that a little bit. What do y'all feel, fellas? We're going to send it around. What do y'all feel about Dan Quinn in this shirt?
Me personally, the way I look at it, right? Dan Quinn is the head coach of the team, and I think that he wore it for a couple different reasons. One reason being that he wanted to have the players remember the tradition of the team. So the Commanders technically have not been good.
That's true.
Washington football team has never been good. The only
good playoff season, though, they had a playoff season as the Washington football team. They did.
Yeah, but I'm talking about being a good. I'm talking about championship. I'm talking about heritage. I'm talking about all of that.
Yes.
They don't have that, but the Redskins do.
Yep.
Okay, the Redskins do, and I think that in that situation, instead of just trying to throw it in their face, I think that's Dan Quinn reminding the players of the great tradition here, you know. And so to not forget that this it was once a winning organization, and this was once a prominent winning organization. So I personally think that Dan Quinn really wore it to remember the greatness that was already here.
I can agree.
I do think that may be his thing, where he might be feeling like, hey, if I'm gonna be the coach, I'm gonna try to get the old regime back. That might be it too, but I think that is my personal opinion right now of it, is that it's more about the past, like blending the past with the present, if you will.
I can see that. Big Son, what you got? You got anything on this? On Quinn?
You do your thing real quick. I'm about to look at the picture of it.
Okay, all right. Okay. So for me, I think it is what Point said. It's, you know, blending the past and the present, right? But I'm gonna take a different angle on this. I think that we have to consider that the Washington Redskins organizationally is feeling a little bit of pressure in regards to the name change. You know, I'm not sure. I mean, let's be clear about this. The fan base hates the name Commanders. They hate the name Commanders. You know, the fan base do not like that. I don't even use it. You see, I still call them Redskins. So, with that being said, I don't know if Quinn isn't just trying to. I don't even know if Quinn liked the name. He might not even like the name. So, but he can't say he don't like the name. So he just do little stuff like that, little petty stuff like that. Hey, he might not even like the daggone name. He might feel like it's a mockery. He might feel like it's disrespectful. He is from this area too. People don't understand that. Dan Quinn from Salisbury, Maryland. He went to Salisbury College. So with that being said, he has a little bit of allegiance to the original Redskins, like all of us do, pretty much. So he really knows and understands what this organization is. I mean, I'm pretty sure he fell in love with with football because of the Redskins. That's the only team that was around here, you know. So to say that it's not far-fetched. So I think just from my angles of it is if anybody can do that, he can do that because he's from this area. That's the first thing.
Hold up. They're mad because he put a feather on the W.
Yes. Yes.
I was expecting to see something way more. I don't care about that.
Some people do though.
If anything, take that W off and take the commander off and leave the Indian feather up there. Y'all mad about a feather?
Well,
See, this.
I'm not.
Hold on, real quick, son. This is what's making me mad about society. Y'all so sensitive about a feather, bro. So sensitive about a feather, but you got people out here doing all types of stuff in the world. Y'all turn y'all back on. And I don't even have to speak on what people be doing because you could probably go outside your house right now or go outside and look in the neighborhood right now and see somebody doing something wild. But guess what you're going to do? You're going to close your curtain. You're going to sit down and act like you ain't see nothing. But because y'all so gung-ho to be right all the time, here we go with the narratives again. So what, he did it. He should be allowed to do it. And that's right. If I'm Dan Quinn, I'm gonna rock this shirt proud. And what y'all gonna do about it, NFL?
Well, I don't
Nothing.
think NFL will do nothing about it. I do think that there are a lot of people that are sensitive because they've been given the information that is a derogatory term. You know, I think that that's really what it is. The information that has been spread to the masses is that is a derogatory term. And so for Dan Quinn to kind of put it on, and I personally, like I said, like you're saying, Big Son, there's bigger problems in the world. That's how I feel. But just for the journalists, you know what I mean, that's looking for a story, that's a story. You know what I mean? For the person that don't have nothing to write about right now, but they need to turn in some work, you know. I think that it's national news when you got enough journalists saying, hey, we're all gonna, talk about this. You know what I mean?
I feel you. I just feel like it's irrelevant. Like Soldier Boy's comment to me, even though it's on a high level, like this is a high level, I just feel like it's irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? Everything we got going on now, this is what you guys want to rant and rave about. A feather on the goddamn shirt that, you know what I'm saying? That feather means something too. It ain't just no feather. That feather got 3 rings behind it. Do that W? No, it don't. The W don't got nothing. Commanders don't got nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I really I'm getting tired of the selective, sensitive society that we live in. You know, it's just really blowing me right.
Let me throw this angle out there. I think that the media largely reports on what they see, on what social media reports on. So if the story is big on social media, I believe that the media is going to pick it up. I believe the Redskin fans who want the name back, and it's a huge population of Redskin fans who feel cheated because this name was changed. I think when they saw Quinn with the shirt on, they got excited. So, of course, they started liking the picture. They started getting hype about the picture. So then, in turn, the national media picked up on what the local guys in social media was doing and what the local guys in social media was reporting on for themselves, largely because we want the name back. So I think that maybe it might have been a situation where the national media said, hey, this is a huge story, at least in DC. So maybe they didn't know the inside of it, whereas though we want the name back. So maybe they felt like we were appalled by it, or that's what the conversation was. So that's why they took it in the direction they took it.
I mean, if we want to talk about somebody's shirt and somebody being a coach, we can easily go to Andy Reid. Let's do a top 10 Andy Reid wildest shirts. You know what I'm saying? Andy Reid known for wild shirts or something like that. You want to pick on a coach about having a wild shirt. Like, bro, I honestly thought I was going to see something wild. Like hogs on the joint, You big R's, you know. I thought I was going to feather. That pissed me off. That made me mad. Like y'all sitting up here, media ranting and raving about a feather on the shirt, bro. Please.
So your general thought is that it's overblown. It's nothing.
Oh yeah, way out of proportion. Way out of proportion.
What about you,
See,
Point?
see, I feel like they can't say nothing bad about us right now, so they got to pick on something. You know what I'm saying? It's usually almost always bad media surrounding us, but they ain't got nothing right now, so they
I mean,
reaching.
the way I look at it, I don't think that it's necessarily like they just trying to pick at us. I think they looking for anything, any story. So I don't think it's not. I think that that's the only story. Like it hasn't been a lot of. My bad, losing a little service there. I don't think that it is like been a bad thing. Like I think they just looking for anything to report on, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And I don't think the rookie mini camps usually come with a lot of excitement. I think that normally it's a relatively boring time. So anything they can cling on, they're going to do it. But I think Dan Quinn knows that. I think Dan Quinn knew exactly what he was doing when he did it.
So that was the next question. What was Dan in y'all opinion? What was Dan Quinn's angle?
I think his angle was that like what I said, that feather means something. If y'all really want this fan base to get behind us, this is what you better have. This is what you want right here. This is your winning result. This feather right here. These two Blackfoot Indian feathers. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to know who? If you want, y'all want to be technical. You know, yeah.
So you
Blackfoot
said,
tribe.
what about you, Point?
Well, the angle I think he really is trying to exploit is that he's not going to forget the tradition. You know, I think that was his angle to show that Redskin fans, look, I'm not going to forget about you guys. I think that was his biggest angle, in my opinion.
Well, let me ask y'all straight up and down. Is he advocating? Because this is basically what a lot of fans are saying, that he's advocating for the old name back. Is Dan Quinn advocating for the old name back?
And if he is, I think it'll be a smart move. I'm gonna tell you why. Just my perception of why it would be a smart move, because you now have an owner that not saying that he understands the business, but he understands Washington business enough to know if the market if he wants to get paid back anywhere near that $6 billion he spent, that would be his best bet. And he has the owner, and they have the money to do so, to turn it all around, use that name, and pay the person who has rights to that name a percentage. They wouldn't be tripping off. Well, they'll be tripping off it, getting the fan base behind so he can get his money back and start winning around. That's what he'd be tripping off. If it's me, that's my perception of it, of why I think that Dan is going in that route, and that's why it would be the smartest option for Dan with the owner that he has right now currently.
So you think he is advocating for for the old name back by wearing that shirt?
Oh yeah, 100 million%. Especially being from this area, that's a subtle shot right there.
Yeah.
That's a subtle shot right there.
Did he? You think he realized it was going to garner that much attention when he did it?
I think Dan is a mature, smart, and very calculated guy. He's going to do things in the right manner. So I think he knew exactly what he was doing at that moment.
Yeah, I think he pretty much knew what he was doing too.
So y'all are both in agreement that Dan Quinn is calculating his own. He's basically doing his own form of protest for the name back.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
I am. with the set of shots I am.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm saying that Dan Quinn. I'm saying that Dan Quinn. I think that uh, he understands certain things, and he understands that he needs the. Yeah, I think that he's just looking for an angle, and the right angle.
He's looking for the right angle. He's looking for an angle.
Yeah, I mean, to get the support of the whole area.
Okay, so you think it was more for PR purposes than him actually advocating to return the name? That's what you're saying. Point, you still there?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so let me tell you, I'm more with Big Son. I lean more towards Big Son with this one. I think that might have been an official protest to his superiors that the name, not only do the name, and I'm gonna tell you why I say this too. I'm gonna tell you why I say this, what angle I'm coming from. My bad, Dan Quinn. I gotta keep it real though. My bad, Dan Quinn. I'll probably get you in trouble, but hey, I gotta keep it real. My angle is that he doesn't feel like it's a lot of fans right now, and I know Dan Quinn knows this because he's from the area. It's a lot of fans who refuse to go to any games, who refuse to support this team because they feel like this ain't the same team without that name. It's a lot of fans who hate the name Commanders. It's a lot of fans who just are really perturbed at what is happening in regards to this name thing. And I feel like with Quinn, I'm sorry, Quinn, I feel like that was his protest.
You have a nice one.
To the organization. That was his protest to the organization. Say, hey, I know you guys are doing whatever you want, but I need these people in the building to help me win. And unless I have these people in the building, or unless I have the total support of the fans, I don't want to be coming to home games and you got half the stadium filled up with Giants or Cowboys fans. I can't live like that. So hey, help me help you, and let's get this name thing back.
I mean, you gotta, but this is what I'm saying with Dan Quinn. If that is his angle, right? If that's his angle, and for what it seems like to me, Dan Quinn has been starting early since the moment he walked in the door. He's been trying to push his agendas. So I do agree with that in a sense. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But at the same time, I am now looking at a situation. I'm looking at a situation right now where I agree with do I agree that Dan Quinn is trying to not sabotage, because I don't want to use that word.
I
Because
said
that's not
protest.
that yeah. Do I think that he's on a actual protest? No. I think that he's just trying to throw it out there to see. You get what I'm saying? I don't think that it's an actual thing where he's like, this is what I'm gonna do. I think it's more like, well, I don't like the Commander's name, if you will. Maybe he don't like the Commander's name. But it's more like, let me see where we can go with this, rebrand. We got a new quarterback, we got a new GM, I'm a new coach. We have a new system, basically, right?
Right.
So instead of protesting, I gotta find out where I'm gonna get my wins at with this place, with this organization. He already know Dan Quinn understands football rivalries, right? And I could honestly say he understands them, right? And so I think that he knows he has to get our fan base. He has to get the attendance up. He has to do some of these things. So I don't know if it's like an all the way protest, but I think he's just trying to find his space and where he can get the fan base to support.
Let me ask y'all this last question on this. Is it working? Will it work?
Yeah, I mean, if they win, they have to win. Like, nothing he does to get the support of the fans. Even he could say Redskin all he want, but Like, he needs to win. If he wins, the fact that he was a Cowboys coach doesn't matter. The fact that he, none of the other stuff matters. The fact that they put us out the playoffs with RG3, it don't matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It don't matter. He gotta win. Now, once he start winning, a lot of the antics can start working then. If he wants to push an agenda.
Did it work this weekend?
It got people talking. So I think it did. I'm not gonna say it got people on his side, but I will say it got people talking.
What you got on that, Big Son? Is it working? Is it working?
I think it is. The real fans are going to tap in on that. The real Washington Redskins, you know what I'm saying? They're going to have something to say about it. For the real Skins fans, might I say. That's a real fan. We call them Skins, you know what I'm saying? Not Redskins, Skins. So, I think Skins fans are saying something about it, and looking for the comeback of the name. But Pounds just texted me and said it's called sensitive. That's why the name won't be changed. Like I was saying, it's too much sensitivity.
So
Now,
you don't think the name will be returned?
I mean, I don't. As much as I wanted to be, I don't.
That's where
I think
me.
they will change it to some. I think they will change it to something along the lines to commemorate, the natives. But I don't think they will ever change it back to the Skins.
Okay.
I want them to though.
Okay. With that being said, this moves us on to our next story. So today, something very interesting happened in Congress today. It was a senator, the senator from Montana. I want to make sure I get his name right. Steve Daines, Daines, Steve Daines, a representative from Montana. He said Senator will block RFK site bill unless team honors family of logo creator. So that it goes back to Blackie Wetzel for the Blackfeet tribe is the one who created the Redskins logo using the buffalo nickel. And the guy, the senator from Montana says not only will you honor the team and the logo, you will honor you will honor Wetzel. You will honor him, or he's going to personally block the bill for the new stadium. There will be no new stadium for
Well,
Black.
see, if y'all don't know the history, that guy in Montana, that's the first place on American soil that the Blackfeet Indians touched. They were in Canada first. First place they touched on American soil was in Montana. So they take it very serious up there. It's not a game. You know what I'm saying? Those Blackfeet Indians, they got connections and they run deep. It just wasn't deep enough for tobacco Indians. Those are the ones who got the Redskin name changed, if y'all don't know. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
No. Shout out to Pounds too. Shout out to Pounds, man. Pounds in the building. Y'all know what it is. Shout out to Pounds, man. Let me say this. That's interesting. That's an interesting turn. And so when I was talking about the turn that this has gotten real interesting, that is what I was talking about. Is this turn and got real interesting? That because I mean, if y'all remember, they wanted the name changed, but I think the Post, because let's remember this too. Congress gets some of that Redskin, some of the budget that the Washington D.C. makes. Congress recoups some of that money that D.C. makes, right, from taxes and other things. I think the D.C. area, and I'm born and raised in the D.C. area, right? So, from my own experience, the D.C. area needs the Redskins inside the city. It is a different place when the Redskins are inside the city. And I know for the people who's not from DC and who don't understand that place rocks to a whole different tune when the Redskins are in town. And when you start to talk about revenue, you start to talk about money. Y'all think that the Capital One area is something. You know, when the Capitals won a championship, or y'all thought them parades was something when they won the championship, huh? Yeah, you ain't seen
Let me
nothing.
tell y'all something. People gonna come from all across the United States for that parade.
Absolutely.
They ain't do that for the Caps or the
Nah,
Mystics or the
nah, man.
Nationals.
Y'all disrespect the Caps like that, man. The Caps joint was deep.
Bro.
Caps joint was
What I'm saying is,
I went to both.
the Redskins nation far outweighs Cap Nation. That's
Yes.
not even play
Yes.
that game.
Yes.
What I'm saying is you're gonna have people from the West Coast, down south, and up north coming down here for that parade.
Yep.
I
I'm
mean,
with you
I
on that.
don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they outweigh anybody,
I
but
am.
I'm not
They
saying
do.
that. I'm saying the Caps.
They
I'm not
far
saying the
outweigh the Cap
Caps.
fans.
Caps. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the Caps outweigh anybody, and I'm not saying that the Nets outweigh anybody. But those are people travel for those two. That's what I'm saying.
They travel. They ain't
I
gonna travel
think
like they're gonna travel for them.
nah.
It's
I
gonna be
mean,
a
bro, like
different.
I met people from all over. I was very much in tune at that time into the sports. I was leaving work early and everything, going down to the Caps games, going to the Eggs, bro. I went to all of it, all the
Yeah.
Caps, all the Nets, all of it. You know what I'm saying? Set up my little shop, had my
Mm,
drinks out there and everything.
Oh, it was a beautiful time. It was a beautiful
I
time. I'm
think,
not gonna lie.
yeah. So that's
For
what
the
I'm saying.
Nationals too,
I
though.
personally, but see,
hey,
the
look, the
Caps is
cops more
different, bro.
nicer. Ain't no
Listen,
crime going on for
the
real.
Oh,
reason,
it was a beautiful
You
time.
know,
It was a
no,
beautiful
it was crime. Niggas out there fighting left and right.
time.
nah, bro.
They was
I'm
out
talking
there
about the
bumping.
crime, the normal crime. Talking about shooting, stabbing,
Oh yeah,
robbing.
nah. We was unit. We was a unit at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Complete.
Yeah.
And
It
you know
was
you're gonna fight your brother or sister when they get on your nerves.
Yeah, but I will say this. I will say this. I think the Caps will be comparable, not the Nats, but the Caps will be comparable because all of the Caps fans that seen the Caps lose year after year after year showed up. And I think that
absolutely.
they'll do the same thing for the Redskins. Not saying that they won't do that I think they'll do the same thing. So I think that even in the Cap situation, it was more people than expected. And I
Oh
think
yeah.
the same thing is going to happen with the Redskins. It's going to be more than expected. You get what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah,
I mean,
they're
let's be
gonna
Yeah. So I
supersede.
can't say that.
no, I was gonna say, let's be
Yeah.
clear about this. Um, let's be clear about this. It was but I mean that Capitals parade was nuts, but that Nationals parade was what I mean, it was stupid out there. It was at least about 2 million people out there, if you ask me. About 2 million people out there. But when the Redskins come, it'll be 10, maybe 20. I'm being honest. I went to see the Redskins in another city in Chicago, and I'm gonna tell you,
That's
oh my goodness, it was more. It might
man.
fans did than Bears fans, and I'm not exaggerating. I was seeing Redskin fans. I traveled from Detroit to go to Chicago on Amtrak, and it was Redskin fans in Detroit going to Chicago with you know what I'm saying, going to Chicago to see the game too. Going from
Mm.
Detroit to Chicago to see the game. It was Redskin fan at the bus station. When we got to the bus station, it was Redskin fans coming from Texas. I saw Redskin fans from all over the Midwest to come to see the Redskins. So I'm with Big Son where I do believe that if we had a parade or if we was to win something, that might be the turnout now might be
And bro,
unlike we've
it's
ever
gonna
seen.
be it's gonna be similar to one of your homies, one of the hood rich homies, coming home, did 20-year bid, came home, made it out alive. Johnny, it's gonna be one of them events. You know how them events be in the
Yeah,
hood. When that homie come home,
yeah,
everybody from everywhere come out and be like, where you been at? Or where you come? Who that? You know what I'm saying? That's how it's gonna be. It's gonna
yeah.
be one of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure it could be anything that we could compare it to. You know what I mean? I don't think it'd be anything that we compare it to. But again, going back to what I was originally saying is that the senator, I mean, he said he'll block the bill unless the team honors the Wetzel family. And so I think in honoring the Wetzel family, now you get to the truth. Because if they honor the Wetzel family, they got to go into, okay, this is a native. He was the head of the Indian nations. This is the head of the Indian nation, is the one who created the Redskin logo. So for all the Redskin fans and all the Commander fans, this is where I'm gonna get on the Commanders. For all of the Commander fans out there saying that the name is racist and the name is this, for those who don't know any better, if the head of the Indian nations is the ones who created the logo, and the one who approved the name would be anything other than something that honors people of
Well,
native.
the story on the name would really be that on the logo, not even on the name. The story on the logo is that they went to the natives and basically asked the natives to do the logo for them.
Yep.
And what happened was the natives said that aura does not represent us.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
aura does not represent us, basically. And I can understand that aura represented Redskins, but it didn't represent the Native American nation. You know what I mean? So they said, hey, we will give you this logo here, but you got obligations to this logo. You just can't get this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's how we ended up with the logo that we ended up with. That's why they created it for us, because they wanted something to represent themselves, not something that represents football.
Yep, and the chief that's on it is Chief Two Gun. I'm pretty sure one of y'all, and he was the chief of the Blackfoot Indian tribe. He just wasn't just no regular old Indian chief. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Big Star.
And to have the Indian chief, see, it was big. See, like Leo say, the R wasn't really them, but a redskin is a redskin. If you know what a redskin is, but see, they wanted people to understand who they are, and not just from a letter. They wanted people to understand like this is an Indian chief. That's what a redskin is. It's a warrior who protects their land. Indian warrior. That's what a redskin is. So that was his mark he wanted to leave, and that's why they were so excited. Real Indians, Blackfoot, and outside of the Indians who went against the code for money, real Indians know what a redskin is. Those are the people who fought for their land. Like y'all so proud of American military and all this. I'm proud, saluting and holding your chest and all of that. Be proud of them Indians who fought to keep their land and not have their land took from them. Be proud of them. Because that's what a redskin is, and that's why they ultimately changed the name, because they didn't want us to read history. History is alive and well, man. Because all the tools we have, so that's why they made us change their names. Because they want to erase the history. Look at all the other Indian teams out there who had to change their name. Look at them. They're just trickling on down.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, Big Star. It's something that goes to show, or that goes to say that they trying to get rid of it. You know what I'm saying? I think we get feedback from something. I hear a whistle. I'm getting
That was me. That's probably me to win.
Okay, yeah. So, I think it is something that goes to show, or goes to say of why this name hasn't been, or why they changed the name, or whatever they decided to do with it. I think it is something that goes to show as to the approach that they're taking as far as trying to get rid of it. Whatever they call themselves doing, whatever that may be, it goes to show, or goes to say as to why this is being done. It does go to show and go to say as to why this is being done. Who knows? But again, this is a definite change of tune out of the powers that be, which is Congress, out of Congress, about honoring the teams and the family's logo creator. That's have to tell the real story as to how this logo got created, and it does seem like Congress is trying to change the narrative as to what's really happening with that name, because I believe Congress wants the most out of this team. Unless you have that name, I don't care if you name them. Some people talk of Warpath, to rename the team to Washington Warpath. Some people talking a whole bunch of things, but unless you go back to that Redskin name, I'm not sure that you can get the same pride and the same. Redskin fans simply feel cheap about that name. situation. A lot of them.
Yeah, even if you go, even if they would have went Red Hawks, I don't think they would have got so much slack. Even if they would have went Red Tails, I don't think they would have got so much slack. You know what I'm saying? But the
Red,
fact that you,
I like the red
huh?
tails. It's not a lot of people that like the red tails.
I don't.
So with the red tails, I think they would have had some pushback. The red wolves, I think that they would have been able to slide with, because that was the fan favorite at the time, red wolves. But the red tails, they got a lot of pushback for that, and because basically because
Would you rather be called Commanders or the Red Tails?
I mean, if I had to rather, then yes, I would rather be called Commanders.
That's all I'm saying. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
If
Versus Commanders, like Red Tails is okay. It's a little out there, but it's better than Commanders.
yeah,
no,
I
I agree.
definitely agree.
But
You know,
I
y'all
think that
totally went away from the narrative and the history. Commanders are people who took their land.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I
You
think
know
it's
what I'm saying?
yeah. I think it's that the Commanders might be not might be to me. For me, it's much more offensive than Redskins. That's just me. Everybody's different, but for me, it's much more. Commanders, it reeks it reeks of the Reconstruction era for me. It reeks of the slavery in America for me. It reeks of slavery in America. You know, so I'm not a proponent of it. That's why I don't say Redskins. But again, every fan right now we have I don't even call it a split. Most of the fans like are much more Redskin than Commanders. Most of the fan, most of the fan.
yeah, I just think the commander's name kind of sucks, so nobody's really rocking with it. Just
Yeah,
being real, like
yeah,
nobody really likes it, and that's a problem when your fan base don't like your name.
yes. You have a huge PR problem.
Yeah, if you're changing your name and the fans don't like it, that's a problem.
Yeah, yeah. You have a huge PR problem in that situation. You have a
Yeah,
huge
like
PR.
I.e. the Wizards. What have they done since they changed their name? Legitimately, since Gilbert Arenas and the guys.
I
You got a
mean,
point. You got a point. You got a point. You got a point. So we're
They
gonna
still
switch.
trying to figure out who they are.
Oh yeah, you I mean you got a massive point. You got a massive point with that one. Because the Wizards have been largely a disaster. With disaster strikes. With disaster strikes. That's what the Wizards have been. Um that's what the Wizards have been since that name change. You know.
we got the number 2 pick though.
Oh, the Wizards, yes.
We
They've been
get a lot of them, but what do we do with them? We're gonna do the same thing the Misses did, mess it up.
That's true.
The business
That's
could
true.
have picked Angel Reese. And what they do?
Hey, yeah,
Listen,
they jack rat.
look what have we done with the number 2 pick previously, and look what we did this year. So far, a lot of us like Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, yeah.
So I
Oh
mean,
yeah, we had the number 2 pick here. I thought you were talking about the Wizards.
yeah, the Wizards. That's what I'm saying. So I think that might, you
Well,
never
what are
know.
they gonna do? Go get somebody we can't pronounce. Somebody
But
we
see,
don't
the
know.
thing
We
is,
gotta go look him up.
if you could remember the RG3 time, right? When it was RG3, it was Alex Ovechkin, it was Bryce Harper, and it was Bradley Beal and John Wall. We had a good setup at that time as far as Washington sports, and I think we can move back into that space if we could do the right thing with this number 2 pick with the Wizards, and if the Redskins could be successful.
I agree. So let's switch gears here. Rookie numbers. The rookie numbers are out. Rookie numbers are out. You see them up here on the board. And for those, I guess I'll read them out so that everybody can see what they can see. If you can't see them, let me get them pulled up because the rookie numbers are out. So let me get the names pulled up so I can get everybody. Down pat. Rookie numbers. Jaden Daniels is number 5. He was the first round pick. Second round pick, Jerzon Newsom will be number 95.
I
Mike,
like that. I like that for Jerzon Newton because you know the other two people that's wore that number of recent, right?
Two Hill, my man. Two Hill
Well,
was one of them. Not Carter.
no offense to Hill or none of them. Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen.
oh, they both wore 95.
They both wore 95.
Okay. Following in good footsteps. I'm with it.
True Hill is the most recent though, like Big Son was saying. But I was talking about, you know, the stars of recent. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. I'm definitely with that. Definitely. Mike Sandstrill, right now, he's number 2. His number, it may change because him and De'Ami Brown ain't trying to give it up. They fighting.
Well, I don't see why they worrying about it anyway. They play two different sides of the ball. What does it matter?
Right. But Sandstrill don't want to give up the 2. De'Ami Brown don't want to give up the 2.
If I'm Sandstrill, I'm rocking the 7. Give me the 7, Mo.
Okay. I like.
I'm gonna start a new wave. Y'all gonna remember this 7 every time you see me.
I like the 7. I can't lie. I like the 7.
He can't win the 7, can he?
Yeah. Yes, he can.
Yeah.
I thought that was Joe
They don't have it
Theismann.
like that no more. With number, you can wear any number you want.
You say you thought that was who?
It ain't reserved to positions no more like it used to be.
No,
They
I'm
open.
saying I thought that was Joe Theismann's number, 7.
Oh, it might be retired. You're right. It might
Yeah. If it ain't retired, because they bought it out of retirement for what's the name?
be. Yeah, it is
Haskins.
retired for Haskins.
Yeah.
He gave it to Haskins. He let Haskins.
Yeah, so I don't think he could do the 7. I don't think he could do the 9 either because of Sonny Jurgensen.
Yeah, Sonny got 9.
Yeah, so when you say you ain't got 2, and now Tress Way need a new number as well. So I don't know if Tress Way is going to take one of those low numbers, and then
Tress. I was thinking he might be like a 6. If I was him, I'd take the 4. Give me 4.
Give me 0. If I'm Sandstrill, give me 0.
We already got a 0. Damn, I forgot who's gonna wear 0. Somebody gonna wear 0 for us this year.
I think Dark.
What's the name?
I think Dark Force.
No, Marcus.
Oh yeah, Marcus Mariota. He
Okay.
Oregon Duck joint.
Yeah.
He been wearing that 0.
Yeah. All right. So you got Mike Sandstrill with number 2. Ben Sinnott will be wearing 82.
82.
I like
82.
that. I like that.
82.
That's Jason Witten number, ain't it?
Michael Westbrook.
Yeah, Michael Westbrook. I know, right? Back in the day,
Westbrook. What a nigga.
I know, right? Westbrook is number 2. Brandon Coleman will be 74. Luke.
Oh, I like that.
Hey, hold up, bruh. Brandon Coleman looks massive, bruh. I didn't, bro. Like no homo. I'm going back. I'm not even gonna say no homo. I'm gonna just say no funny shit, right? Brandon Coleman looks like a real left tackle right now. Like
bro, that's what I was trying to tell y'all, bro.
Looks like a monster, bro. Like as far as size wise or whatever, no weird shit, you know.
Right.
He looks like a monster, man. He looks like a monster.
So that's big. That's big coming out. Coming out from, you know what I'm saying? That's big.
Yeah. And from what I can see, he can move. So I'm gonna like seeing that 74, man.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, he got a good pull. He got a good pull on the outside runs when they pull guard. I seen him do that a lot. You know what I'm saying? He's pretty nasty on the outside.
Okay. And and for the fans, we're gonna get to the rookie camp. We're gonna get to the rookie mini camp. So we'll have more for y'all, you know what I'm saying, as to what was seen and what was not seen. Luke McCaffrey will be number 12. He'll be number 12.
Yeah.
I like that.
That was his number anyway, right?
Yeah, I believe that was his number in college. I think he had 2 numbers. I think he had 10-2. or he wore 10 as well, or 14, one of those.
Mhm.
But I believe 12 was the number that his last number in college. I do believe 12 was his last number.
Oh, okay.
Jordan McGee will be number 58. That was his number in school. I like
Jordan who? That's the linebacker?
the linebacker. That's the linebacker. Yeah. That's Wilbur Marshall's old number. So he got big shoes to fill with that 58.
Well, Luke McCaffrey was number 10 his last year.
Number 10. So yeah. So number 10. Okay. So I knew he had another, you know what I'm saying? I knew he wore another number. But 12 is good. I like 12. I like 12 for him.
Mhm.
I like 12 for him. And of course, McGee is 58. Dominic Hampton will be number 45. And
That's that safety. I like that number.
yeah, I like that. That's Wilburn. Old Barry Wilburn's number, 45. You know what I'm saying? So I like that number. I like that number for Dominic Hampton. You know, you gotta earn it. You gotta earn, fellas. You can make these to me, and this for all the Redskins rookies out there listening. Make your number into what Jordan made 23 into. That's all I'm gonna say.
Mhm.
Make your number into what Jordan made that 23 into. That should be all of you guys' goals. You guys are professional athletes, and so you should be striving for the best and the most competitive. Make your number into what Jordan, and 45 is Jordan's number too. For all the people who might be
Yeah, baseball.
yeah,
Allen hit.
came back. That's the comeback number. That's the
Yeah.
comeback number. The 45 is the comeback number. So, you know, hey, make it worth your while. Make it worth your while.
45 ain't win those finals though, man.
No. But it was the comeback number. It was significant. It was very
It was. Jordan wore 12 as well.
And he wore 12. Absolutely. Yeah. So we got two Jordan numbers up in there. He did wear 12.
Yeah.
He did. So
who was number 10 because Curtis Samuel was number 10 last year.
Right. I wonder who took 10. That's a good question. Maybe he didn't want 10.
Maybe. I don't know.
Nah, somebody took that 10. I can't tell y'all who it is right now, but somebody took the 10.
Let's see.
Trying to remember.
Let's see if we can find out. Right now, I don't see any. I don't see it. I don't see nobody who got number 10.
Maybe he wasn't trying to mess with that RG3 number.
That it could have been that too, because that's who comes up when you put in number 10 for you know what I'm saying? That's the number 10 we all remember. You know, we all
Yeah. And what was that wide receiver we had that wore number 10? Oh, he ain't memorable, so
Talking about Gary Golston.
nah, not Ghostin. This is before Ghostin.
D-Jock wore number 10 as well.
He wore 11. He wore 11.
I thought he changed to 10 when RG3 left.
No, he might have.
Let me ask y'all though, while we on numbers, before we get off this number kick, while we on numbers, how do y'all feel about this? Because the Tress Way giving up the 5, all of that has been big news around these parts for the last couple. How do y'all feel about that? Let's get your thoughts on that.
To me, that's
all the way.
You said what?
I said, could you repeat it for me? Because I didn't hear it all the way.
Okay, I said, so it's been big news around with Redskins with the exchange of Tress Way, who is a perennial Pro Bowler, not having to, but he chose to, whether he had to, chose to, whatever. He's giving up the number 5 so that Jayden Daniels can have it. How do you guys feel about a perennial Pro Bowler essentially not being forced? We're not going to say he was forced because it's no indication that he was forced to do so. But for whatever reason, he gave up his number 5. Would you guys have done that if you were Tress Way? And how do you feel about Tress Way giving that number up?
Well, I think that he was paid for it. And I think that with the organization moving in a new direction, I feel like Tress Way is a team guy, is a team player guy. So I am not too upset with the situation because I feel like this is Tress Way. It was his decision essentially, but I think that he is on board with Jaden Daniels. I think that those guys are, and that he has Jaden Daniels has obligations with that number now. Because Tress Way is like, look, bro, like I'm not giving this up to know anything. I'm a Pro Bowler. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Right.
I think he has to pay for it. I don't know if they disclosed how much he will pay for it, but I think he will pay for it. And I think Tress Way was willing to give it up as well.
Would you have given it up? Your number?
If I was the punter, yes. If I was a cornerback or something like that, no. He would, yes, I would have, but he would have had to pay. He would have had to pay handsomely for that. You about to get that big contract. You know what? You got to pay handsomely for that one. You want my number, bro? Like, you want my number? Like, no, bro. Because essentially, I'm going to say it's Jaden Daniels' number now. But essentially, it is Tress Way's number. So you want my number. You want me to come up off my number?
Right.
Yeah, bro. You're going to have to pay for that.
Right.
Strictly business, though. Strictly, not on no shade, not on no, aggressiveness or nothing like that. Just on some strictly business thing. Like, I done got to the Pro Bowl with this number. All of the Redskin Nation can recognize me from this number.
It is going to be strange seeing Tress Way in another number, though. I mean,
absolutely.
It is definitely going to be really strange seeing Tress Way in another number.
I mean, me personally, I never really put too much in the number. If it was me, I would have given my number up. Regardless of my position on the field, I want this guy to feel, rookie to feel welcome, knowing that I came in the league and I was a rookie once, and I know how awkward it was for me. And it might be even 10 times more awkward for Jaden Daniels being a rookie because the pressure is on his back more, and to relieve a lot of that pressure that's on his back at the moment, I would have just given my jersey. And in fact, that's exactly what Tress Way did. I didn't read anything. I watched the special on the whole breakdown of the jersey and all that. Tress Way gave it to him because of what I said. And I mean, I didn't say it because that's what Tress Way did. I said it because that's what I would have done. Would have wanted him to feel welcome. Hearing Tress Way say that, that's exactly what I would have done anyway.
Would you have made him pay?
No. I'm gonna tell you why. Tress Way is Tress Way. 5 or no 5, still Tress Way. Your jersey still say Tress Way. You know what I'm saying? So Tress Way 5, Tress Way 6, I'm still Tress Way.
Man,
when they read my numbers off, they're gonna say Tress Way. They ain't gonna say, oh, my number 5 made it. When they read my numbers off, they're gonna say Tress Way. I ain't that dedicated to the number. My legacy is my legacy behind my name, not a number.
I can respect that. But me personally, sorry, buddy, you make way more money than me. I have got and grinded my way to this point, and you still make money than me, and you ain't played not one NFL game.
Ooh.
Jaden Daniels, he do make more than Tress Way.
He makes more than Tress Way.
He does.
And so what I'm saying is that you want me to come up off my number, and I'm going to do it gladly. I'm not going to hate on you. I'm not going to be like no weird nothing. But Slim, your game checks is stupid compared to mine. And guess what? I've been here. I earned that number. You know what I'm saying? And Jaden Daniels did not earn the number. You know what I mean? He was given the number. So, like, for me to give it to you, it's going to come with a price.
Well, I honestly think he did earn a number. He earned his number throughout his career. He may not have been in the NFL, but he earned his number through his career.
He earned it on the team.
And that's the angle I would have went at. I would have told him, I'm not giving you nothing right now. You want it, you give me a rookie of the year, you can have it.
Nah.
That's me. Nah. Everybody different. I would have went at that angle. You'd have to earn it.
Nah, I would have gave it to him without winning anything because it's the thing. I want him to go out there and have an incentive to win it, but I want him to have his number while he's doing it. Because at the end of the day, right, if he does become an all-pro, if he becomes an all this or all that, right, they're going to still remember I gave my number up for this guy. And he will always remember that as well. So he'll always be thankful that he was able to continue his brand because of my contribution. So I don't want to have to make him earn as far as actually on the field. No, because that's why I said I would take a payment for it. And I wouldn't even take a big lump sum. I wouldn't be like, hey, give me $1 million right now. As a matter of fact, the Cam Newton, going back to Cam Newton. So Cam Newton wanted the number 2, actually, not the number 1. He wanted the number 2, but Jimmy Clausen was wearing number 2 at that time. Jimmy Clausen told Cam, give me $750,000 for the number. And Cam said, no, I'm not doing it. You can have the number. I'm going to wear number 1. And that's how Cam Newton became number 1 in the NFL.
Well, it's a whole different scenario, you know what I'm saying, with Cam Newton and Jimmy Clausen, because that's 2 quarterbacks talking, right?
Right, that's true.
That's 2 quarterbacks talking. So it's a whole different weight class. It holds different weight. You know what I'm saying?
Not really.
So with Tressway not only being a Pro Bowler, who goes a lot, but maybe one of the first punters to ever go to the Hall of Fame, and he would get my vote definitely. It's just different. Like, and even if I wasn't a punter, you know what I'm saying? If I'm a quarterback, you want to wear my number, then I'm at his throat, like, bro, you about to take my position, so you want to take my number too. You got to earn that. You know what I'm saying? It's different. That's a different weight. You know what I'm saying? QB to QB. And if I was going to charge him, I wouldn't have charged him no $750,000. My guy.
Jimmy Clausen knew good and goddamn well that he wasn't going to start when Cam Newton got there.
That's what I know. But still.
So why do I even care about a number on a team that I'm not even probably going to be on in the next 3, 4, 5 years? So
because
I wouldn't try to smack. I don't know if I'd have tried to. Maybe he thought Cam Newton had it like that, so he was going to try to smack him for the $750,000. But
Cam did have it like that at that point. Cam had it.
He did. Cam said it. Cam said that was my first jump. I had to give it to him, but I wasn't about to do that.
Yeah, maybe that was the angle. Look, you got it like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and get my piece of the power. I can get it. You know what I mean? But at the same time, for me, if I'm Jimmy Clausen, and that was Jimmy Clausen's number, that had been his number in college as well, I believe. But it's just in my opinion, like if I'm willing to sell it, then obviously it doesn't have that much of an attachment to me because I'm willing to sell it. You get what I'm saying? So if I'm willing to sell it, I don't need $750,000. What I need, give me about $500,000. Give me $500,000 because this is your brand and I'm contributing. Give me about $5, but you can give me $100,000. You give me $250 in the beginning of the year, and then give me $250 on the back end. I'm not even tripping about getting the whole $5 right off the jump off. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just how I look at it. This business still. And the NFL is a business.
Yeah.
It's a business, but I also feel like if these your brothers, you know what I'm saying, you don't even come at your brothers like that. That's coming at somebody's side with y'all teammates. You know, yes it is. I don't care. See, that's what we got to get away from. We don't know each other. If we coming in the same building and working toward the same goal, same motive, well, let's get to know each other. And let's not try to step on each other neck as soon as we meet up with each other. You see what I'm saying? That's how I am. That's just me personally. I'm not coming in looking to cut your throat out as soon as I come in the building. Like, oh, look. I'm like, nah. I want you to feel welcome. We all trying to win this thing together. So we all trying to win this thing together. Why not work together? You know what I'm saying?
I am working with you. I'm giving my number.
Not in no $750,000. No, you're not working with me. You're working with yourself.
$250.
You're working with yourself.
$250
for a number.
for you. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. $250 for us is not 250 for an NFL player, especially
I
a
don't
number
care
one.
what. See that's another thing. People say because you making money, so you making that amount of money means somebody's supposed to charge you that amount. No,
For
no,
a
that's
number,
called extortion. That's called
that's not
extortion,
extortion.
bro. Yes, it is, bro.
I
That's
am.
extortion in the highest form.
It's not.
Because
Listen,
I know you had this amount of money. I'm
Strong
going to
with that.
charge you almost $1 million for a number, bro. That's
I give
extortion.
that's a $500,000. That's a $500,000,
Just
not
because.
almost.
But see, this is my thing. If I came in the league and I was making $5 million, you're not going to charge me no 750 million. You're not. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to
Yeah,
try to
yeah.
do
I
that to
think
me.
750 was a bit excessive. I think 750 was a bit excessive. Don't get me wrong. But I personally look at it like this. Cam, with this number, you are going to make your logo. You're going to make, you're going to make money off of this number. The jersey sales off of this number. And this was my number and I got to give it up to you. So guess what? Honestly, like, yeah, compensate me for that. What's my compensation for sacrificing?
That is
And
steep.
that's
a
and
little
that's why, in my opinion, when I said I don't know him, guess what? Cam Newton at that time, you're a rookie. I don't know you. And Jaden Daniels right now, Tress Way, I don't know you. We only know each other. We've only met each other once or twice in our lives. You don't give precedence to somebody you only met once or twice.
That's still steep, though. That's still steep. I ain't gonna lie. That's a
Yeah,
little.
and
500?
it's still your teammate, regardless of what you're saying. It's still your teammate.
Man, until that nigga get on the field for the first week, he ain't shit to me.
Dog.
To me, that's how I look at it.
That's a
Prove
little.
it. Prove you are that guy. So, like Roe, he was like, nigga, go win the Rookie of the Year. What if he don't win Rookie of the Year? You know what I'm saying?
If you got close, I might still give you the joint. Like, nah, you might ain't get it. You should have got it, though. So I'm going to go ahead and give you the joint.
What if you have a bad year?
Oh, yeah. Then I ain't giving you nothing.
No, what does the team have a bad year? Not him.
Nothing.
You said what?
I said, because the team could have a bad year, not him.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. My opinion is that, guess what? I'm not even going to take this into the year. We're going to settle this right now. You get what I'm saying? You're going to give me, and this is the thing. I might not even hit you for the last 250 if you do get Rookie of the Year. You know what, bro? Keep that shit. Keep it. You know what I mean? But you gotta put some skin in the game. That's how I look at it. You gotta put some skin in the game. And you already gonna get preferential treatment being a quarterback. So guess what? I need you to earn your keep.
But you still hitting pockets, though. You still hitting
Yeah.
pockets.
So
Yeah, in part. That's extortion, bro.
it's not, bro.
That's
It's
how
done
it's
all
formed.
over.
So
It's done all over the NFL. It's not extortion, bro.
And I mean, it's extortion all over the NFL. How is it extortion in the street and not extortion in the NFL?
It's not extortion because you're paying for something. You're actually getting something back. You're paying for it.
But
Yeah,
the price, though, bro,
you
the
ain't
price,
you ain't
that's
body,
extortion.
you ain't body hit him up like you gonna give me your checks. You give me your check every check. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm gonna let the goons come in here. And nah, you ain't doing that. You ain't
Exactly.
for protection. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have to do all of that. All you ask for is a paycheck, and you ain't got to grab nobody up to extort them off money.
You know,
Like, look here, Holmes. That's what I want. That's like you got a homie right down the street, got the pack. He said, "Yeah, I got that for 150." You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, the dude get it from him. He tell you go see dude do something. Man, I got that for 250. That ain't extortion.
Nah, that's a strong word though, bro. That's a strong word.
Bro, listen. No, what it is like. No, bro, what it is like when Kanye dropped all them expensive ass shoes and said they 800. You could buy them or you don't have to, and that's what it is. You don't have to buy it. You could do what Cam Newton did and change your number, or you can come up off a little bit of dollars. It ain't gonna hurt you in the long run. You have a long career. You get past your first rookie contract.
It might hurt
I
you.
don't care how long my career is. $750 gonna hurt me. $750,000 gonna hurt me. I don't care how long my career is.
That's steep. That's steep.
No, 750 is steep. I was saying
That's
I
it.
was saying a half a mil, and I'm saying 250 up front. So all I'm really asking for is really 250, and to me, 250 for somebody making 10 million a year for your brand. It's not like you doing this. It's not like you just want that number because you want the number. No, you want that number to build on your brand. You get what I mean? So this is a
Right.
business investment.
Your brand is you though. That's why I don't see why people so stuck on the number. Your brand is you.
Ocho
It's
Cinco,
not your
bruh. It's
number.
part of your brand, bruh. It's part of your brand, bruh. The number is
But
part
that's
of
his name now. What was his name before that? It was Chad Johnson. And people knew who Chad
bruh.
was. He decided to change his name to Ocho.
Because it's a part of the brand, bruh. Barry Sanders, that 20 in Detroit, iconic. That Dan Marino
Bro,
16,
Barry Sanders is
iconic.
more iconic than his number.
Listen,
Barry
Tom
Sanders is more
Brady
iconic than
and
his
Tom
number.
Brady
So,
12, iconic.
It's iconic a little bit.
ooh,
Iconic.
Tom Brady, 12?
Yes.
Iconic?
Yes.
That's iconic.
Man,
Yes. Jerry Rice, the 80. You know how many receivers became 80 because of Jerry Rice?
Yeah.
Iconic. That's what I'm saying. Your number is attached to your brand. And if I am going to help you make money with your brand, guess what? You need to
this what I'm
invest.
saying. This what I'm saying. Just like Jordan changed his number. He was still on that number,
Man,
right?
Jordan,
Because it was Jordan. It's you. It's not your number. You
ain't
can be
nobody
88.
talking about.
You can be number
I'm not.
88. And they'll be like, oh man, Jordan rock number 88. Remember that? It's
Listen, bro.
Jordan. It's
Listen.
you, bro. It's not your number.
When Jordan changed to 45, once he ripped that 23 back out, everybody went crazy. Everybody. It's a part
That's
of his
true.
But
brand.
That's
but
true.
people was on the 45. People still know the 45 to this day, bro.
They know the
They ain't
45.
forgot about the 45.
They know the
They ain't forgot about
45.
it because of
They know the
Jordan. Why?
45. But what is Jordan's number? 23. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
It's 20. I'm being real, bro. I'm not saying that you're wrong in that. But what I'm saying is they never forgot the 45 either.
They didn't forget it, but they always look at it
Because
like
why didn't they forget it? It's because it's Jordan. Because it's
it's
your name.
it's
You're
a
the brand.
secondary number though, bruh. It's not a first number when you think of Jordan. It's a secondary number.
I never said none of that. All I said is you're the brand, not necessarily your number. They still
No.
remember the 45. They still remember the 12.
What is
The
Jordan's
23 is the
brand
most
without that?
popular, but they. What do you mean? Without
What
the
is
number
Jordan's brand?
23?
What is Jordan's brand without the Jumpman?
It's
Yeah.
not a number though, bro.
No,
It's the logo.
what
That's
it,
different though. Big Son right
It's
in
a
his
logo. It's not a number.
but what I'm saying is that it's attached to the 23. When you see that
That's
Jumpman in front of that
but when you see
23,
the jump man, who you think of?
hold on. When you see that Jumpman in front of that 23, you know what it is. You ain't even got to
Bro,
put a name
if you see the jump man,
to it.
period.
You ain't
If
got
you
to
see
see a
the
name,
jump man, period.
but
Who do
you don't
you
have to
think
put
of?
a name to it, bro. Is what I'm saying.
No, the name automatically pop in your head when you see the jump man. Jordan. It automatically pop. It don't go to nobody else. It don't go to West, the Jerry West dude on the NBA
Yeah, bro.
little man. It don't go to none of the people. It automatically go to Jordan because it's your name, bro. It's your name.
I don't know, bro. I
it's
think that when it
misunderstood.
comes to the branding stuff, when it comes to brands, when it comes to that type of stuff, you gotta understand that all of those, the number, like Daniels, right? Daniels, yes, his name is Jaden Daniels, but Daniels is gonna be the name that they call him. You know what I mean? JD5. Without the 5, you just got JD. He can't be
That's true.
JD5 without the
That's true.
number 5.
That's true.
You can be JD9. You can be JD6.
He ain't
Who
Jay.
gives a? Yeah,
But
me.
his brand is already started with JD5. That's what the majority of Redskins fans calling him right now, JD5.
And it goes right back to my point. Why not give the man a number? This is my thing, Trustway. Do we got a brand with Trustway 5 or something like? No, we don't. You know what I'm saying? You
No.
get that number up.
But what I'm saying is that
Jimmy Clausen, Jimmy Slauson, whatever your name was. What was your brand behind that too? Get that number up, boy. You knew you wasn't gonna start anyway. Give it up.
Fuck it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna charge nobody that come to play somewhere that I'm in the building. I'm not gonna charge nobody just coming in on their rookie
If
ticket
you
out
in
here.
my
If they
position,
making $10 million more than me, I don't care what you humbly as a man. I can't respect myself trying to store another man out his bag because he get more money than me. No, I just can't do that. That's just me.
I
if
don't feel
you
like, to
coming in
me,
in
I
my
feel like I'm selling an item. I don't feel like I'm extorting nobody. You could buy it or you don't
he
have
keep
to.
saying extortion. He keep
Bro, I'm just saying. That's just me. That's what it seemed like to me. I feel what y'all saying. I'm not going against y'all comment. For me, that's how I feel.
Yeah, I can respect that.
That's
At
how
the end of the
I
day,
feel.
my opinion on it, for me, I just look at it like I'm not extorting you. I'm giving you a price for something. Whether you choose to pay
Yeah.
that price, or not, that's on you. And I
Hey, I
think
do it
that,
all the time in plumbing. I do it all the time. Tell people all the time, man, I sneak a drain for $350 and you don't want to pay $350, go find another plumber. I ain't doing it. You know what I'm saying? Straight up like that. So I feel you. I
yeah,
feel y'all 100,000,000% in your regard, but I'm just saying me could do in that position.
exactly.
I definitely feel that. So we gonna switch gears.
Cause yeah.
Oh yeah. We gonna. You got one more thing?
No, I'm just saying both of the guys that I mean, not saying that Trustway is irrelevant, but I'm just saying the relevancy of it all is like Trustway and Clausen, like y'all wouldn't have made the number bigger than the guy that's in front of you. I'm just saying.
I mean, he's a Pro Bowler. He's a perennial Pro Bowler. Let's
He
be clear
earned
about
it,
Because
that.
our team is garbage.
He's one of the best punters in Redskin history. To be
bruh.
honest.
He ought to
He earned his
be.
number, bruh.
He punt about what 50 times a season. He ought to be.
Bruh, but that ain't on him, bruh. He's doing his job well.
I'm not saying that, Leo. I'm not saying that. Don't get mad at the messenger. Don't get a message. All I'm saying is he ought to be good. If you punting 50 times a season, you better be damn good.
But
Shit, you ain't got
all
nothing else to do but be good.
but what I'm saying is that he's regardless of how good or bad the team is, when you got a player doing their job, their individual job, you gotta give some respect to that. Like, it's a lot of good players on bad teams that do their job well. They
Right.
don't get a chance to win. They don't get a chance for nothing else. So when they get recognized for being the best at their position, even though they're on a bad team, you gotta give some respect to that.
Yeah.
I give credit to him, but all I'm saying is your five tax like his five?
Uh, the five
No.
mean more to the quarterback, I think. I will say
Did
that.
you win a Heisman Trophy in college, Trustway?
So what? That's college. I did it in the
Right.
NFL. I
But
don't.
they're on two different spectrums. You did it
Listen,
as a
listen what I'm
punter.
saying. In my opinion,
It takes
I
much.
don't
It takes
agree.
much more to do it as a quarterback.
I don't agree that rookies should have precedent over anybody. I don't care what you did in college. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it don't matter.
I do.
That's my
I do. I think some players are way ahead of some other players, even if they came in as a rookie,
So
like Patrick Mahomes.
Heath Schuler was drafted number 2 overall after an amazing season in Tennessee. Would you put Heath Schuler in that category?
What?
As being they should have treated him like he was great before he even done anything.
You say Heath Schuler?
Yes, Heath Schuler. Heath Schuler, the one we drafted number 2 overall, coming from Tennessee, great college quarterback. Horrible NFL quarterback though. Not horrible. He did beat the Super Bowl champions. You know what I'm saying? We did sweep them that year, but he wasn't good.
He wasn't that bad either, though.
Oh, he was pretty bad.
Nah, he was bad, bro. He was bad. He was bad.
Pretty bad.
Nah, he
Wasn't that the guy who was battling it out with Doug Williams?
With Gus Farrat. And Heath Schuler.
Okay, I'm getting them mixed up.
Yeah, Gus Farrat and Heath
Ooh,
Schuler.
Jay Schrader.
Yeah,
That's
Gus
what I'm
Farrat
thinking
was
about. Schrader. I'm thinking about Schrader.
Gus Farrat
Heath Schuler was garbage.
Yeah, Gus Farrat was just shell shot.
Heath Schuler played 11 games in 1994. The 1994 season, he played 11 games. He was 120 for 165. That's a 45% rating. A 45. He was passing the ball for 45% at 1,600 yards. An average of 6 yards. Average of 6 yards per pass. His average per game was 150 passing yards per game. He had 10 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. His passing rating was 59.6.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that he was garbage. He was garbage juice. He was garbage juice.
Yeah. He played 3 seasons in Washington. We gave him 2 seasons. He gave him basically the same amount of time as RG3. 3 seasons in Washington, and then he was traded. He went to New Orleans where he played 10 games. It had basically the same stats. His passing rating went from 45. Eventually, it got as high as 52, and it still was pretty bad. 128 yards a game in New Orleans. 14 interceptions this time in 10 games, and he had 2 touchdowns and 14 interceptions with the New Orleans Saints in 10 games.
Yeah, garbage juice. He was garbage juice.
Yeah, garbage train.
Yeah, he was pretty bad.
I was thinking about Schrader.
Right. Schrader was good in the regular season. He's Kirk Cousins. Light it up in the regular season. Playoff time comes. He doesn't care because he already know they got to bring me back because I made the playoffs. So, and he's all right. Let's the rookie minicamp. There's been a lot of noise being made in the rookie minicamp. Jaden Daniels, has made some real noise here. A lot of people says, and I'm gonna tell you what a lot of people have said about him, in which I've read these and I've run across. That okay, so he did the huddle. He did the huddle where all the players huddled up. It's some type of a drill. But the players shot out of that huddle with a lot of excitement. They shot out of that huddle like they ready to go, like they was ready to roll. And he's the one that did the prep talk, whatever you do in the huddle. He's the one that did it. They said that for other players are extreme. They said that other players get behind this guy. They said he looked really well, though. Looked really well in his own and doing his own thing. But the most impressive thing they said they saw was the leadership of other players out of Jaden Daniels in this minicamp. So I'll let Point and Big Son go through what you guys saw in the minicamp. And we'll just go from there. I guess it's something in the background. But yeah, so y'all just go from there and tell the fans what you got for the minicamp. What y'all got on the minicamp? Let's send it around the room.
Go ahead. I basically saw what I saw in the minicamp. I seen McCaffrey running routes with understanding and dexterity and good levels and good breaks. I also seen Jaden Daniels get the ball. Jaden Daniels, they had him and Sam Hartman, because y'all know we got Sam Hartman too. They had him and Sam Hartman throwing passes or whatever. And when they would drop back in a release, man, Jaden Daniels has a lightning quick release. And I like that because he's going to be able to get that ball out of his hands quick if the play breaks down, or if he's getting, rushed out of the pocket, got to throw on the run, that quick release comes in handy, to get that defender out your face. So I like that. Also, they say that Sandstrill is looking real good in practice. They say Sandstrill is probably going to be Sammerstill, not Sandstrill, Sammerstill. It's probably going to be one of the top gunners on special teams. So what that tells me that he's going to make the team and he's going to actually playing time at some point. Maybe when Quan or Mike Davis get tired, they'll get a chance to come in the game and fill in for them guys. But they also say that they are liking what they're seeing out of Benson. Not they say they like his big frame. They say they really like his ability to block. That kind of gives him the broadcast title, be able to block and come out of the backfield and catch the ball, out of the backfield. So that's what I want to say. That's a big plus in my eyes because we've been looking for a tight end. We've been talking about it the last couple of years around here. Yes, we like Thomas, but did I love him? No. I love Benson Knight, the pick coming out of Kansas State. And just being a dog, ready to go. Like he's real nasty. He's a mauler. Come out at the fullback position. And to go from the fullback blocking, you can go to the tight end and be an actual good blocker. Not only an actual good blocker, you can go downfield and catch the ball and actually stay on your feet. And you're hard to take down. Like, dude is massive. I believe Benson Knight is like 6'4", 6'5", every bit of 300 and think about 32 or no, 324, something like that. He's massive. Real big dude, but to be that big and move that quick, I think to me, Benson Knight and Ro know this. Benson Knight was already top dog on my list anyway. Was he over Brock Bowers at the time when I started looking at him? No, but the more and more I got to look at him, I don't care what the rating out there says Brock Bowers is better than him. He was the second. To me, he's the best tight end that came out of the draft this year. They really liked him. They really have high praise on. I don't know if you guys been watching, but the guy James Saint something. He's out of Florida State, wide receiver, 6'1", did an amazing one hand catch, like acrobatical, like twisted his body, turned around, caught it, came down with it, like with ease. Like this is what he does. So they were pretty high on him. They were talking about guys like KJ and Andre Jones out there moving around. They were also talking about what's our guy Newton. When he comes back and how things are going to be good once he gets fully healthy. So for me right now it's an A+ on the things that I see and on the things that I hear. Yeah.
Yeah, so I agree with Big Son on quite a few things. Um, One being that I see a lot of good potential in these rookies. I think that they've been pretty impressive, to say the least. You know what I'm saying? Very, very impressive to say the least. So, just first thing going into it, I think that Sanders Seal is he's showing that he was a good pick, and I looked at his press conference, and I like what I seen out of his press conference. I think that Jaden Daniels, man, showing that he can make all the throws, he can do everything that he's supposed to do. So this is very refreshing to see the rookie mini camp, to see a lot of the guys. Uh, to see a lot of the guys do what they've been able to do. Yeah. So really impressed with that. Yeah. Really, really impressed with that. And so I'm just looking at it as this is going to be a very, very, very impressive team going into the future. I don't want to speak too much about the camp, but I will say Benson Knott stood out, and to me, Luke McCaffrey shot out on the tape, in my opinion.
I totally agree. Based on what the reading was, is that Luke McCaffrey and Jaden Daniels are already developing quite the chemistry between them two. I don't know if you guys saw that, if that shot out on the tape. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I seen that on the thing, but I just wanted to leave some meat on the bone for somebody else to talk about.
No.
Talking about quite a bit.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that y'all was getting a reading, because something I just.
Oh yeah, I definitely seen it though. Watching it, they do have a chemistry.
They said
Definitely do.
they developed quite a bit of chemistry between them two, within the mini camp, and so that would be great. That would be great if they can somehow develop a little something between them two, and then you can get McCaffrey into the fold. I'm sorry, then you can get McLaurin into the fold, and you can get Doxson into the fold. But if they are developing a chemistry early, I think that bodes really well for Washington and its receiving core. Because again, y'all saw me doing the draft, and if you haven't watched the draft, make sure y'all go back and watch the draft. We did the whole full draft, and I'll make sure that we really dive into our picks and what we had on our picks. But I was very concerned about the receiving core going into the draft. I was very concerned even after the pick because I thought we would do more at the receiver position. We didn't, but even with us not doing every single thing at the receiver position, I am glad to hear that there is chemistry between McCaffrey and Daniels. And I would definitely like to see one thing about Jaden Daniels, which is the reports that people that I got at least on Daniels, is that he took Neighbors and Thomas, and they would work out early in the mornings, I believe a 5 o'clock workout just amongst themselves, and they would go through things, and it made those guys better. So I am excited to see if he has that sort of thing going with the receivers. Develop that sort of Terry and with Doxson, I know it would make them guys better. So if that is what's going on, if that's how that boy is getting down, meaning Daniels, if that's how he's getting down, then I applaud it.
That's how he does get down. That's how he prepares.
Yeah,
that's good to hear about him.
Yeah, because
not only is he developing chemistry with Carey, he's also developing chemistry with that other guy out of Florida State, the undrafted rookie.
Yeah, they said that he had an amazing one-hander doing the
that's what I was talking about. Yeah, acrobatical joint.
Yeah,
and also Dan Quinn is also high on him. So that really just spells it's not looking good for Diami and Dax Milne around.
Well, I'm not gonna say that. I'm really confident in Diami Brown. I have been from day one. I do think that Jaden Daniels will see what Diami Brown could do talent-wise, and if he seems like the guy that makes people around him better. So I do believe that he may have that effect on Diami Brown. Because Diami Brown, I feel like, got all the tools. He got all the talent in the world. Like, it's hard to catch them 50-50s, and he does that really, really well, especially down the field. So I think that if you do get a Jaden Daniels here, Jaden Daniels like to throw that long pass. So, if that's what he wants to do, Diami Brown is the best person for it, other than Terry McLaurin. So I think that two eventually will develop. I see them two developing a really good chemistry. If you ask me, I just see him and Diami Brown developing a real good chemistry. I do see that happening. I do see that. Foresee that. I think Diami Brown could have a breakout year this year if he gets the opportunities. That's if he makes the team and everything, and he gets the opportunities. Then I see him having a breakout year out of the receivers. I think he can have a breakout year.
Out of him, out of McCaffrey, him, and let's see who the follow guy. Because if you're looking at it, it looks like McLaurin, Doxson definitely locking in, shoe-ins. Then McCaffrey, then Diami Brown, lock in, shoe in. And you usually carry about 6 wide receivers. So who your last two?
As far as making the team,
the last two. Does that mean you got
Crowder will make the team for sure?
Oh no.
Yeah, Crowder makes.
I don't know this new regime. Yeah, I don't know.
They re-signed him. They re-signed him for a 2-year deal, so he's going to make the team because he just got signed. So I think you got Crowder, Doxson, McLaurin, Brown, McCaffrey, You got one open spot.
That's what I'm saying. Who's gonna go there? Because you got Dax Mill, Tinsley, you got the dude from Florida State that they hired who just made that one-handed catch in Cashmere Island.
I like Dax Mill out of all of them. Y'all don't like him, but I like Dax Mill.
No, I don't.
Yeah, y'all don't like him.
I'll take Tinsley or the dude from Florida State over Dax Mill any day.
Yeah, I take Mill. I like Dax Mill. I know y'all have y'all problems with him, but I feel like he's consistent. I feel like, you know, and I really like what Dax Mill brings to the table. I do. I think he's extremely consistent though in catching the ball, you know, and I think in big moments, I think you can depend on Dax Mill. I think that's why Ron Rivera put him at returner because he knew that he would catch the ball. I think he has really good hands. Really good hands. I think he just, you know, I just think he's good at catching. He's a good catcher now.
That's what I'm saying. Outside of that, what else are we looking at him for?
But I think you're going to need that.
But why are you gonna need it when you're gonna have other people at that position? He won't be playing returner. He's gonna be Crowder and somebody else.
I'm talking about returner. I'm talking about as a receiver. I think that he's a good backup. I think he doesn't get hurt. He's always available. And like we said, the best ability is availability. I think he will always be available, and that will find him on the field. And I think he reminds me, believe it or not, he reminds me a lot of Ed McCaffrey. Not that fast, but we'll get open and we'll catch the ball if the ball.
I think he's more faster than we give him credit.
You might be right.
Speed is like a 91, I think, or something like that. And that's pretty good speed. I don't know what his acceleration is though.
I don't got him being a 91, but I think he's fast.
His speed, yeah, it's a 91.
Yeah, I don't know who made that rating, but I don't got him at a 91. However,
I mean, Sapersteele is at a 95.
For Dax Milne?
Yeah.
No, not Dax Milne. No. Not Milne, McCaffrey.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about McCaffrey. I'm talking about Dax Milne.
Oh, Dax Milne?
Yeah. I got him.
His speed is at an 87.
Yeah, I got him about an 87, 88. That's where I got Milne at.
Yeah, Milne at like 87, if I can remember correctly.
I got him at like an 87. I can see that. I can't see him at a 91. I can't see that. I got his hands.
I'm talking about McCaffrey. McCaffrey 91.
Okay, I can see that. I got his catching though. Dax Milne catching should be like an 87, 88.
I ain't gonna be that high. Probably like an 82.
Nah, I got him at like an 88. He has really good hands. He catches the ball.
I think about an 84, my opinion.
Yeah, I got him at like an 87, 88.
I got about an 84.
You know, I think he catches it. I think he catches it in traffic.
Dax Harold just texted me, said Dax Milne 40 is 4.57.
Oh, 4.57. That ain't bad, but that's kind of slow.
That's slow as a motherfucker. That's slow.
That's slow.
That's quarterback speed.
Yeah, that's slow. That's
Tom Brady speed.
Pound said Luke. I think Luke would be a surprise. That's what Pound said.
Nah, Luke is like a 91, almost 92 because of the acceleration though. You gotta think about his acceleration. He takes off when he get that ball.
Yeah, he said he think he's gonna step up. It's gonna be a couple wide receivers that's dogs. I agree, Pounds. I agree. I like, now don't get it twisted. I like Luke McCaffrey, and I think that's the great side of having a wide receiver who you just drafted, who really nobody else has any film on. So you really can use him in ways that nobody is really expecting. They don't know what's up. So I think that plays to your advantage when you have new receivers. But I think that you could still with your new system, implement the old receivers you had and wait and use receivers nobody expects you to use, like a Dax Milne. You know what I'm saying? Again,
But I think they want the system that Cliff is going to run is going to be a more up tempo, speedy receiver type deal. It ain't that's not going to fit that.
well, how do we know? DeAndre Hopkins is not the fastest guy, but he had 117 catches.
He faster than Dax Milne.
He faster than Dax Milne.
You know what I'm saying?
No doubt about it.
And taller. And taller.
Hands. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
He had hands.
I think that we do need a inside catching receiver, but I think Luke McCaffrey is going to take Dax Milne's spot. So I think that Dax Milne might be practice squad type of guy.
But I said he would be the backup. I said he would be a backup to Luke. Luke would be the third receiver process. No, well, actually,
Pound said Luke would be like Wes Welker.
Like the Wes Welker, yeah.
A bigger Wes Welker.
Yeah, much bigger Wes Welker.
Yeah.
Wes Welker was like what, 5'9", 5'8"?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he definitely wasn't 6 feet.
Does Luke McCaffrey? Now here's the question: does Luke McCaffrey take Johan Dotson's spot?
No.
I'm gonna say no.
No, I wouldn't imagine that would happen. No.
I don't know.
Not the first year. I'm not gonna say the first year. No, I ain't gonna say not this year.
He said he don't be sure if he beat out Jameson. Pound said no, he don't take Johan Dotson. I like, and you know what's crazy? He said De'Ami Brown, he take the spot. Yes. Well, let me say this. I actually, as far as in the slot, in my opinion, Jamison Crowder is the best slot receiver we have, in my opinion.
Yeah, Crowder's going to be the third receiver, I think.
Jamison Crowder is the best slot we have. He's hard to keep up with in the slot. He showed that last year.
Yeah, I think he'll be the third receiver.
Yeah.
He's also an older guy. Y'all gotta remember that. All that youth and speed that bro, they're not gonna forget about that.
Yeah.
It's gonna be either De'Ami or Luke at the third spot, and after him, Crowder probably will be there at the fourth.
Absolutely, but I think that what happens is you're going to get it within the season. You're going to get certain situations where you're going to need a receiver who can get separation. And out of all them guys, to me, nobody gets separation the way Jamison Crowder can get some separation. And I think he showed that last year when Sam Howell went through some stuff last year. And they put Jamison Crowder in. I mean, Jamison Crowder was like 10, 20 yards. It wasn't nobody nowhere near him when you put him man on man. It wasn't nobody who can keep up with him. You know, and you're right, Pounds. He is older. Pounds said no, he's older. I agree with you.
That's what I was saying.
He's
older.
I think that because of his age, that's why he'll touch the field. You got to think about Jahan Dotson being very young, you know, and then you got to think about like Luke McCaffrey's a rookie. De'Ami Brown is still relatively young. You know what I mean?
3 years in.
I think security blanket will be I think the security blanket is going to end up being Crowder.
Yeah. In the slot, I'm telling you, in the slot, he dangerous.
In the slot.
Woo, he dangerous in the slot. The slot has to move in that slot. You know.
Now, if you're talking outside, I think Luke McCaffrey is going to be. I think Luke McCaffrey and De'Ami Brown will be the two receivers on the outside initially. You get what I mean? Like we're talking backups because you got Terry and then you got Jahan, and then behind Terry and Jahan, I think it's going to be Luke McCaffrey and De'Ami Brown. I think Crowder is going to fit right perfectly into that slot role. So I don't think he's going to have obligations on the outside very much.
Yeah, he said our security blanket is Austin. That's what Pound said. Our security blanket is Austin. I don't know. You know what I believe though? I do believe that when they went and watched the film, when Peters got here, he went and watched film and they saw what I saw during the season on Crowder. That's just my personal opinion. I think that's why they signed him like that. They saw what I saw, and you couldn't keep up with it. It wasn't a slot that can keep up with him, man. On that. It wasn't. He embarrassed people.
Mhm.
He embarrassed people out there. So I just think for Jaden Daniels, a young quarterback, you're gonna need a receiver who can get some separation. You're gonna need a receiver who can get some separation and get themselves open. Even if the play calling is not getting them open. You need somebody who can beat some guys and get and get itself open. With the running quarterback and a new tight end, someone needs to break loose catches. I agree with that 1,000,000%. I agree with that 1,000,000%. I agree with that. Especially with a running quarterback. Another thing is they're gonna have to block. The receivers gonna have to block down the field with the running quarterback.
Hey, Big Son, check the chat for me.
I believe them receivers got the block. So
yeah. But that's why they got that's why they did like Luke McCaffrey. That was one thing that they said he did really well was block. Like from what I've seen, Dan Quinn raved very much so. I mean, Adam Peters raved a lot about Luke McCaffrey, and while I do think that the McCaffreys they have that connection with Peters, I also feel that Peters is picking guys that he know can show up on Sundays.
yeah,
He's picking guys that not only could show up on Sundays, but they could be versatile when they need to be. They can do a lot of the things that they need to get done, and not just in one way, in multiple ways.
I agree. Pound said, receiving and running back won't have to block. He said, who's the man? Receiver and running back, who's the man who's left out? And it's going to be Jameson, and he will be the mentor to Luke. I agree.
Say that again for me.
He said, a receiver and running back. He said, who's the man left out? It's going to be Jameson, and he will be a mentor to Luke. Of course, yeah. I don't think they don't get it twisted. It's all going to be on what's shown on the field. I think with Dan Quinn, I think he's the type of coach that you got to see on the field. So I don't think anybody is going to be played based on contract. I don't got anybody being played based on anything other than what they show in the field. And so I do think that Crowder will be in the rotation. Even if he's not like starter, he's definitely going to be in the rotation. I got him getting about maybe 5 or 6 plays a game or 7 plays a game on some third downs where you need a guy to get over third and long, stuff like that. I think you're going to get Crowder a shot out there because of his ability to beat man-on-man coverage. So I think I got him really getting like when we had, y'all remember when we had what's the guy name? The short guy who dropped the pass against the Cowboys. What's his name? Andre.
You talking about number 10?
Yeah,
right about. Yeah, I'm good right about now, Big Son.
Yeah, he said
Okay.
100 point. He did pick. He picked players that will show every game. Yup, that was a huge problem for us. Players showed up on Monday instead of Sunday. Yup, I agree. So that's what I think with Quinn. You're gonna have to play. You ain't getting on the field based on nothing other than what you could do on that field. And so I think Crowder will get his opportunities. He will be in that rotation. What did y'all see? Let me ask you this. What did y'all see out of the tight end position when y'all see with the rookie tight end? What y'all got for that?
Oh, no, that's what I was saying. I gave my big highest praise to Benson. You know what I'm saying? And how he's looking in camp. They say he looks real good, fluid as a blocker, fluid as a pass catcher. That's fullback and tight end. And in the running game, run blocking.
Okay.
So that's definitely a plus in my book with the rookie tight end. And with the tight end room now, you look around, you got Zach Ertz, still got John Bates there, and you add a Benson that I don't think you keep Palmer, the fullback, if you keep Turner, because there's no need for you to do that. In my eyes, if you got that fullback already, right there, you plan on keeping all four tight ends. It don't make no sense. So I think either Turner or Palmer might be losing their job this season due to the tight
Think so?
end room.
I think he's going to start anyway. I do think that Cole Turner is good. I would like to see. I think those guys going to work as a unit, though. To be honest with you, I think all those guys are humble. Starting behind Logan Thomas, who is a snail slow, and they really didn't complain. They got in when they were supposed to get in. They didn't really do anything that was off kilter. So I can't see them guys really, tripping off and not starting. I think you're gonna get the same thing out of Cole Turner and all them guys, whether they start or not. I think you really get the same thing out of them. I think you'll get something positive out of them, regardless of what it is, because I do think that those guys are humble. And I just got them doing well. You know what I'm saying? As far as all three tight ends working together as a unit, all three tight ends. And Pound say he would be a very good tight end. Maybe not Antonio Gates, but a better Chris Cooley. Chris Cooley was good though. I don't know. That's big shoes to fill when you say better Chris Cooley. I don't know now. Chris Cooley.
You're better, Chris Cooley. The tight end that was out there playing with Chris Cooley was Tony Gonzalez. One of the next names up, Tony Gonzalez and Antonio Gates. Them guys are playing when Chris Cooley was playing.
Let me say this. I have problems with Chris Cooley as an analyst. Me and Chris Cooley used to get into it a lot when he was on the Kevin Sheehan show. Me and him used to get into it a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like really get into it, especially about Kirk Cousins versus RG3. We used to have it out. So I'm not a big fan of Chris Cooley as an analyst. I have a lot of problems with Chris Cooley as an analyst. But as a football player, Chris Cooley was legit. I'm going to keep it real. He was legit.
Yeah.
Chris Cooley was legit. You know what I'm saying? He was legit for a long time. I think that we should have never phased him out. Us phasing Chris Cooley out after the Joe Gibbs, when Joe Gibbs retired, I believe that the next coach who came in was that Spurrier whoever came in after Gibbs retired. Was that Zorn? I think that was Zorn.
Zorn.
Yeah. When Zorn came in, Zorn should have really implemented Chris Cooley into that offense, and he did not. And I would have liked Zorn to do that. We got Vito in the building.
Had some connection issues. My bad, fellas.
No, it's all good, bro. It's all good. We discussing right now the rookie mini camp, just to get you caught up. We discussing the rookie mini camp. Again, we talking about your favorite play is crazy. You came on. You must have heard what we was talking about. Ben Sinnott. And so we talk about comparing him to Chris Cooley. I said Chris Cooley is really good. That's a big shoe to fill. I don't know if he gets there. What do you think on that? What you got on that?
I haven't beaten Chris Cooley out.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
And not trying to speak. No, I'm going to speak confidently into that. I think that his skill set is just as complete as Chris Cooley's day one. I think that only Joe Gibbs really had the perfect game plan type of thing for Chris Cooley, in my opinion, because he was able to use him as that H/tight end. I feel like with the conversations between Quinn and Joe Gibbs, the Sinnott pick makes more sense than any pick on the board outside of the Brandon Coleman pick, as far as need and just what the culture kind of is used to having someone staple at the spot. It's not to say that we've had like historic tight ends per se, but more so to have someone at that can play both roles is valuable in today's game. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. And for our franchise, just to have, like I said, to me, to have the quarterback that we do, to have the running game that we have a possibility to have, and then having a pass catcher who is pretty quick on his feet, who is very good with his hands because he's been a receiver before. So you just get a dual threat, and because he went so high in comparison to how much people love Brock Bowers, I think that he may even feel like he's a little underrated. And I think he was given a great credit for being picked where he was, to be honest.
Okay, so hold on. So let's we about to get into this. This is a good one here. So so Pound said, I love Chris Cooley. I'm saying out of college, Senate is a better player, faster, better hands, better blocker. He said true, he can play three finger downs and standing as a fullback. Okay, so let's get into Chris Cooley down. In 2005, he played 16 games, had 71 receptions for 774 yards and 7 touchdowns, right? In 2004, he played 16 games, had 37 receptions for 314 yards, but still ended up with 6 touchdowns. In 2006, Chris Cooley played 16 games, 51 receptions, had 700 yards and another 6 touchdowns. In 2007, he had 66 catches, another 700 yards and 8 touchdowns. And then in 2008, he had 16 catches, 83 receptions for 849 yards. He only ended up with 1 touchdown. That was the Zorn year. And then he came back in 2010 under Mike Shanahan, had 77 catches, 849 yards, and he only ended up with 3 touchdowns. So we talk about Chris Cooley had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years over 700 yards. And he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years over 6 touchdowns. Those big boy stats at tight end.
Not really.
You don't think so? I disagree.
For only 5 years? I mean, you want me to name the 5 or 10 guys that have that for a longer period of time?
No, I'm not saying for a longer period of time. I'm saying that and then don't get it twisted. He had 70 catches, 60 catches. 70 catches or more. 1, 2, 3, 4 years. 5, and one time he had another 57 catches.
This is in a predominantly running time.
So that was good.
No. That's excellent. What I'm saying is that Senate is likely to beat those numbers out, not accidentally, because he has a skill set, because I think he is that good. I think he'll be that familiar to the offense, whoever the coordinator is. And I believe with Kingsbury, if you want to keep a job and be really good at it, he's someone that you're going to benefit from. Also, considering that Chris Cooley was a very big part of our offense because there was not a lot of offense in the passing game during some of those years outside of Chris Cooley's ability to be open like almost all the time.
Yeah.
And our running game was really good a lot of that time when we had RG3. So,
well, hold on. So Pound said, can he play out in a 5 wide receiver set and a jumbo set coming out of college? Is he he's a 3-down player? I don't know. I think he could.
Yes.
I think he could.
Who, Benson not?
No, Chris Cooley do that. I think he could.
What, 3 down?
Yeah.
No.
I think he
Benson
could.
not? Yes.
I think he could. I think Chris Cooley, you could put him in the backfield as a blocker and put him in the slot as a receiver. I think you could. I'm not.
Cooley would have got mauled. Cooley would have got mauled, bro. Cooley like my size.
Chris Cooley was a better blocker in a read situation than a lead blocker.
Yeah, I'm about to say that's why they got Mike Sellers back there, bro. Because Chris Cooley couldn't handle that pressure.
I would have put Mike Sellers back there regardless of who he had.
So I said that's why they got Mike Sellers. That's why we went out and got Mike Sellers, because Chris Cooley couldn't handle that pressure back there.
I don't think that though. I think once they saw
bro.
No, I'm not gonna say that, Big Son. I'm gonna say that they saw that Chris Cooley was more of a benefit and more of a threat as a tight end rather than a fullback. And Mike Sellers was a gift, to be honest. There's not many 275 guys of 275 pounds moving like Mike Sellers was, and was willing to do the blocking. Fullbacks are a lost art in the NFL. Right. But if you look at the better rushing offenses, they usually have a lead blocker or a blocker, a system where the blockers are consistent in their job. Like I said, to me, if Senate doesn't beat the offensive numbers that Chris Cooley had, then that means that you have more help from the receiving core than we did at that time.
So y'all got, hold on, let me ask y'all. So
So Cooley has two years over 850 yards. So that means y'all got Sennett getting 900 yards.
He don't got to get 900. He can get 700, and Cooley can have 3 850 seasons. But if Sennett has more touchdowns in those years, those equal to more points. If it's average per catch per.
Okay. So let me ask y'all then. So y'all got Sennett getting over. Let's say y'all got Sennett getting. What do y'all got the numbers looking like this year? For Sennett.
I would say because he's not the number one tight end. I would say I can see him around
early.
I gotta go.
I'll say I can see him around like 475, maybe 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns, maybe more. Being at the fullback position, I don't know. Because Cliff is probably gonna be passing to the fullback, so maybe more.
If I'm gonna state this right now on air, if Ben Sennett is subjected to only playing the fullback for us, it is a waste of his talent. I don't disagree with him playing fullback at all. That would be crazy for me to say that. But if that's all that you do with him, you are wasting his talent. If y'all watch that training camp video, it's not just McCaffrey that's going upfield for those passes. That is a just as fast 4'6" Ben Sennett running upfield, catching deep ends and fly routes from the seam from Jaden Daniels. He's a vertical receiver as well as a block. That's what I'm saying. He is, to me, he is. I said it on air. I'm going to continue saying it until he shows me differently. I do think that he could get in the weight room and pick up a few more pounds, but I honestly think that he's good at the 250 that he already is right now. I just would say that you're going to go against ends that are 275, 285, maybe 300, even if you're helping. So being a little bit bigger would help. But athletically, he's bro, I read the measurables off, bro. He's in the top 90% in almost everything. Excuse me, guys. He's in the top 90% in almost everything except for his arm length.
Right.
Like the kid is off the charts in measurables. And again, because I feel like they're shortchanging him by saying he's going to play fullback, it's just on positioning, like where we're going to put him out at. He's going to go out for routes. I really don't think that you're not going to release him when he's one of the more. Think about not Chris, but think about Paul when we had Paul at tight end.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like how open he used to be.
Too. I like Paul when we had him.
Yes, like how open he used to be because of the advantage that he was at the second tight end. If you look at Bates this year and look at the other tight end that we had whenever we would run those secondary routes when Logan Thomas is running one route and we got somebody coming under, our secondary tight ends were open. They just weren't as athletic as you would want. You know what I'm saying? Well, as some other teams would have. I'm not gonna say that as you would want. Just some other teams had more athletic players, but those players were in good positions to be open, even in the system in a season that we didn't consider to be a season that was taken very seriously. If we go back to the season before this, Bates also had a very good year the year before, you know what I'm saying, in that reverse system. And what it seems is that the years that we have good years are when we have a really good tight end that has been consistent. If you go to Cooley, if you go to Jordan Reed, when those guys are getting those numbers, we cause certain mismatches with what we have. Again, the RG3s and different guys like that kind of create a better mismatch for the situation. But a good tight end, as everybody can see, is a mismatch for everybody because you create situations where linebackers have to get out of place. And it helps your running game. It helps so many different things. And I personally feel like by week 4 to 6, he's going to be the starter. If he's not the starter, it's because Zach Ertz is having a career year or a comeback type of season type of a year, like when Vernon Davis came and he had one of his best years during his last year. If Ertz has one of those seasons, then I'm not worried about Sennett getting his yards this year. But what I will say is that I almost guarantee that if he doesn't get the amount of yards that I would assume that he would get this year, it's going to be in quality plays as far as important blocks, as far as picking up short yardage or helping the team get short yardage, the pushes after the pile or helping the quarterback not get hit in certain situations. Like those things will be invaluable into what goes on the stat.
Right.
Mhm.
Pound said he will. He said he will have a decent rookie numbers. But he won't take over the tight end spot until mid-season. He said he watched in college. The boy Senate was good get the ball out of the running game and running people over. He said Jordan Reed, that's all he did was sit on the damn hour list reading the playbook. And that's where I was going with it.
Yeah,
Though.
yeah.
And that's where I was going with it. I'm not confident in Zach Ertz playing the whole season.
And that's why I said that
Yeah,
people would be crazy if you don't think that this kid's work ethic. Again, remember I read off to y'all that this kid was a walk-on in college. He was not a guaranteed I'm gonna have a spot. I was this already known kid. Like he was known in his state where he was as a wide receiver. And again, his high school coach named him the best player of that state based on his performance in their championship game. He's a wide receiver for his high school who played defense and made a one-handed interception on defense to change their game in the championship. And he went from an unranked player to the coach claiming him to be the best player out of that state of Iowa. He goes on to be recruited by a coach who is formerly from the high school that he went to that just so happens to coach at Kansas State, who says, hey, I'm not going to give you anything easy. You're going to have to earn this. I'm going to tell you all of the things that you have to do to get on this team. You're going to have to change your diet. You're going to have to eat a certain way. You're going to have to gain weight. You're going to have to go to the weight room. This kid did everything, went from a walk-on to a starter in the first year. He's going to have to bring that same energy and that same work ethic under Dan Quinn. And I believe with this coaching staff, especially with us having 6 coaches that have tight end experience, I don't know where he can fail.
No, listen, I'm with y'all. I don't get it twisted. I might be talking trash a little bit, and I get what y'all saying is that he could not play on 3 downs because y'all feel like he couldn't get the ball. Cooley couldn't get the ball out of the backfield. But 700 yards, 5 seasons, and a couple 850-yard seasons is really good, y'all, at tight end. I mean,
I mean, it's good, but like what Vito was saying, he was really our vocal point back.
Yeah, even though
another player.
But
you know what I'm saying?
So to become the vocal point, though, you have to be really good. You have.
Well, I was going to say if we have time, which I can do on my other side, so I'll go look at it now. But I'll go look at the rosters, and you'll see that it's a reliant heavy of that spot. So just like this year, we relied heavily on Logan Thomas in comparison. Even though McLaurin had over 1,000 yards, we relied heavily. If you look at the amount of catches that he received, we were predominantly going to, you know what I'm saying, to him when things weren't working out. So numbers are pushed a certain way. And I'm not by far saying that Chris Cooley did not earn his numbers, because he is one of my favorite Redskin tight ends ever. I'm not going to sit here and say that. Honestly, he's actually more favorite to me than Jordan Reed. I just believe that Jordan Reed was more talented. But Chris Cooley, again, by playing and being there in games, making plays, was probably one of the best tight ends that we've had in Redskin history.
Yeah, I mean, he was a first-team All-Pro. I'm looking at the 2007 season. He was a first-team All-Pro. First team. You know what I'm saying? First team. So I'm just saying that's really good, man. That's really good. And yes, you're right, because he was second on the team in targets. With Santana Moss had the most targets. With 115, he had 110 targets. So you're right.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. And again, what I mean by better career than Cooley is that if you have 2 wide receivers that's getting 1,000 yards or close to 1,000 yards, you're not going to get the performance number-wise as Chris Cooley. But remember, Chris Cooley, if you take away the numbers right now from Chris Cooley's remembered for making some of the bigger plays in the time that he was with our team. I feel like Senate is capable of those big plays, like in big moments. You know what I'm saying? I think the kid is going to be special in those big moments. Again, if you go back and look at that snow game that we was talking about.
Yeah. I think he could be 1,000-yard tight end. Not right now this season.
I don't know.
I think he could develop into a Kelsey type of guy for Jaden Daniels.
Y'all putting a lot of juice on him.
Hey, I'm going to put that juice on him. I've been stamped him from day one. I stamped him from day one how special he is.
He's a guy.
And to be able to do all of that, like to have a Mike Sellers and a Gronk all in one, that's special.
Pound said he prayed. He said, Jordan Reed, we don't know how good he could have been. He said he prayed Senate doesn't meet Jordan Reed. You know, Chris Cooley was actually first team all pro 2 years in a row.
I think Jordan Reed though situation was just injury. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like
think so.
his style of play was just kept him injured because he was that type of guy that wanted to fight for extra yards. And so a lot of times he caught them cheap shots in the head when he's fighting for extra yards. Yards, excuse me.
I can see that.
Yeah, so I think Jordan Reed would have panned out had he not had them early concussions and had he learned how to protect himself a little bit more. He would have panned out because when he was on the field, he produced numbers. I will say that.
I can see that.
All right, so
Good quality numbers.
Chris Cooley's first year is with a Hall of Fame quarterback in Mark Brunell. Yeah, he only had 37 catches his first year and 350.
But he was the fullback though, right?
He was an H-back. Remember, that's when Joe Gibbs was coaching the team. So he brought back the whole H-back position.
Yeah.
But he's essentially our tight end. Our tight end was Mike Sellers. And again, y'all all know that Mike Sellers played predominantly fullback more than Chris Cooley. Chris Cooley's on the roster as a tight end in his first season. In the second season, he was a tight end. And that's the season that he had 103 targets for 774. Santana Moss had 84 catches, 1483, and 9 touchdowns. And Chris Cooley's the second leading receiver with 71 catches, 774.
Yeah.
Our next best receiver was David Patton and James Thrash. And Clinton Portis actually was our second best receiver with 216 yards. David Patton had 217. James Thrash had 194. So Chris Cooley essentially was our second leading receiver that particular season.
I like James Thrash.
Huh?
All right, man. I used to rock with James Thrash.
Well, I mean, James Thrash only had like one season where he was like a 700 or 800 yard receiver, and he was again he was like a Chris Sims to me. He was just a consistent player that was on the roster. I respected it. What I was just saying though, again, that was Clinton Porter's second year. Again, y'all know Clinton Portis had a whole bunch of yards the first year, had a whole bunch of yards the second year. The third year, Clinton Portis got hurt. But Liddell Betts had 1,154 rushing yards.
Yeah,
so again, what I was saying about us with the passing game, again, Santana Moss has 790 yards. Our second leading receiver is again Chris Cooley. Our third leading receiver is Liddell Betts at 445. And we had Brandon Lloyd, who's our fourth receiver with 365. And Brandon Lloyd had some pretty good catches and stuff here, but he had 23 catches, right?
He didn't pan out.
Pound said I was a huge fan. I bought that jersey for $100 and seen it on at the BP on Alabama Avenue for $32 years later.
Oh man, you talking about James Thrash?
I think he called about Cooley. I think he
talking about Chris Cooley.
He might be talking about Jordan Reed. He said he's the NFL's Anthony Davis.
Yeah, Jordan Reed.
Now, what I will point out is the fourth season. Again, remember I was saying, bro, that we were predominantly a rushing team. Clinton Portis got 1,262. Liddell Betts got 335. That's 1,500 just between 1,600 just between them two yards. This is the year we have Jason Campbell as a starting quarterback in 2007, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, in 2007.
And again, Todd Collins came in when Jason Campbell got hurt when he broke his knee.
Yes, for 4 games.
Yeah.
But again, Jason Collins had 1 yard. No, my apologies. That was rushing. My bad. He had 888 yards. He was actually 3-0 that season as well.
Yeah, he was 3-0. Yeah. What? Todd Collins? I'm gonna tell you, if y'all go get a chance, go back and watch that Seattle Seahawks game. Todd Collins was
5 touchdowns, no picks. 5 touchdowns, no picks during his run.
Todd Collins was good.
He actually had a little bit better completion percentage and everything than Jason Campbell.
Yeah.
Quarterback rating and everything for that. And again, 3-0 is just great, to be honest.
The original Taylor Heinicke.
Actually, he better because he got a ring.
Yeah. That's true.
Our receivers that year, though, this would be a year that I would give Chris Cooley some credit. And even though this is not the highest amount of yardage he had, I'll say that this season was important because he predominantly was our scoring on the receiving side. Even though he had about 15 yards less than the leading receiver in Santana Moss. Santana Moss only scored 3 touchdowns that season. Randall L was the third leading receiver with 728, which was not bad, but he only scored 1 touchdown. Chris Cooley in the 2007 season had 786 yards off of 66 catches and had 8 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So he provided a lot of our scoring that particular season. And like I said, to me, if Sennett's in a situation where this has, like, if we look at how the team is made up this year and our concern with what Dotson may or may not be able to provide, it gives Sennett an opportunity to definitely get past those first year Chris Cooley numbers. If you don't get that receiver, and even if you get a receiver next year that you may feel suits better if Dotson doesn't have a breakout season this year, then you still have to groom that second year, that first year receiver when you have a second year tight end that's gone behind a legend, you know what I'm saying, / Hall of Fame, possibly tight end, and a coaching staff that has all predominantly coached this position before.
Yeah. Pound said, what type of team do you got us being this year in regards to running, passing, etc.?
A balance.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. It's gonna be balanced like it was when RG3 was here.
That's what I
be
but you know,
balanced.
we actually were a running team. We had the number 1 running game in the league when RG3 was here.
Yeah, but you still had a good balance. I'm talking about, like, we were the number 1 running team. We still had a good balance of pass and run.
You just couldn't. Now, I'm gonna tell you what it was. You could not just key in on that run because that's what Dallas tried to do on that Thanksgiving game. They was like, forget the pass. We ain't gonna even worry about that. We're gonna come up to this line of scrimmage and try to stop that run. That's how they got lit up. That's how they got.
Yeah,
They weren't
personally think we're
able
going
to
balance, but I think we're going to be more pass.
I think we're gonna be more run if you ask me. I think we're gonna mirror that RG3 season almost. Stat wise.
I don't know if we stat wise maybe yes, but I don't think we use the same offense immediately. I mean, throughout the whole season. Immediately, maybe so, but I honestly, and I may be reaching, but I honestly feel like this coaching staff is really excited with what Jaden provides with their opportunity to pass the ball downfield. Remember how much we've been screaming for the last since Alex Smith was here. Since Alex Smith was here, and you know how much I've given him a little bit of trouble, even though he has a winning record with us. That's the last quarterback that, even though Scott Turner was calling whatever he wanted to call, was going downfield on a consistent basis. Our 2-minute offense with Alex Smith, outside of Heineke, was some of the best football that I've seen from us in 4 or 5 seasons. You know what I'm saying? But we was only getting small pieces of it. You know what I'm saying? But again, Alex Smith was going downfield. I think that Jaden gives you the opportunity to go downfield when you didn't have a quarterback that had accuracy to give you the confidence to just, because sometimes, remember, we would sometimes even beg to just throw the ball down there. Like, we didn't even know if they was going to complete it. We just wanted them to throw it to get the defense to switch up whatever they were doing. Well, imagine being able to have an opportunity to complete 30 to 60% of those passes when we weren't even attempting them before.
Yeah.
That's why I think that training camp, just to me, that's why I think that training camp, I think his is being excelled a lot further than the other guys. I think that they're easing the other guys into those situations. And I feel like this is why I do appreciate the process that we took, because I feel like they picked Jaden based on his readiness is outside of just the talent, because the talent gives you the ability to make calls that you wouldn't be able to in certain situations. I think that they saw that this kid was light years ahead of everybody else outside of the number 1 pick. And he may be light years ahead of Caleb in the terms of his abilities, but as far as reading a defense and getting the ball out, he was even better than Caleb the last season in certain aspects in that area. I've watched probably 12 videos since the last time we were on air just about his approach and how he's been since minicamp. And the energy here, I showed the guys a video. I talked to a Dallas Cowboy fan that was like, I've never seen y'all like that. People are not making a big deal about how y'all coaches was acting, because we're scaring Dallas Cowboy fans on the culture. They weren't even doing this in Dallas with Dan Quinn. As far as, remember what I told you last year about how the Lions was, and I've never seen like that much energy at a practice for players that were undrafted. That is the energy that they were bringing in minicamp in May. Teams are not excited to play football in May. These pros are trying to get back off of off-season diets or eating bad or being on vacation. And yes, it's for the rookies, but some of these veterans have to show up to show their professionalism and show these young guys what they want to go through. I mean, what they're going to have to go through. Our entire team has been there. That's something that we don't get. Like, it's very exciting to watch. Now, I'll keep it short with that. It's very exciting to watch what we have going on right now. I'm very excited to see what we are going to present. But for Senate, like I said, I have him smashing the first year. As long as he's healthy, I got him smashing at 350, 370 from Chris Cooley first year. I got him 40 catches, about 450. If he does only get 3, I got him getting at least 6 touchdowns easy. Like, I just think that the way that our red zone offense is going to be, it's only going to be 3 people that are going to really be like, those are going to be the 3 options to look at right away, I believe, in the red zone are going to be Eckler, Senate, Ertz, and McLaurin, of course. McLaurin, Ertz, and Eckler. And then if we're talking Senate as far as being a starter, it would be Senate instead of Ertz. Robinson, as far as if you're going to run the ball. Jaden's always an option. And that's what makes the other 3 guys more dangerous to me, because when Jaden's always an option, you take a defender out of the play.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But again, I believe that this is why I say with Terry McLaurin, I think that he should be contacting Jaden now. They could be working on their own time. I think they should be working on their own time. I would like to see that. I would like to, even Dotson too. I think Dotson should do the same, because when you look at the stats from even the RG3 season, nobody as a receiver, everybody, you had like Pierre Garçon had 633 yards. Santana Moss had 570 something yards. Josh Morgan ended up with 500 yards that season. I don't even remember that. I don't know how he ended up with 500 yards that season, but Josh Morgan, the RG3 season, had 500 yards. Fred Davis had another 325.
That should have been his rookie year.
Right. So you didn't really have nobody. Now's Aldrick Robinson ended up with 237. Nobody had 1,000, but you had so many different guys who had contributed. Around, it was like
you had a rack of rushing yards though. Your quarterback had almost 900 yards rushing.
Yep. Yeah, 900 yards rushing.
And Alpha had over 1,000. You took away a lot of air yards. That's what I'm saying. Like, the air yards can't, like that. That's why I will say that Chris Cooley's numbers are very impressive, but it also goes to show how much of the offense was surrounded by, you know what I'm saying, the ability to, again, Jason Campbell was your quarterback for 3 years. Jason Campbell, as we all know, struggled because of the change in coordinators every season that he was here. Right. Chris Cooley just happened to be the saving grace that was like a Jay Novacek, or, you know what I'm saying, or Witten, that was just always available to be open for the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said I'm not shortchanging Cooley at all. He is, again, by far still one of my favorite tight ends with our organization. But I just feel like Senate's skill set is so, like, he's Chris Cooley right now. If he lined up with those teams that Chris Cooley was on, I believe that he could be the same player, if not better, right now. And I know that may be a reach, but he's a far better blocker, which allows him to be on the field in situations that Chris Cooley may have not been. And again, as we can see, and I'm looking, Chris Cooley is a healthy player. He's only missed maybe 2 seasons where he didn't play all of the games, maybe 3 seasons he didn't play all of the games. You know what I'm saying? So he's durable, and that's how I have to judge Senate on durability and production. If we get another receiver, like if Senate falls as the 4th option of a receiver, I can't compare him to Cooley. But if he still has success at that spot, I'm going to still feel like he's benefiting the team, because that means the team will be having success if that's your 4th receiver. But because of how the NFL has gone over the last 3 to 5 seasons, tight ends are relevant to offenses today. And once Ertz is gone, I don't know if you find a replacement that has better tangible attributes than what we have right now.
I agree. No, I agree. I think Shenan's going to be great. And again, I'm not confident in Zach Ertz at all. So that's out the door. I think he is over the hill. His career is
Hey,
over.
fellas, I got a question, man. I got a question. So, I've been looking at a lot of talk about the rookie quarterbacks, and what they need to work on, right? And so, I'm gonna speak on Caleb Williams first. They said I've seen that Caleb Williams need to work on whether to stay in the pocket or pocket escape, because in the NFL it's a lot faster, but you don't have to escape the pocket as fast as you have to do in college. Because the edge rushers, don't get me wrong, the edge rushers are there in the NFL, but you got pro NFL linemen as well that will give you that extra tenth of a second. So it's whether to stay in the pocket and make the throw or escape the pocket. That's what they said Caleb Williams would have to work on. But with Jaden Daniels, they said that he was sacked the most out of any college quarterback when pressured, which was 29%. So, with that being something that's brought up, how well do you think that Jaden Daniels does when pressured? Or do you think that Kingsbury and the rest of the offensive coaching staff have something in mind for that?
I believe
I think they already know.
Just me, in my opinion, I think that you nullify that with a running game, unless you didn't have a running game outside of Jaden Daniels. And when you put all of that on your quarterback, you get a little run happy. You know what I'm saying? That's why I feel like he took some of the hits that he took outside of feeling like maybe I'm older than these guys or I can take it. You took some hits that you shouldn't have took because you don't have a running back that alleviates some of the hits that you're gonna have to take. And when things break down, it's not that you have a play fake or somebody to fake it to or check down to when your running back's not affecting the game running the ball wise. Like if we looked at what happened with RG3 when Jay Gruden got here and they're not running the ball the way that Shanahan was running the ball. RG3 is taking hits that we never saw him take with Shanahan. RG3 hits wasn't never like that behind the line of scrimmage with Shanahan. They were always when he was running or trying to run around and scramble or something like that he'd take a bad hit. With Jay Gruden, he was getting launched on from the pocket, you know what I'm saying, by defenders because he's putting them in situations that are uncomfortable for him. So it just in my opinion, I feel like our running game would alleviate some of those unnecessary pressures from the rush because and I think that they are going to work on getting the ball out of his hands faster than what we were seeing with Sam Howell. So I think that will be something that even if he has to work on that, that's what you have to work on at this level is understanding that when pressure is coming, that somebody's leaving from a spot. Do you hit the spot that they're leaving from or the spot that they came from? You know what I'm saying? And then trying to recognize that within a tenth of a second or 2 or 3 tenths of a second is very important. I think that'd be very. But if y'all watch that interview that I sent y'all, he's doing virtual reality training, which Keyshawn Johnson tried to laugh about. But if you look at his numbers in college, once he started doing it, they're light years over everybody else once he started doing that.
Yeah, he was doing it in college. I know that.
I like that though.
I like that. He before every game in college, if I'm not mistaken, he would put on the virtual reality headset and go over where the score clock is, where certain things is on the field, so he could be familiar. And I think that is a genius thing. That is one of the major things I actually liked about him. When we did his breakdown, I brought it up that he did use a virtual reality headset. But I the more I look into it, the more I like it because, like he said, I want to know where the clock is. I want to know where everything is, so I'm not looking around trying to find things.
And they say that they do they simulate stadium noise.
Yeah.
They say, you know what I'm saying, the crowd, weather.
Yeah.
And they can't again assume what plays the defense is going to run, but they run schemes. So if you run cover 2, they're just going to throw out different cover 2s at him. And he said that the virtual reality is sped up 2 or 3 times faster than the actual game speed. So he's able to read. Bruh, this kid is going to be in good hands. I don't care if he's rushed to play week 1 or if we wait until Mariota messes up before you put him in. I think he's in good hands. The same thing I said about the defensive
Can you hit
tackle.
V? Because I think V went out on my.
I got him.
No, I can't.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
I got
Can you hear me now, Leo?
you. Oh,
I was just saying, like, I think that the whole team, I think right now is just in good hands. Like what I was telling y'all earlier about the D tackle, about Newton, like him coming out with the injury or them finding the injury and addressing it the way that they have, and then saying, hey, it's no timetable for him to rush. Because guess what? We didn't draft a player that we needed to play right now. We drafted somebody that we need, but we have players that we can play right now until that player is ready. I think that is being a step ahead of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? And again, I think that there are things that our team just did not address previous ownership, you know what I'm saying, ago. Things that became problems later on, that's what helped destroy the culture and destroy people from coming here later on, because your best players are complaining about the organization. With this culture change, even if we have a horrible season, players and coaches around the league are gonna want to come to Washington now. And again, the more success we have, the doors open up for far more.
Pell said correct, Vito. Eckler will also be a safety for him. They can blitz and check him out of the backfield, so defenses will have to pick. They can't blitz and check Eckler out of the backfield, so they're gonna have to pick.
Yeah.
I do think that though. I don't think you're gonna blitz Jaden Daniels too often. I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you don't get to him and he gets around there, you don't have
They will find out. They will find out. They're gonna find out. Somebody's gonna find out.
Got that 80-something yard run or whatever it was
with the Vikings against the Vikings.
Yeah, that's how that happened.
Yeah. You slip and miss. That is it.
77 yards.
And I'm gonna tell you something now. Jaden Daniels, when it comes to down the field running, he's better than RG3. When it comes to once he passes that and he gets down the field run, he's better than RG3. Straight, he got moves RG3 never had. Ever. Now RG3 laterally got some speed. Once he get to going, he going. But dude got some moves. I'm telling you, dude got some moves down the field. I just want him to get out of bounds. Practice that get out of bounds.
Yeah, he don't shake and bake. He shake and skate. He be out of there.
Yeah.
He be gone.
Yeah. He got moves, man. I'm telling you, he got some moves when he get out of there. So just get out of bounds, though. It's all right. You get out of bounds, you live to fight another day.
That's right in the NFL.
Get out of bounds and live to fight another day. We probably not going to run through the coaching staff tonight. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got to the defense 2 shows in a row. We deduct the rest of the defensive side of the coaching staff. Defensive side of the coaching staff, don't get mad. We're going to get y'all. We're going to get y'all out the way and get y'all just do. The position coaches on the defensive side, y'all are very important to what this Skins team do, and we got some gems over there. So I want to make sure that we do get to them just to, give it an update. I want to make sure we do get to all of them and get them their proper due and give them their proper attention. You know what I'm saying? Because those guys are really important to what's going on this team, and I want to make sure we highlight them. As far as the rookie
no question.
Yeah.
Question.
As far as the rookie,
don't get to
them. What are y'all overall thoughts out of what you saw? I think I asked. I think I got everything. But Vito, what did you see out of the rookie minicamp, just overall in general?
Energy, the pace. It looked like players wanted to be there. And it just, like I said, the energy feels right. Maybe I'm being sold. I'm an old fan, so I've seen a lot of stuff before. I'm not trying to be sold or be impressed quickly, but I'm impressed about how fast they've been able to get everybody engaged. You know what I'm saying? Like you know how sometimes when something changes over, you get a new owner or it's new management or something like that, you get a substitute teacher, kids get to showing out. It ain't really the same thing. Like some players, this whatever this is. Nah, it really feels like the energy is like guys are ready to play. Like people are trying to impress these coaches. They want to make the staff, they want to make the team. They want the job instead of just, I show out right here, I get sent somewhere else. It's like they want to stay on the team. And again, the coaches are coaching. It's not like they standing around with their arms folded. Like the coaches are engaged. Cliff Kingsbury is engaged, even with Sam Hartman and whoever. I think maybe only Sam is there right now as the secondary quarterback. But again, he's
Yeah.
engaged with
Mhm.
everybody. And again, I appreciate that. I appreciate them wanting to again get their schemes and get what they expect from these guys. And for those guys to be impressed, it just means that teaching is not going to be that hard. Learning the language of the playbook and stuff like that is not going to be hard. So my thing would be is energy. That's the best thing I got from minicamp so far.
Okay. That's definitely overall.
Minicamp. Speaking of energy and Cliff Kingsbury, I didn't know Cliff Kingsbury previously played quarterback in his lifetime. I didn't know that. But watching him with Sam and Jaden, like, running around the field and doing gestures, and he's like acting like he has the ball in his hand, and flinging his arm, telling Jaden and Sam, "This is the way you throw the ball. This is what I want you to do." Seeing that, I mean, even back to Stimpanzi. Y'all remember Stimpanzi's Robert Griffin's quarterback coach?
Yeah, Zimpazi.
Yeah, even with Stimpanzi, I don't remember that much intensity. You know what I'm saying? Coming from him.
Zampezi.
Coaching Robert Zampezi, yeah. You know he's the coach of the Browns, I believe.
I'll get
Yeah.
exactly where he's at now.
Yeah, I think Zampezi is the coach of the Browns right now. But just seeing that energy float around the building. They were doing this drill to get them hyped, like they run up to the
Actually, let me
line.
correct you, Big Son. Let me correct you. Mike McDaniels was RG3's quarterback coach, the coach of the Dolphins. That was RG3's quarterback coach.
Who was Chimpanzees?
Zampezi was I believe that was Kirk Cousins.
Well, I thought he was here with Rivera. I think he was here with Rivera.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was here under Rivera. He was trash.
Okay. But yeah, even Mike, I didn't see that energy from Mike. The energy that I'm seeing from Cliff, at first the hire wasn't I wasn't that high on the hire, but knowing that when I found out that Cliff was previously a quarterback, to me that screams levels of competent and not incompetent. Bringing in a guy who not only played in the college realm last year or was in the college realm last year, he brings that knowledge from college and seeing these guys around the building to the NFL and bringing his high intensity, might I add, to it with that to show these guys that he's young, he's running around like he's not just standing there, he's running around the field with them and everything.
That was Ron
So to see
Rivera.
that,
Ken Zampezi was Ron Rivera. You right, Vito.
okay,
That was Ron Rivera
okay.
in 2020.
Yeah.
And
So
2021 and 2022. Yeah, that was Ron Rivera. You right, Vito. The whole time Ron Rivera was here, and last year he was senior management last year.
yeah, they kind of paid Ron's team up. But just to see that intensity, to get potentially all of the guys that you drafted, with the exception of maybe Sam Steele, McGee, and Hampton, those guys, outside of those guys, the guys that you drafted are going to potentially start. And for you to be bringing them along in this mini camp with this high intensity like that, and just shaking it up here in Washington and giving a new feel around the building and moving the players in the direction that you want to migrate into mini camp this year has been just high energy and really informative for the new guys coming in.
I agree with that. I did see that, but I mean, they said it was Jaden Daniels though. I think they said Jaden Daniels is the one who really brought a different element and had the guys excited to play as the leader. You know what I'm saying? I think guys are excited to get behind him. You know what I'm saying? I think guys are really excited to get behind him, and I did notice that as well. But my thing is this. Okay, now let me ask y'all this. Do y'all think that because now we can get into this side of it. Over the weekend, or a couple weeks ago, Kevin Hart show, Jaden Daniels has appeared on the Shay Shay Club. Jaden Daniels has appeared on every show you probably can name almost. How do y'all feel about that? Do y'all think it's a distraction? Can he handle it? Would you like for him to continue it? Do not. What do y'all feel about that when it comes to Jaden Daniels and the extracurricular activities as the Redskin quarterback?
What comes with being an NFL quarterback?
Yeah. It's part of the game, kind of. I would say this. It looks like the Kevin Hart joint was done before he was drafted. So that's not necessarily anything that we can worry about because he did it before he was drafted. I think that Club Shay Shay, if I'm not mistaken, was done before he was drafted too. And then you look at the Keyshawn Johnson joint, which was done after he was drafted. You know what I mean? But it was still before rookie minicamp. So, like, if he's showing up at minicamp and he's already done his own, he get free time too. You know what I mean? And in that free time, I think that it will be smart for him to build his brand whenever he does get some free time. Don't just make it free. Make good investments and build your brand as a quarterback, because the better you do on the field, if you're doing these interviews, now it builds your brand, and now people want to associate themselves with you.
I can agree with that. He's a Heisman Trophy winner, so it probably will be some type of extracurricular stuff going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he has to.
Extracurricular stuff going on.
I mean, like I said, he's a quarterback in the Washington market. Like, again, not to knock Chicago at all, but even though he's the first round pick, it's this outside of Peyton Manning being a Manning. Like, if you think about Andrew Luck when he was drafted and RG3 was drafted, honestly, very honestly, even though Andrew Luck was a good quarterback his first year, the coverage was on RG3 in Washington. The market where your media is matters as well. Like SportsCenter, I'm pretty sure is covering what Caleb Williams is doing. But the Washington media in our area travels from here almost up the whole East Coast.
Yeah. I agree with that. And not only that, it's a huge. The Washington Post is here. That is the outside of the New York Times, the Washington Post is outside New York. Yeah, the New York Times. The Washington Post is probably the biggest newspaper in the world. So, I mean, they're the ones who broke.
I mean, you really got the big three when you come to that news type of outlet. You got, as far as America, you got the Washington Post, you got the LA Times, you got the New York Times. And
even the LA Times, I think you got the USA Today, might be even before.
Yeah, that. USA Today might be harder than LA Times.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say USA Today, but I'm saying, like, you got
the Washington Post is they had a movie done about the joint called The Post. You know,
we in the nation's capital. That's a big reason too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's the absolute reason. And honestly, the Washington Redskins is the hottest show. Regardless of whether we're good or bad, this is the hottest show in the city. It always is.
Mm-hmm.
It always is. It's the hottest show in the city. You know what I'm saying? Even the legendary of Ronald Reagan, where's Ricky Sanders? That's what made that. That was the first time we saw that merge like that. Where the politics came together with the Redskins. Y'all, if y'all don't remember when we used to play on Monday nights, they used to do the whole. If the president, whenever an election year came up, if the Redskins won on this game, then this would be a Democratic or Republican. I mean, it was crazy.
at one point in time during the Madden years, it was crazy around these parts. During the Georgetown years too, it was crazy around these parts. You know what I'm saying? When it came to that, I can see something similar happening. I'm asking, can we handle this right now with this team, this coach, and what we have now? Are they ready for that type of pub? Because even though it was big back then, we're talking on crack now. We're talking crack on crack. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's like crack or the crack era on crack. Are we ready for that? Can this organization handle it?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Yes.
I would say yes. I'm gonna say this. Why? I'm gonna tell you the reason why I say yes. And I'm gonna give a lot of credit here to Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn has been around ultra successful teams. The Seattle Seahawks in their little run, they were the hottest ticket in the NFL. You get what I mean? And I know Seattle's media is not like our media.
Nowhere near it. They play on the
Um,
West Coast too.
and,
So
and, and, and I can say that, but they were the hottest show everywhere. Russell Wilson was everywhere. Beast Mode was everywhere. Media was everywhere when it came to that team, and they still were able to produce pretty good years. And I think that Dan Quinn being older, he handles the media very well from what I can see. And Jaden Daniels so far has handled the media pretty well as far as I can see. So I think when you have somebody that's been around ultra successful teams and now looking at Adam Peters, how the 49ers is ultra successful, you come San Francisco is a big media. You know what I mean? Not like Washington media, like I said, but they've been around successful teams and has had a lot of media around those teams. So I think it's something that they can handle.
what you got on that, Big Sir?
Um, uh, all right. Say the question again, so I
Can,
won't I
can,
won't
can,
over
can
over
we handle the media circus? It's about to be in DC this coming season. Are we ready for the media circus that it will be around these parts? The rumors, the social media post every week, the dissecting of every little thing that goes on with this organization. Can we handle success? Or can we handle media success? We ain't gonna even say success on the field yet because that has not happened. But media success, can we handle that? Are we ready for that here? Ron Rivera did not handle
um
it well. Jay Gruden did not handle it well. It ended up into getting Gruden, the other Gruden fired, terminating him. It ended up in the spectacle that we saw, which was Daniel Snyder. They did not handle the media circus that is the Washington Redskins. They did not handle it well.
well, I'm gonna say this. Dan Quinn has handled this situation with the shirt with grace, so and they blew that way out of proportion. We talked about that earlier.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They blew that
Everything
all out of
blown out
proportion.
of
So I
proportion.
think personally, with him handling that situation the way he did with grace and care and modesty, he gonna do the same thing with every other one that comes up. I don't think we're dealing with a bonehead coach here. And Dan Quinn, he's definitely been around. I'm not gonna say the block. I'll say he's been around the stadium a couple times. You know what I'm saying? So um, he's definitely aware of his surroundings and aware of what he says and the things that he does and his reactions um, will be consequences. And that's i.e. I mean not i.e. but that's either good or bad. You know, so I think he's very aware that he's a very competent coach. So I think we won't have a problem in that respect. Even his staff, the staff that he's put together, to come behind him, these guys are, I mean, to me, mature guys. They know the business. So I don't think that would be a problem around here. I think they'll be able to handle the media just well. These guys are well spoken, unlike our past couple regimes. You know, not telling it like it is, and beating around the bush. Don't beat around the bush with me. Cut the motherfucker out.
If I'm being fair, I think the one thing to be wary about understanding our media here is it's one thing to say that a coach is built to take this or built to the pressure in the NFC East and from the Washington media can sometimes be overbearing. It could sometimes be unfair. And outside of, like I said, I think Dan Quinn talking to Joe Gibbs probably was my biggest reminder or level of comfort. Like that was my kind of like, you know what? All right, we're gonna be in good hands. Joe was the master at how he was able to handle it. He's like the Belichick of coaches in the media in Washington. Like outside of him, I don't think any coach has really been able to handle it with the same way. You know what I'm saying? And as long as you can handle the media, if you lose here or have a game or have games that you feel like you should win that you lose, I think that the team is much more forgiving when the coach can handle the situation.
I agree. Because remember this, and this is the reason I say this. We got to really look at some history here. Ron Rivera did a terrible job on several occasions when it came to the Heineke, Carson Wentz thing. When it came to, I think he was pressured into bringing in Carson Wentz. I think he was pressured into bringing in the media, meaning the media pressure. Is why he never should have bought Carson Wentz in from the beginning. But I think he was listening to the media say Taylor Heineke is not good enough, even though many of the Redskin fans said he was. He listened to the media say, especially the national media, say Taylor Heineke is not good enough. You need a real quarterback to go into your season. I believe he let the media, the national media, pressure him into bringing in Ryan Fitzpatrick after the Taylor Heineke basically showed you, I can go toe-to-toe with Tom Brady, so I can handle this. He still brought in Ryan Fitzpatrick, which basically essentially stopped Taylor Heineke from having a preseason because, of course, he was taking backup reps, when he should have been getting many more reps, being a starter. I think the media pressure got to Ron Rivera towards the end. I'm gonna say this. In Philadelphia, Josh Hurst did not handle the media well, I don't believe either. That's why you had the James Harden debacle towards the end of that thing there up there too. When you had him saying with the Daryl Morey stuff and all of that, all of the stuff that has happened there. I think that, and it's just a warning to Dan Quinn and company. Everything you say and do and wear, and even the way you wipe your nose during an interview will be overly analyzed. Every little thing you say and do, especially on that sideline, will be looked at, analyzed, overanalyzed, underanalyzed. What is this? What is that? Every mistake you make will be magnified to the 15th power. I don't care if you're Cliff Kingsbury. I don't care if you're Dan Quinn. I don't care if you're Joe Witt. I don't care who you are. It's going to be analyzed, overanalyzed, depicted. Do not let them knock you off of your game and sway you into doing something you ain't got no business doing, or you're not confident in, or you haven't tried before. You know how they say, if you're going to a cookout, and you have to actually cook something, or if you're going to an event where you have to bring, like a potluck, where you have to bring your own food that you cook, don't try nothing new. That's what you need to do here. Don't try nothing you haven't tried before that you don't know what the results is. And if you do that, make sure you work on it in practice. Make sure you do whatever the case may be, and make sure you have a game plan. If you mess up, say you messed up. If you did, don't try to do anything to impress this media, because this media is a dog here, and you will lose your career. Many coaches don't leave Washington and go coach again, if y'all notice. They just don't.
Well, that's because we've been getting a lot of coaches, man, on their last leg.
Or that wouldn't really have a job.
This was Jay Gruden's only job.
He wasn't supposed to have a job, bro. Come
I'm
on,
not
bro.
disputing that. I'm not disputing that.
They were supposed
Jim
to hire
Zorn.
him.
Jim Zorn wasn't supposed to have a job neither.
Yeah.
I'm not disputing that.
Steve Spurrier shouldn't have got a job in the pros neither.
I'm not disputing that.
Ron Rivera.
Right. He's supposed to have a job, but maybe not one as long as he has had one.
Not a head coach. Not after what
I said I agree with you. I said maybe not as long as he's had one. I definitely I'm not arguing at all.
I am not disputing any of those things. But this has been, and I mean, this has been a killer. It's been a killer here.
I mean, but when you look at other teams, look at what some other teams have built and things like that, you can see why it wasn't a continuous winner. You know what I'm saying? And again, shout out to Dan Snyder for probably being one of sports' worst owners in history.
I wouldn't call him that.
But I will say
You
this.
said what?
Listen, he might have been, yes.
No, I'm not calling that.
Bruh, stop
If
it.
that's the case, when you talk about winning percentage with Josh Harris,
I don't care. I guess what? Josh Harris never owned a football team. Daniel Snyder did.
I'm talking
but Daniel Snyder
as a owner.
I don't care. They have gone to the playoffs almost every season since Embiid has been on their team. Yes, they have not gotten the finals, but they've given themselves an opportunity. Daniel Snyder in 23 years went to the playoffs how many times?
He wasn't here 20.
Like
he was
4 or 5.
What are you talking about? He was here since 99.
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5. Yeah.
About 4 or 5 times.
Are you
Like
kidding
20%.
me?
Yeah,
That's less than 10%. Come on, bro.
It's about 20%.
But you had other owners who were really worse than Daniel Snyder. I'm not going to say one of the worst owners.
Tell me who's ever had an Albert Hainsworth situation.
Donald Sterling.
You said what? Donald Sterling. What? Donald Sterling is responsible for changing the Clipper organization. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. He is. They were good under Donald Sterling, not the new owner. Let's be for real. Lob City is under Donald Sterling. I don't care what he did.
Yeah.
That makes him a bad owner personally. And let's be fair to say that I don't think anybody, regardless of their personal opinion, I do not think they should be removed from their job or ownership because of something they said at home.
I kind of agree with you on that one, though. I will say that.
Whether he said something that I don't like or not, he said this in the confines of his home. That should not be held against you. I'm sorry, because I can point out a whole bunch of people who probably said worse.
That's what he get for messing with him.
Daniel Snyder's is 443.
You said what?
Donald Sterling's winning percentage is 371 over the course of winning of the whole time he owned the Clippers. His winning percentage is 371.
How many years did he own the Clippers?
40.
How many years he owned the Clippers?
20 something.
Since when?
Hold on, I'm about to give you his whole career. Hold on.
Now here's the big hold on real quick, Leo. Here's the big blower about this.
Hey, V, I gotta ask you this, V.
Hold on, let me add this to row real quick. Were the Clippers a winning organization before he took over it?
I think he was the first owner or the second owner. He was one of them.
He's been an owner longer than 20 years.
Yeah, he's been the owner. Hold on, let me see. I'm trying to see where he buys the Clippers. They got so much about this lifetime ban.
Hey, I'm
1979. He
got a lower winning percentage than Daniel Snyder, and he's owned the team 20 more years than what he owned it. So he owned it 40 years, and he got a 371. And Daniel got a little bit better of a winning percentage, and he got 20 years less actual experience.
Yeah, I'm just saying he was the worst.
Well, either which way, I think that's pretty bad. But I'm gonna say this.
He didn't take over a winning organization like Dan did. Dan took over a winning organization from a known winning owner.
I agree with that. Hey, but V, I got a question. If you were Tressway, would you make Jaden Daniels pay for the number?
Bruh, no, bruh. I don't want to be I don't want to be the most famous punter in the world, bruh. Do you know that if you're the most famous punter, you're not on a winning team?
I get what you're saying, but
It's
I'm
not
saying
that big a
that's
deal.
still that
It's
man
not.
number. That's still
First
that
of all,
man number.
if Tress was in his 20s, maybe so. He's been our best player. Like, I'm pretty sure that I'm not even gonna. It just don't even look right to charge for it, bruh. Like, I'm sorry. I've been waiting for somebody to want this number more than me making it famous. I'd
Hell no,
rather.
he hasn't. Listen. If you watch the little Tress Way Jones, and I just skimmed through it a little bit, the man was crying over the number, bruh. The number means something to the man. I'm gonna be real.
If
But
he has a bad punting season,
the reason that it means something to him, right, is that basically this, and from what it sounded like to me, it sounded like he was like, I've been a captain for 4 years. This is about to be my 5th year captain. He said when they put him in the number 1 when he was drafted by Chicago, he didn't like it. He didn't like Chicago. Nothing fit about it. But he was like the number 5 was his Washington thing, basically.
The Jacksonville Jaguars owner, 307. I'm sorry, David Tapper for the Panthers, 313. It's people who was worse than Snyder.
Super Bowl.
Angela,
He's been to 2 Super Bowls, bro. Daniel Snyder, he's been to 2 Super Bowls.
Who?
The Panthers owner.
No, he hasn't. This is the guy who owns it now. He wasn't there as the he owned them from 2013 to 2017. He's been the one.
And the owner before that went to a Super Bowl. They went to the second Super Bowl as the team.
The Panthers as an organization. I'm just talking about David Tepper. He's
again, he's got something that your owner has never smelt.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And
so you would trade the seasons that we've had over a chance to win a Super Bowl.
And the Panthers was a good team that year. That's John Fox. I
don't care. I'm saying under the owner, how the owner don't get
no. That was Ron Rivera's season. That was the coach of the Bills. He's the reason.
The owner had to hire these people, bro.
No, he had a good GM. He had a GM at that time. It might have been Mayhew. Was Mayhew the GM?
The owner has to put these people out there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. All I'm saying is Snyder wasn't the worst owner. You know what I'm saying?
He is one of the bruh. If you go on YouTube, if you go on YouTube right now and look up who is the worst free agent signing in NFL history since free agency started, do you know what the answer is? You know who number 1 is?
It's probably Albert Haynesworth. They gonna say
no. You know who number 1 is, everybody? The entire Daniel Snyder. Every free agency pick that he has picked is what's considered the worst free agency signing.
I can't say that. He picked London Fletcher. London Fletcher was a free agent, and he was all pro 3 or 4 years. So I'm not gonna say that.
How many playoffs he go to?
London Fletcher went to 2.
He went to 2 playoffs.
Yeah, with Kirk Cousins and RG3. Yeah. London was the man. Come on now. Don't do that to London now. Come on, I
don't remember him going to 2 of them.
Yeah, he went to 2. One with RG3, one with Kirk Cousins. 2015.
I don't know.
2015 and 2012. Hey, don't do that to London now.
I'm right here. I'm on it. I'm on that.
Hey, don't do that to London. We can do that to everybody, maybe everybody else if you want to say, but not London. London was a good signing. D'Angelo Hall was a good signing.
For 1 season.
No, I'm not going to say for 1 season. D'Angelo Hall was good.
All right. You got 1 Pro Bowl out of him. I don't know where else you give him a better than that. And he picked off he went to the Pro Bowl for picking off Jay Cutler all of those games. But all right.
He was good.
Yeah. My boy, London Fletcher only got 1 playoff, bro. Like I said, he didn't play in the 2015 season. He's not on the team, sir.
So he retired in 14 is what you're saying?
He didn't play that season. 2015 is Jay Gruden, and he didn't play with Jay Gruden.
Yes, he. Maybe
Not in the 20, not in the 20, not that 9-6, the 9-7 season. He did not. I'm looking at their roster right now. You got
no, you're right. 2013 was his last season.
Will Compton. Will Compton was the inside linebacker.
2013.
Him and Keenan Robinson, Perry Riley and Keenan Robinson, and Mason
He played
Foster.
in 2007. He got 2 playoffs. He went 2007 with us.
He wasn't with us. With
Yes,
us
he
in
was.
2007.
I'm looking at it right now. 2007, he went to the playoffs. In 2012, he went to the playoffs 2 times. He was on the Sean Taylor team that died. The year Sean Taylor died, he was on the team. So he got 2 playoffs out of us, 2 playoff runs.
I don't think we went to the playoffs the year that he passed. I think we went to the playoffs after that.
On his stat sheet, he had 100. He had 100 tackles. Hold on, let me go back to it. Yeah, he had 101 tackles. Right here on the stat sheet, he had 100. He had 101 tackles, 129 combined, 10 pass deflections, 3 interceptions, a touchdown. He had a touchdown in that season. Yeah. Greg Williams brought him over here. He was with Greg Williams. He was Greg Williams' middle linebacker in Buffalo. When Greg Williams left, he left. He came with Greg Williams. That was a good signing. All to say that every signing that Daniel Snyder is signed on is bad is not the truth.
Nah, that I can't agree with that.
Yeah, that's not the truth. He signed some good people. Bruce Smith was actually decent with us.
I think London Fletcher.
If y'all go watch it, bro, you all right.
I know it might be on there, but that don't mean because
23 off seasons and you get it right 3 or 5 times. If y'all find that to be good, bro, okay, we are fans of little expectancy. We are fans of little expectancy. If your team is noted as I only want to go here because I know they're gonna pay me, y'all crazy to even suggest that you don't think that your owner is horrible when no one else has ever been considered to be that location. No one has ever said in NFL history that I'm only going there because they're gonna pay me not to play. You had several NFL veterans and current players at the time of playing come out and say this. And this is not something that surprised y'all. This is just normal everywhere else in the NFL that y'all would imagine that someone comes out and says this, and y'all are giving Daniel Snyder credit for London Fletcher. Okay, guys, I don't have anything to say about this.
Hey, bro,
I am telling y'all something that is
he had no good signings, bro. I just said that was a good signing, bro.
I said that in 23 years, NFL.com. It's on YouTube from NFL.com. You know, NFL.com is voted by players and coaches. So the players and the coaches feel like Daniel Snyder was what is the worst thing to happen to free agency in NFL history. I did not make this up. This is what the players in the organization that we are reporting on feel like, and y'all are arguing for London Fletcher. Do y'all want to go Y'all want to go down the list of names of all of the players that he got wrong?
No,
and
bro.
name another organization.
Name
another organization that I said he's the worst at it. I don't care how many 1 players or 2 players y'all can name he signed. Name how many teams fumbled on off seasons this much. With what owner fumbled this many off seasons consecutively?
A lot of them. Pierre Garçon. Would you say Pierre Garçon was a good signing?
Pierre Garçon was a good signing.
It's a couple good signings there, but I agree with V when he's saying that he got it wrong too many times.
I agree he got it. I don't know though. He got it wrong with a couple players.
No, I think he got it wrong too many times.
Danny Amendola.
Vito. What it is, Vito, is he had a couple good ones, but his bad ones so outweigh the good that it can never even be comparable.
I think it got
so I'm with you on he's one of the worst free agent sounds. I'm with you.
I think he's one of the worst owners, period. I'm with you on that, but like not
That's
All right.
true.
leaders.
So this is when it begins. The Big Bang in 2000. More than $100 million in contracts for Dion, Bruce Smith, Mark Currier, and Jeff George. It did not equate to anything. And these are all over the hill veterans at the time of signing them. That's a bad move. Even though Dion led the team in interceptions and Bruce Smith broke his career leading sack, not the season, just his actual number in his career with our team.
Yeah, he
That's
ain't need that
not
many
worth
to
the,
go
that's not worth
anyway. He
the
had like
production.
5 or 6 to go anyway. So
Yeah,
that way,
that's not
you
worth
know.
that's not $100 million is not worth that production. All right.
I
I'll go to
agree.
the next one real quick. The kicker carousel of 2000. I don't even know how many kickers we went through that year. Anybody remember Chris Blewett? Anybody remember Chris Hepner? He was the third kicker employed in that one season. After missing 2 field goals, they cut him in the loss to fucking Arizona. They replaced him with Michael Husted. Michael Husted got signed after Brett Conway went down with an injury. We went through 6 kickers. Matter of fact, 7. Eddie Murray and then Scott Bentley played in that season. 7 kickers in the year 2000. The Gator Gas in 2002. Okay, you bring over the old ball coach, and your starting quarterback is Shane Matthews from free agency. Danny Werfel from free agency. Y'all don't even understand the laughing stock. Jaquez Green, Chris Doring, and Rydell Anthony were your receivers. All former Florida Gators that were brought on as free agents. Let me see. 2017, and they skipped a whole bunch of years. Okay, they skipped a bunch of them because I'm just using Rigo's rags right now. So this is just Rigo speaking on this. Jay's mediocrity from 2014 through 17. Let's see who we got. Defensive lineman Jason Hatcher. Remember him from the Cowboys? Stephen McGee, Terrell McClain. Prime examples. Were particularly pretty good players in 1 year, subject to injuries, which essentially ended their stays in Washington. Others were plain and simple examples of players being rated too highly. Remember Stephen Paya? Paid him in free agency. Remember Terrell Pryor, guys? Gave him $8 million for having 20 catches. Just want to point that out, that he got $8 million for having previously 20 catches. Then there was Sean Nuavo, a defensive offensive guard who played 31 games out of 64. In 4 years in Washington. There will be some bigger failures during growing years coming up, but those players were just the ones to sum up the mediocrity.
Terrell Pryor, the year before he came to Washington, had 77 catches and 1,000 yards.
With Washington, returned 20 catches, with Washington he had 20 catches on his $8 million contract.
I agree.
The linebacker disappointment of 2002, Jesse Armstead, $10.5 million from the Giants. Wasn't a bad move, except for he wasn't the player that he once was and didn't fucking perform for the fucking $10.5 million at the time. You signed a Jerry Matrata from Philadelphia, who was not that bad, but it's a disappointment. It was a disappointment because you gave him $36 million.
I agree. I agree.
Definitely overpaid. He was good, but that was
hold on. Then he played with us, did okay, and then went back to the team that we formerly got him from in Philly and had a Pro Bowl year.
Yep.
2012, 2015. You had Tanard Jackson. Anybody remember him at safety? Paid him as the free agency coming from Tampa Bay. He got suspended twice for substance policy violation.
For me, the bad one was Danny Amendola, and the other one was.
What about Junior Gillette?
Gillette, I wouldn't say that because he tore his Achilles twice, so I can't really injury. You can't predict that. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't say that was bad. But
all right, Josh Norman, $77 million.
I think that was decent.
Said what? All right, I'm not even gonna name what they have right here for the.
We got to the playoffs. What you say? How many years did he make the playoffs? He got to the playoffs with Josh Norman. We got to the playoffs.
That wasn't because of him, but all right, bro. All right.
That's all I'm saying. He wasn't that bad, but Danny Amendola was terrible. The other guy, Hainsworth, was terrible. Those were 2 terrible signings. I'll give you that.
Y'all remember Chris Culliver?
Terrible. Came from San Francisco. Terrible.
$32 million. the same day that we signed Josh Norman. Let me see. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, who also was a PR nightmare because he got cut for making remarks about gays and women. So, and he got an injury after that. So we had to pay him for the pony up the rest of the 32 that we owe him to cut him the next season. Let me see. Landon Collins, 2019. William Jackson. It's not that they had bad seasons. It's what you paid them and you got rid of them earlier than what they were supposed to give up. We know that Landon Collins and probably either a Rivera thing, I don't know, whatever that was. William Jackson, the same thing with Rivera. I'm not sure what happened, but these guys fumbled on both of those, but you had to pay these guys for signing them and then cutting them within their contracts. So it's considered a bad move. Landon Collins would have been fine for you if you kept him. Letting him go to a division rival, to me, makes it a bad pick when he went to the playoffs and you didn't.
I agree with that. I didn't agree with the Landon Collins thing. I complained about it, so I can't argue with you on that one. I complained about it heavy.
And not only that, he came back and spanked you twice.
Yeah,
35 million for Adam Archuleta for 7 years, and that never worked out.
Garbage.
Yeah.
David Patton, Antoine Randall, Brandon Lloyd. Didn't work out.
Randall probably panned out more than
he had one
700-yard
season and he had one touchdown.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But still, ain't no excuse.
That's not a pan out if we got one touchdown in a 7 year.
I never liked that signing. I never liked the Randall signing either. So I'm not saying it. I'm just saying I know it's worse owners. It's worse owners. The Ford family is up in Detroit.
And for I said free agents. I'm not talking about their overall career.
Yeah, I'm just talking about overall as an owner. Snyder is not the worst one. It's some really worse.
He name, but I'm saying name a franchise that was winners before those owners took over, and then they made it that bad. These guys got long histories of organizations that weren't already winning first, or were new organizations. So you don't know what you're going to get with Washington. Since Daniel Snyder took over the team, there's essentially almost nothing to celebrate. If you take away Sean Taylor in the Joe Gibb years and you take away RG3, you tell me what there has been to celebrate.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, but I feel like there's owners out there who's pretty bad too. That's all I'm saying.
Detroit Lions lose every game in one season. They can celebrate the career of Matt Stafford. They can celebrate the career of Calvin Johnson. They can do that. No matter how bad their teams was, they can celebrate something of a level of success. Sean Taylor, without him passing, you could have that. We have a short-lived memory of great players here. Trent Williams, shortened career, didn't get to finish it here, even though he had a very, very good amount of time here. Everybody else that I could name is short-lived. You don't have a good history with Daniel Snyder. Players that should have retired here did not because of certain things that went on. Free agency, where I'm looking at it and you just are absolutely bad in certain areas where, yes, maybe you're trying. You know what I'm saying? But as many of these in a row that you're spending a gigantic part of your paybook out to these players and then not get the results, you should then stop this method. To keep doing it every year is crazy.
I agree, but I'm just saying I feel like it's worse for owners. I feel like the guy in Jacksonville.
Not in the last 20 years.
The guy in Jacksonville. The guy in Jacksonville, he's on the team since 2011.
But was his organization winning is what Vito is asking.
Mark Brunell was in the playoffs like a lot, bro. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback because of his career.
2011 when Mark Brunell left.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me see. Yeah. Jacksonville's had some hardships in that time.
That's all I'm saying. It's some.
But they
look at them now though. Look at Jacksonville now though. The last 3 years.
They went to the playoffs last year, but that was it.
And the year before that, they went the year before that too.
Yeah, no, I don't know about. No, they didn't go.
Yes, they did. They went last year, this past year.
Yeah. They went
this past year, and they went the year before that.
No,
they didn't go. They didn't go last year. They didn't go last year.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
No, they did. Jacksonville didn't go last year.
They went the year before that.
The Texans went in there. The Texans is in their division. That's who went last year.
Right. Yeah. So that's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying they on the up and coming, and the Jaguars ain't been around long as the Redskins. Nowhere near.
The Jaguars ain't even been. They might have just been around long as Daniel Snyder was an owner. They probably
That's
was
what I'm
around a
saying.
little less.
Because
said
if you remember the
17
Mad
years. That's
99,
still
I think
less.
that's when they came along, or 98.
The
Nah, they
Bears
came around, I
owner
think,
over the
2000.
last couple of years hasn't been good either.
But the Bears and they probably been. But they again, picks. Brian Arch, they have stuff to remember, bro. That is lasting there. They have stuff to remember. Brian Urlacher's whole career there is like a staple in their stuff. You don't have no staples here, bro. Outside of Sean Taylor, everybody else is short-lived, bro.
I agree with that. I'm not saying, and again, I'm not vouching for Snyder. I'm just saying there are some pretty bad owners. And at least I can say this. Snyder is not Jacksonville to the point to where he did not, like, the Jacksonville owner is just starting to spend money when he got Doug Peterson. Before that, he didn't want to spend a daggone dime on nobody.
Because he was watching what Daniel Snyder was doing and not getting the results.
I'm just saying, though, but at least Snyder was at least spending a couple dollars trying to win. Now, if you got bad people in place like Vinny Serrato,
let's not pretend that the Jacksonville owner. The Jacksonville owner is starting from scratch, though. The Washington football team was already a brand when Daniel got it. And if we're being fair, I'm saying that he's one of the worst in history because we were number 2 in overall value when he took over the team behind the Dallas Cowboys. We are now 20th or 28th, if my numbers are correct. So either we are either near last or we're 20th in value in the NFL for one of the most famous, one of the most noted.
We're not last in value. No, we're not. We high because of the sale.
No. Give me 1 second. I will tell you exactly where we are we're in the 20s, bro, or in 20 in the value of our team before the sale. And the value of the team can't be high because somebody bought it. I'm talking about what the team brings in revenue yearly. We are in the back end of the league.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about what the whole franchise is worth.
No, what I'm saying to you is that if the team was valued at number 2 in the NFL as value, what they're bringing in on a yearly basis, we were number 2 without winning no games. We hadn't won in 8 years before Daniel Snyder became the owner, and we were still number 2 in the NFL over teams that were going to the Super Bowl. And again, we were behind the Dallas Cowboys. We are at about 20, either 20th or 28th in what we bring in yearly for one of the most famous noted teams in the NFL.
For full valuation of the whole team, they got us at 8th right now, behind the New York Jets, the Las Vegas Raiders, the Chicago Bears, the New York Giants, the Los Angeles Rams, New England Patriots is number 2, and Dallas Cowboys is number 1. They got us at 8 right now.
Oh, gotcha.
We right above the San Francisco 49ers.
Gotcha.
That's all I'm saying. The Jacksonville
Jaguars, number 2, though. 20. We were number 2.
I mean, I agree. You dropped some.
Bro. This is what I'm talking about, my brother. Revenue. Okay, look at the revenue side right there. Okay. Not with the current value, because the current value is, again, based on the team's overall value. Someone just bought it for almost $7 billion. So the value is that. The revenue is what your team brings in every single year. Yearly, what your team makes. We make $545 million. If you look at this list, that is on the back end of the league. That is in front of the Bengals.
13th. That's 13th. Right now, it's 13th behind the Steelers.
So you dropped 11 positions messing around with Snyder.
You though, that's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You're tied for 16th. I don't know where you see 13th at. They're tied for 16th.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, 13, 14, 15. Sorry, 15. That's where I got us at.
545 is tied. All of them go to the next.
Okay, but that's just what you made last year on a sales season.
No, this what you okay. It is your revenue on a yearly jump. And if you go look up where it was since Daniel Snyder's owned the team, they have dropped significantly for a team that is noted. Again, I said they were number 2 after losing 8 seasons in a row. We didn't go to the playoffs 8 years in a row after we went to the Super Bowl.
No, we went to the playoffs the year before Daniel Snyder. Well, no, let me see. No, we didn't, because that was Trent Green. That was Trent Green last year. I mean, Trent Green's year when we traded him.
So I'm saying that you're still earning money. And again, that Daniel Snyder went on his free agency binge and was spending money to try to buy a roster, and it was continuously not working. That's what he's famously known for. Why I said that the NFL is looking at him like this. Like I said, I'm only repeating or regurgitating information that everyone that's in that league feels. I only went through that and went over that because if we look at the signings and for how much money these guys were getting to not produce nowhere near what they were doing wherever they came from or what we were expecting from them as fans, that's what to me was glaring. You know what I'm saying? That's what me to point it out that this owner is not good because of how many years of this happening, like consecutive years, being consecutive at it.
Again, I just think it was more or less. I think Snyder provided what he needed to. I just think he had bad people. I think Bruce Allen was bad. I think Vinny Serrato was bad. I think Martin Mayhew was bad.
He never fired. He's the reason because he didn't fire these people. All you got to do is fire them after 1 year, and that solves the problem. If you don't, then I'm gonna blame you.
I agree with that. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve some. I'm just saying, as far as the worst owners in sports, I don't know if I could give him that. That's all I'm saying, more than anything. He was bad, but some of the worst owners in sports, we've seen some really bad owners in sports. I don't got him that far down the list when it comes to being that bad. I mean,
I do because of the pedigree, and the expectation around here.
You got to give the Jaguars 7 more years of bad football to catch up with Daniel Snyder. He got 23 years. You said that owner had 17. If he was fired beforehand, then all right. But guess what? He still can say that I didn't have 7 more years with a team that was already good. I did this out the mud. I came up with the Jaguars out of thin air and made up whatever I could make up. The Panthers owner, Carolina Panthers out of thin air, was first known
if that's the case, right now, when it comes to ranking, they got Josh Hurst as the last ranked owner. As the last ranked owner.
In what? In the NFL or owners period?
NFL right now. They got him in the NFL right
He just started.
Ranked. They got him ranked.
Of course he's gonna be last. What has he done?
He went 4-13.
Bad season for his first season.
Right. That's his first season was 4-13.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah. I'm not mad at what Josh Hurst has done since he's been here, with the exception of a couple trades. I mean, now I can give him a new slate because he got his GM and he got his own coach. Now I get to see what he can really do. You know what I'm saying?
James Dolan for the New York Knicks. They're good now. But he's been pretty bad too.
Yeah, they have been bad. They have been really bad.
He's been pretty bad too. You know what I'm saying?
But
they're signing of Carmelo. They're signing of Amar. Like they've had signings that have worked. They've had drafts that have worked that weren't just tank drafts. They've had a bunch of bad picks too and stuff like that. I definitely give you that. And because of what they're supposed to be to basketball, he's probably just as bad as Daniel Snyder was.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is that I look at it like this. Snyder's the old owner. We got to let go of the Snyder years. We can't be living in of Daniel Snyder.
No, they're over. That's why I made my
Josh Hurst. Like I said, Josh Hurst. So far, if you want to grade him a scale, he's got an F. He was 4-13 his first season. Now we get to see him turn that F into a possible C if we have an A season, and then possible B or move up if we continue to have success.
Right.
But right now he's the F. Okay, we're gonna call it.
I don't give him an F. I don't give him an F because you don't get this staff and you don't get this roster if what happened last year didn't happen.
I said this to y'all before we even got this roster. If you
Well-
didn't have this happen, if you did what Rose said in middle of the pack, because you wasn't gonna do no better than that, you wouldn't have got none of what you got right now. Everything would look different, and you would probably still have Rivera.
Listen, though. All of that has not come into fruition of anything yet.
Yes, it has. Look at your coaching staff. What are you talking about? What do we just cover, guys?
We got a good coaching staff, but they haven't done anything on the field yet. That doesn't mean because they're a good staff is going to work. And so we gotta wait till it worked to actually give him some kudos on it. Now we look at the staff.
Unlike these other staffs that we had coming here, unlike these other staffs that we have coming here, this staff that we have coming in here is a competent staff. Not an incompetent staff, a competent staff that's going to pull 7. I'm telling y'all now, this staff is going to pull 7 to 8 wins or more out of this team in the first year. I guarantee you that. You couldn't guarantee.
I can take away the guarantees.
That is a projection.
Take away the guarantees and give it to you like this.
Projection.
I almost guarantee you that each and every one of us, along with every fan that's listening right now, has more confidence in this coaching staff, whether it's been on the field or not, than the last 5 or 6 coaches you've had outside of Joe Gibbs. It's no coaching staff that came in here in the last 10 years it's no coaching staff in the last 10 years that you can say came through the doors that you was ready for them to coach on week 1 and expected that they was going to do good. If it is, please name who it was.
Last 10 years, no. I would say before that, Mike Shanahan. We expected Mike Shanahan to do
Shanahan, the first year.
No.
Hold on. Anybody? Wait a minute. Mike Shanahan, if I am not, Ro, you got the data to pull it up. If I'm not mistaken, we all were confident about Mike Shanahan being able to run the ball.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't recall us having confidence in him doing or taking us anywhere other than being able to run. Now, when we got RG3 after the draft was made, we felt confident because of the player that we received. But let's go into week 8 before RG3 runs off 6 games in a row. The coach that y'all may have had confidence about, we all, along with the rest of the Redskin fan base, saw that he didn't have confidence in that same team. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I had confidence in a coach who lost confidence in the team.
Listen. I'm talking about when he first got the team, like the question
When he
was.
first got here.
When you get a chance, Ro, look it up, and I almost guarantee you, none of us said that we are guaranteed that we're going to have a good year. I believe that we all stated we were going to have a good running game. But okay, let's go with Mike Shanahan. That's one in every how many years before you get a good coaching staff?
I don't even listen. What I'm saying is that we have a good coaching staff, and that's great. Okay, that's a great thing. We got a good coaching staff. But what I'm saying is that none of them coaches on the staff. Hold on. None of the coaching staff on the actual staff has done anything for us to be successful yet. So until they
neither did Mike, and you had confidence in Mike.
What I'm saying is until they get on the field, confidence is great. I got confidence in this staff. But until they get on the field, right now, what Josh Harris' record is in the NFL is 4-13.
I agree.
We cannot give him any extra credit.
Hold on,
let me finish.
Hold on, I'm gonna stop y'all right there because Josh Harris did not put this team together that he got a 4-13 from.
He just bought it already together.
Exactly.
Thank you.
It's nothing that he did besides inherit some shit. Like I told y'all, pardon my French. So we're giving him a F. When what is the?
Thank you.
So guess what? I got a better one. So instead of me playing devil's advocate, I'll let you guys answer for yourselves. Who do you see being the coach if this team went 7-9, 7-10, or 8-9 last year?
It's gonna be Ron Rivera. I think he was gone.
Oh yeah, it was. It's gonna be Ron. It's gonna be Ron.
Okay.
Coach after 7-9. Yes, you can.
I don't think so.
They weren't gonna do it though.
No. This is Josh Harris. This Josh Harris, not Daniel Snyder. Daniel Snyder would have kept him, but it's Josh Harris. So Josh Harris would have let him go. If we go 10-7, 10-7 or 9-8, who is the coach?
I think Ron Rivera was gone regardless.
I'm asking. So no, you can whoever wants to go. I just want to know, who do you think the coach is going to be? Not who's fired, who's the coach?
If we went 10-7, I think Ron Rivera. If we went 10-7, I think it's Ron. I think if we go 9-8, I think Ron Rivera still probably get fired.
Nah, 9-8, Ron Rivera still be here.
Eric Bieniemy is the coach.
Nah,
No,
nah.
Earn Henry.
Nah, I think if he won 10 games last year, I think he could have maintained his job. But if he didn't win 10 games, go to the playoffs type shit, I don't think he maintains his job. I think if we go 9-8 or whatever the case may be, he don't feel like because it like you said, like I'm not knocking Josh Hurst. I'm just saying right now, until we get on the field, until all of this stuff comes to fruition that we've been talking about, because I do have a level of excitement, and I think it's a good staff. I think they put a good roster together. I think it's a great GM. I think all of this stuff is great. So at best, I can only change it from an F to a F plus or a D minus. But because right now we're
I can't.
under him, we're still 4-3. Now
Yeah.
you can give him you could I'm at 4-13. You can give him an incomplete because he inherited the team, but that's the best you can really give him. You can't give him nothing until we actually get on the field and
I
do
agree.
something.
I agree. And
You
it
can't
reminds
even give him an incomplete because he didn't put the team together.
that
He
Shanahan.
inherited it.
Hold up. That Shanahan team
Right.
had
So
five head coaches on its offensive staff.
so listen,
5 future head
listen.
coaches, and they went 3-13.
What I'm
So
saying
that's
is,
why your good coach doesn't matter until you get on the field and show it.
You said they went 3-13 with.
They went 3-13 with
That
5.
was after they went 10-6 though.
Huh?
They had to play a playoff schedule. That was after they went 10-6 though, right?
It don't matter though. I'm saying for me, it don't matter. That team
What?
still had 5 future head coaches.
And
Who was the head coach?
bro.
Who was
We
the
forget
head
the
coach?
second year what they was doing with RG3 though. We forget what they was doing with RG3 in that second year.
Coach.
The future head coach.
Yeah.
Who was the head coach?
But all I'm saying is that I'm not giving him credit. I ain't
said
even
who?
going into all
Mike
of that. Once we
Shanahan.
get on,
In year 2?
In his third
Yeah.
year, after RG3's second year, we had 5 future head coaches on that staff.
What? But so we're gonna leave
On
out the
offense
fact.
by itself.
I got you. So one, I don't believe Shanahan coached here 3 years.
He coached.
Yeah, he did.
He coached 4 years.
Yeah,
Mike coached 4
3.
years.
Yeah.
It was just 3.
2010, 2011, 2012, 2013.
Yeah, he coached 2013 for sure because we went to the
4
playoffs.
years.
He didn't get fired the year after we went to the playoffs. He was
Yeah.
still a coach.
He was still a coach. The 2010 season, the 2011 season, the 2012 season, and the 2013 season.
And he had one good season.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen,
No,
I'm not backing Mike.
No. I'm just going back to what Ro was saying. He was talking about the future head coaches. You talking about? Hold on. You talking about the future head coaches? You have a son who was never a head coach previously for that. You had Sean McVay, who was a quarterback coach, a tight end coach. Like he wasn't a head. He wasn't even an offensive coordinator.
I said future head coaches, though. I'm saying future head coaches. So we know them guys can coach.
Yeah, but they were future at that time. What I'm saying about this staff.
This staff has been head coaches before.
Thank you, bro. That's what I'm saying. This staff has already been there.
This is what happens when you're bad for so long. We start comparing stuff that doesn't make any sense, guys. Like I'm not arguing with y'all. To me, it doesn't make sense to make the comparison. Mike Shanahan was old ASF. He was old. Okay, that's why he gave up on RG3. On top of the fact that staff was confused on who their starting quarterback was going to be. That's why the record reflects that, in my opinion. They also dealt wrongly with the injury of the head quarterback that got you to the playoffs, which I also think was a slap in the face to Mike Shanahan because he publicly, in front of the entire world, showed him that you were old and didn't know what you was talking about by taking him to the playoffs. Maybe that's how I personally feel, but y'all can go look at the season and the season after, and you will see the difference in play calling and what they were doing after he proved that he could be the man and he was a good reason to be picked. But let's take that out and say that that's just the record that they had. Kyle, who designed the offense for RG3 to be successful, had to turn around and make something up for Kirk Cousins. Not that he did not find success in being able to, but just like I be arguing with y'all all the time, that y'all be arguing with me, Kirk Cousins was not freaking good. So even with having Kyle, who's a good future head coach or became a good future head coach, you didn't have the pieces that you really needed to do that. And then the coaching staff wasn't all on the same page. They wasn't all on the same page. You know what I'm saying? If the father would have quit and Kyle would have took over us,
some of those coaches would have probably still been on staff. Well, he may still be the coach of our team because I think that he would have made the decision on who he wanted to go with between RG3 and Kirk Cousins. Regardless of who it was, I think it would have just been a clear decision, and that would have at least helped out the locker room. On top of that, I was going to say that the only times we go to the playoffs are with coaching staffs that have done well. Even though Ron Rivera is a mid-tier coach to me, his time in Carolina and that staff that he's had together has made it to a Super Bowl. They've made it to the playoffs before. Guess what? Even in a bad season with us, he made it to his usual place, which is the playoffs. We only went one time, and I'm more than sure that we could have went more than that if it wasn't for the mismanagement. But when Daniel hired him, this is another quote-unquote bad free agency signing. Who in the NFL has hired a coach who was dying?
I didn't like
Has anybody ever gotten
I didn't like
chemo during halftime? Like, that's unheard of, y'all. Like, it's no coach getting chemo at halftime.
Because when you get chemo, like, you're very tired after that treatment and everything.
And
you can't
we have
100%
during his tenure the fastest recorded NFL game in NFL history. Because he was tired. Just what Big Son said. He's ready to go home. He needs a nap.
Yeah.
That's
The game was like 2 hours and 38 minutes, bro. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, I didn't like the signing, but only thing that I am saying is that a good coaching staff does not ensure that you're going to be good. That's all I'm saying. You could have injuries.
No, a competent, not a competent coaching staff.
I don't think
like,
when we had our coaching staff that we were good yet. Those guys were not even the coaches that they are today then.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
exactly.
saying?
I disagree. I think that them bringing the rebound told you that.
Why did Shanahan have success with the Browns?
Huh?
Why Shanahan didn't have success with the Browns?
He was only there for one season.
He was here for longer, and he only had 1 year of success. Why was he not successful with the Browns? The same thing that I said on my show. He didn't have enough talent. The same thing that I said on our team, on our podcast during the playoffs, during that Super Bowl, that he is not a good coach unless he has a mob. Y'all are going to see that.
Well,
and
I think
when that happens,
it's part of his talent, picking talent. And they were 9th overall in points.
Picking talent. So if his job is picking talent, in 4 seasons with the Washington football team, he had 1 successful season. Why was the talent not being produced in Washington during his tenure?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'll tell you why. It's simply because it wasn't there to produce. You know what I'm saying? He didn't bring it. He didn't.
He made his offense to RG3. Kirk Cousins wasn't his. Kirk Cousins was his father's guy. RG3 was his guy, but by the time RG3 came back and was mismanaged on the injury, I couldn't even do what I would have taken over the NFL with because I'm limited in what my father has taken away from me. Now you stuck me with Kirk Cousins, who I believe he knew at that time. I'm not saying that we couldn't get better out of Kirk Cousins now, but I believe at that time he knew that Kirk Cousins was not ready. And I don't know why his father was trying to force that, but I think that he knew, I think that Kyle knew that Kirk was not ready at that particular time. You know what I'm saying? The quarterback that we got in the playoffs essentially became the quarterback that was the starting quarterback for us, even when we had him during Gruden time. He just wasn't ready for those big games. And we saw that all of the true Redskins fans saw during that Seattle game. We saw that, and that's what we continuously got him week in and week out. And Kyle also knew that too. That's why Kyle, Deshaun Jackson, nobody wanted to stay here knowing that he was going to be the quarterback. The father is the reason why I believe that happened at that time. Those younger quarterbacks, those younger coaches that became future coaches, I don't think that they were the guys that they became until after they moved on from our situation. They saw
they weren't.
How it don't fumble, and they've all ran their organizations to not let them fumble the way that ours did at the time.
Yeah, of course. You're going to learn from every situation.
I mean, again, I just feel like that's why I'm just saying the coach. It's more than just having a decent coaching staff. And I'm with Leo when they say when he said, "Hey, this guy's ain't done nothing, and you only judge a guy by what he's done so far," I agree with that. You don't win games in the off season. You don't win games on the draft. You don't win games by picking coaches. You win games by going out there and winning games. So I just gotta wait to see it before I say that he is.
The Cowboys, when they was 28th, won 5 games. I think they won 13 the next year, and I think they won 12 last year and won the division.
I agree, but they didn't do it until they actually went out there and did it.
My head coach and my defensive coordinator have proven themselves on multiple occasions. Every team that Dan Quinn has been on has had a 11+ win season. Every team that he's been a part of. Adam Peters has had teams that he's been a part of, whether assistant or not, that have had 10+ win seasons. Anthony Lynn with the Chargers had a 10-win season. Johnson, the O-line coach with the Giants, had a 9 or 10-win season the year that Saquon and them did with. I think it was a 9-win season, but if it wasn't 9, it was 10 wins. You've got coaches that have, unlike that staff with LaFleur and McVay and all of them, those guys were inexperienced. When you read down the stats from the other day, most of these guys at every position outside of the former players got 20+ years of experience. We did not have that on that staff with Mike Shanahan. He had all of the coaching experience. You hired your son as the offensive coordinator with no previous NFL head coaching experience outside of being around you as an offensive coordinator.
No, he was in Houston. He was in Houston before that.
You're right, but again, it's limited. It's limited in comparison to Cliff Kingsbury, who's been an offensive assistant, an offensive head coach, offensive coordinator, a quarterbacks coach, a head coach in the NFL, an assistant,
and previously
in the NFL.
A quarterback himself.
And to me, if you ask me, outside of what we have to see when it does get on the field, that's the weakest offensive coach, in my opinion, on our staff, because that's the only one that's the one that I'm most unsure about. Our wide receiver coach, Bobby Ingram, 20 years, 18 years in the NFL. Our head coach has more years as coordinator than half of our staff got as coaching, period.
I agree.
You know, to me, I'm just saying that there's a difference. And here's to me the difference is that I don't believe that Mike Shanahan, especially being a former Bronco during that time, and you know this for yourself, bro, I don't believe Joe Gibbs gave Mike Shanahan the blessing. I don't even think they talked.
Probably not.
I can almost guarantee you they did. Mike Shanahan was pissed about that John Elway Super Bowl. I know it, and I know he didn't. Bruh, we have not heard, like I said, Darryl Green getting his number retired. These are things that fans and we did on our show have asked for years. What you said about hiring Darryl Green. Darryl Green recently said that he would help out the new cornerbacks.
Right.
Yeah.
These are things that our franchise.
Yeah, he said he would fix Forbes.
I'm not saying that this works just because they said that they would do it. I'm not even saying it works because they said that they would do it. But these are all things that I feel confident that would, because we all have stood behind these same things being done. At 60 years old, did y'all see that man backpedaling his attacks of the football? People don't even play cornerback like that no more. Didn't I tell you that, bro? People don't even have that. They don't even do that no more. It is reach and react. Nobody has that type of footwork now. And if he put anybody on game like that in 2024, they could have a Hall of Fame career. It's no reason why he's not showing other cornerbacks how to be one of the best in the game. It's no reason.
I agree. And that's why I'm saying I'm not disputing anything that you're saying. I think it's true. I think it's all of it is right. However, I do think that you have to see it to believe it. You know what I'm saying? I can't. It's be too many years where I'm like, okay, this makes sense.
But see, the years prior, what I'm trying to break down the years prior, we didn't have a room this competent. Since the 80s Joe Gibbs kids.
So you don't think Eric Bieniemy, who had won the Super Bowl previously, and Jack Del Rio, who has a Super Bowl as a coordinator as well?
No, before you even finish, no, because they wouldn't have got into it on the sideline like that. Somebody has to be accountable.
That's hindsight, though. I'm saying into the season. Eric Bieniemy has a Super Bowl as a coordinator. Joe Wicks had no Super Bowl as a coordinator.
You're right.
Kingsbury ain't got no Super Bowl as a coordinator.
You're right.
So going into the season, I think they were extremely competent.
I think confident. I don't think he was competent. I think he was confident. I don't think competent. You are not I said this during the season, you're not a former running back in the NFL, become a coach or an offensive coordinator, and do not implement a running game in your system. It's no way possible. That's the one thing that I will say that he wasn't competent for by himself.
Right. I can't dispute that because he didn't
with a rookie quarterback. You put a rookie quarterback in one of the worst situations in NFL history. He's sacked over 60 times. You don't say as an offensive coordinator publicly or in private now that situation is over with, hey, I needed more help on the offensive line. I tried to ask. You didn't fucking excuse me, pardon my French, but you didn't out Josh Harris for not helping you financially or helping you after he was now the owner, seeing as though the previous owner who hired you left you high and dry on what you could manage or what you couldn't manage, or you left with the title that the former owner gave you, and because the new owner may have come in and to see how you were going to react with this and didn't say anything, you abused the power as if Daniel Snyder was still the owner.
Right. No, I agree. And I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying it looked good on paper. Going into the season, I say, well, I know Del Rio. I've seen what Del Rio could do. Oh, Del Rio's like that.
I did. If I said that it did or I was confident about it, I don't think I was. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna sit here and act like I was. If I did, then I would stand corrected if you let me hear that. But I don't think I went into the season confident because I told you that when Eric Bieniemy was named assistant head coach, that threw me off. It threw everything off to me because why did you keep Rivera? Keep Del Rio. Daniel Snyder to me had to have BALLS and had to fire somebody. It wasn't supposed to be Josh Harris's job to do if you're trying to put the team in the best situation, whether you're selling it or not. You do not leave Rivera on that roster as a head coach before you leave. Before you walk out the door, you say, you got to go with me, buddy. You got to go with me.
I'm with you where he should have been fired after the Carson Wentz situation.
Yes. The debacle. That was a debacle. That was
really bad. That was the worst. Honestly, that was the worst head coaching job I've ever seen on the Redskins sideline. It don't even matter what the records were.
And to still be able to have one, that was the worst thing of it all. You still had a job after all went down.
Yeah, I think that he should have been fired after the Carson Wentz situation because that was only his fault. That was literally even Scott Turner was like kind of not saying it, but kind of like in so many words, Taylor Heineke should have been in it.
You got your man fired. You got Scott Turner fired.
Yeah. Scott Turner was the scapegoat on that.
And to be very honest, my bad. To be honest, I believe, even though I am one of the biggest Scott Turner haters out there, and haters that's just on hating him, you know what I'm saying? I think that he would have had a better season last year than Bieniemy.
I think so too. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think so too.
Yeah,
I think the team had gotten used to what he was trying to do, and I think Howell had a better arm than Heineke, and I think Howell would have been able to have Heineke as a backup if you kept Scott Turner because he always kept people that were familiar with his offense, which means that Heineke could have showed Youngin how to deal with some of those pressure situations that he was getting. And I think that they completely just put him in the worst situation. And like you said, Ro, in that aspect, I wish Sam Howell all the luck. Because again, just like Jason Campbell, I felt like they was just dealt really, really bad hands.
Yeah. I didn't honestly after seeing Eric Bieniemy, I think Scott Turner, and I said it during the season towards the end of the season, I said Scott Turner is better than this. You know, Scott Turner is better than this.
Verbatim.
Scott Turner did know how to do it. Didn't matter who was the quarterback. He definitely could scheme Terry McLaurin open.
Yep.
I didn't see that out of
him. Well, Eric Bieniemy, we see now that he came up out of Andy Reid's shadow that you do design good plays, but you're not a great caller of them.
You're not a great caller. Yeah, you don't have a feel, and that's why. Honestly, This is why
I think that's why they sent him to college.
Never gave him the never let him do it. I
believe why they sent him to college. I think that's why they sent him to college too.
Yeah. Now I see why Andy Reid never let him call plays. Because he
Mhm.
probably during certain time, he probably hear what he was suggesting and probably was like, nah, I'm not
It might work. It might work in college though. It might
huh?
work in college. I said it might work in college though.
Yeah,
If you take the numbers that outside of the interceptions and coverage is not as tight as it is in the NFL and college. If
yeah,
you take the numbers that Sam Howell had in the NFL, you're talking about at least a 4,000 yard quarterback in college.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? And if I don't know if the quarterback can run, you know what I'm saying, or not, and I don't know what the running game looks like, but if he adds that and can find some balance into, and again, maybe if you're going, is he going to be a head coach or offensive coordinator?
Let me see. That's a good question.
Because if it's a coordinator, he's going to get the feel. He's going to college to get the feel for when to call the plays and stuff. If he's going to be a head coach, then he's going to have to hire a coordinator.
He's a assistant coach, associate coach at UCLA. He's not the head coach.
Or basically he's been demoted to helper.
Yeah. He's doing what Cliff Kingsbury
Yes.
did
Yes.
last
Yes.
year. He's doing
so he basically is giving them a concept, and the offensive coordinator and the coaches are going to go with the concept, and he's probably going to work directly with one of the players, you know what I'm saying, or a group of players specifically.
Right.
I still think that's a demotion though, in my opinion.
It's a super demotion. And I mean, it's just you went from a Super Bowl champion to an associate head coach, an offensive coordinator from a Super Bowl champion to associate head coach. Yeah,
that sucks.
Yeah, and then the same crazy thing is, to me, Deion didn't even hire him, and he played he went to Colorado. That's his alma mater.
Yep.
And I'm trying, and so Deion didn't.
Well, Deion, see what we see. He ain't
I
blind.
ain't gonna hold you. Deion designed a good, like whoever his coordinator is. Colorado was good offensively last year in a lot of games. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have the talent in some places, but they had good schemes going on a lot.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the fact that Deion didn't even reach out to him, knowing that he went to Colorado, played, you know what I'm saying? That's his alma mater. That says a lot.
Speaking about Colorado, I'm sorry, didn't Cordell Stewart go to Colorado?
Let me see. I think he did.
So, mentioning Cordell Stewart and the AKA the Flash, did y'all hear about Justin Fields possibly returning punts in Pittsburgh?
No. I don't think that might not be a bad idea though. That's what Joe Theismann did for the Redskins when he couldn't get in. That's literally what Joe Theismann did for the Redskins.
He's a possible punt returner for the Steelers right now.
Yeah.
It made me think about Cordell Stewart.
You went to Colorado. Y'all be went to Colorado. Sure did.
Him and Michael Westbrook.
Yep. You went to Colorado. Sure did. You sure did. He sure did. That's crazy. So, I mean, I don't know, man. Again, I'm confident in the staff. I think they have a great staff. I said that before. I think that they, you know what I'm saying? But for me, again, I just want to see it because I always say this and do this to myself and say, hey, it should be great. They have this. This makes sense. And then next thing you know, season comes and it starts off 2-0, starts off whatever, and then bloop, 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 bloop. Just somehow, some way. Somehow, some way. The season started off 6-2. And then bloop, 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 no playoffs.
There's a reason though.
What's the reason? There's on season.
Yeah. Clinton Portis claims it was chemistry between them and the coach. You know, the coach did not know how to handle the Sean Taylor thing because that was the very next year after Sean Taylor was killed. And Zorn didn't really, he was handling it well the first 8 games, and then the second 8 games, he tried to take a little bit more control than what he should have done. And he was doing things he had no business doing. He was really insensitive to the Sean Taylor thing, so people stopped playing for him, essentially. That's the story that Clinton Portis tells.
Yeah, because I think he wasn't a fan of the Miami practice environment that the Portises and the Mosses was trying to keep around because of Sean Taylor.
Yeah. It was just the chemistry behind the Sean Taylor death. Zorn did not handle it well. So again, that's why I say it could be anything, something like that. It could be.
Well, I don't think we're gonna have that problem with Dan Quinn. As you see, he different. You know what I'm saying? So, a problem like that from Dan Quinn is not like.
And I ain't gonna hold you. I'm not gonna hold you. Like we don't have that player right now. Like the only player that I can see we got like that right now is like a Terry McLaurin. And this is no disrespect to Terry by a long shot. By all means, Lord willing, nobody amongst the team isn't any bad things with health. Lord, keep your arms wrapped in mercy around everybody. That's for everybody, regardless of such sports or not. But no disrespect to Terry, he's not even close to being loved as much as Sean Taylor was, bro. And he's the best player on the team.
No, what I mean by anything is, let's just say Terry McLaurin, we'll use him. Him and Dan Quinn have some sort of riff, and they got to trade Terry in the middle of the season. I don't think they survived that.
I do.
I don't think they have enough at receiver to survive without Terry McLaurin. I don't think you trade Terry McLaurin regardless of what you. First of all, you can't. Terry McLaurin is in the driver's seat. I think that's a very bad example to use right now because it's nobody else you can turn to. Even if, let's say that Luke has 700 yards in the first 5 games. Let's just say by some miraculous chance he got 700 yards the first 5 games. He's been going the heck off. Even if you and Terry are off because his number's not right or he's not getting the targets or whatever, you decide to trade him. You have to get another receiver. You still got to bring somebody else. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you can just say, and again, yes, you will be judged the same way that we judged the team last year after getting rid of, and then, like what I said with Harris is fair in the assumption that the team's direction, especially after the Sweat and Young trade, went completely downhill. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So again, a trade that changes the dynamic of what your roster looks like, it has to improve afterwards. Right. I agree.
Like the trade with Patriots and trading Tom Brady. If Mac Jones went to the playoffs that first year after trading Tom Brady, it's the fact that Tom Brady won the freaking Super Bowl.
Right. I agree.
If the Bucks go 2 years in a row with Tom Brady not making the playoffs and the Patriots make the playoffs that one season, and then the following year they do not, and this year they do not, guess what? Nobody has a problem with Belichick. He still has a job. It's the fact that glorious Tom, has won a Super Bowl, and you left New England supposedly or looking like high and dry, and then because New England looked bad afterwards, it just got worse for the coach. So yes, in that term, if they were to trade someone like an Allen or a McLaurin or Deron Payne or something like that, if you lose production and you are not winning games, if you lose production, like if we lost Young and Sweat and we lose production but we win in games, yes, fans are going to be mad that those guys are gone, but nobody's going to care. Washington cares too much about the team itself to worry about if a player is gone or not, unless that player is having success, i.e. like Young and Trent Williams going to the Super Bowl, and we're not having success. If you make that trade and we don't have success, yes, you probably get fired and can't survive that. But if you make that trade because it's better for the team and you have success afterwards, a few people will get over that.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's anything. If let's say McLaurin, knock on wood, no, you know what I'm saying? God, no, speaking life into this. Let's say it's an injury of one of your receivers, Terry. I don't think you can survive that. I don't think you have enough at receiver to survive an injury of Terry McLaurin. That's when he has to sit it out.
That's when Ben Simmons gets your 600 or 700 yards receiver. That's what I'm saying. To me, I think that you now would have to rely on Sennett. You would have to now rely on Dotson, and you now have to rely on who. So that's when I came in and I told you that it was messing up earlier. Y'all were talking about the importance of Crowder and what his role might be this year. If a McLaurin gets hurt, that's where I see a Zacchaeus and a Crowder coming. I see Crowder more than Zacchaeus coming in because now you have to switch up the role for McCaffrey, who may have to go on the outside for you to put a Crowder back in his predominant slot position to be able to run your system. You know what I'm saying? Whatever that is. Now, what may happen is you may create some of those being able to bring the safety because nobody's going to double team that if you have that out there. So now you bring a safety down in the box. So you still need someone that's going to be able to win one-on-one, or Jay's going to have to be able to extend plays. So I still think you can win games. I think you're just going to be required to do a lot more offensively to, you know what I'm saying, possibly do that.
Right. I mean, because you got to remember the first year, Pierre Garçon was missing for 6 games. He got hurt in the first game, and he missed the first 6 games, which is if you saw our record in the first 6 games, then when he came back.
Yeah, that's when we started scoring. Yeah, that's when we started striking. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's
but
why
I also think that they needed that time without him to be able to build trust in the other players to be able to make plays when he's not able to make them. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, it's a process. And don't get me wrong, not every season goes the Cinderella way where, you know what I'm saying, things are just beautiful the whole time. The season in the NFL is long. Those 20 weeks are long and hard for every one of them counts, even though it seems like some weeks are not as important as the other. Matchups are important, this, that, and the third. It's all about playing the right football at the right time. We have seen this year in and year out. And you have seen, even with bad, this is why everybody who's not a fan of us, like division foes, are scared. And I've like I said, I've talked to a lot of the people. I deal with a lot of people downtown, so a lot of workers and stuff like that. A lot of people are literally interested and scared about what we're going to do because we as a staff have covered our team when we've had bad teams, like not just the rosters, we had bad teams, bad coaching staffs, different things, and we've always had a run of 4 games or 3 or 4 games every season. We run off a 3 or 4 game run every season. Not really that many seasons where we don't have a run at some point in time. Could you all imagine a decent to good or very good roster getting those same type of runs? This is easily a 8 to 10 win season at this moment right now. And yes, it is speaking forward. It's putting a lot of supposed pressure on a rookie quarterback. What I am saying is that with the mismatches that we may be able to create, it is literally what you guys said in the beginning. This part I will hold with what you all said, which is what they give you on the field. That is very true, what they give you on the field. Because if you come out lined up in a spread offense and you just drop back and try to throw the ball, maybe hand it off a few times here and there, teams can learn to scheme that. It's going to be about how you put your mismatches on the field. But like I said, there's so many different coaches at so many different levels, so many experienced guys that haven't been around for 1 year. Do you need that young coach that's, able to create some new stuff and all of that? Or is it just somebody that got some youth with them? Yeah, I do think so. But I also think that that's where Cliff Kingsbury, where I'm unsure about him, it's because of his lack of experience, in my opinion, as far as noted experience, like a Kyle Shanahan like that. Like Kyle Shanahan, outside of him being a head coach, I've seen his offensive coordinator resume. So I can say, okay, in the league, I can look at several teams and I can look at several things that he's done as a coordinator. With Kingsbury, because I have him being a head coach in Arizona, I look a lot of that of being him and not realizing that when you are the head coach, as well as the person calling plays, the responsibility can become really crowded. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot more for you to do than just manage the offense, which you really are in love with. By him having a focal point with us, I believe that it gives him one job to do, something specific to teach, and you don't get crowded. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, you're able to make better judgment. You're able to make calls at a better situation. At a better time. You have a staff, i.e. a Dan Quinn, that's going to hold you accountable for certain things. It may not be the argument that we saw Bieniemy and Rick Del Rio going through, or if it does, whether the media blows it out of proportion or not. I think Dan Quinn comes as he is, meaning that if he cusses you out, you already knew that he was capable of doing this, or that he gets these hot moments beforehand. So if it comes out, you know that this is the type of fiery coach that it is. I don't think it's going to be a surprise like, oh my God, you're raising your voice at me or something like that, or oh, we on TV, why you talking to me like that? Like, no, you know what you get with him as a coach. That 20 years of experience allows for the assistants and the coaches that I've hired to know the kind of guy that I already am. You see how I have my team prepared. You see these things and stuff like that. So I'm just in a very comfortable spot where I was not 2 or 3 months ago. 2 or 3 months, I was excited about what could happen because I told you guys how important it was going to be to finish with this type of record. Yes, I know wholeheartedly that being 4-13 was very disappointing. I did not celebrate the season more so than I did understanding that a dawn of a new day was coming, and I know that we needed a high pick in order. The Dallas Cowboys, who I have hated, I mean, just hated since I started watching football, I've hated them. All right. Regardless of their history, I just didn't like nothing about them. I don't like their jerseys or nothing like that. There's nothing about them that are cool to me. I don't like none of that. All right. And watching them build from a Emmitt Smith, a Troy Aikman, getting Michael Irvin. Yes, they were bad for the time they were bad, but once they got the caliber of players that they needed to have, they went off, bruh. Regardless of whether I like them or not, they went off. And what they were is what I tell everybody. You are going to have success at anything if you are what? Consistent. They were consistent.
Right.
I believe that this staff is going to hold themselves accountable. And guess what happens? If somebody doesn't do well this season, I believe that they're going to sit down and say, hey, Adam, this guy didn't produce where we needed him to produce at. We're trying to win a championship. We have already started with the core. The core is here. We've added, we've recalibrated. Now the engine is roaring. The engine is purring. It's ready to put this car on the road. When the season starts, what we have not seen in 5 seasons, if we go back to all 5 of them, or you can play my clip on week 1, and I say it every single game since before Rivera came in, when we had Gruden the last year, the year before that, which was, why are we not prepared on week 1? Why are we coming in every season not ready for the first game of the year? I do not think that that's going to be the case this year. That's where I told you guys I'm gonna be hard on them. If they come in not preseason, if they come in the first game of the season, they don't look ready to smack stuff. If they look like they lost, they don't know what coverages they supposed to be in and stuff like that, then I'll give them the blues. Because again, you got 20 years of experience. The last thing you're supposed to be is late for work.
Right. I
You
mean,
feel me?
and again, I think we'll know more come preseason, because I think what we saw in preseason, if we go listen to the games that we did in preseason last year, with Bieniemy and them, with this last run, the things that showed up in the regular season is what we were complaining about in the preseason. I think if you have offensive line trouble in the preseason, you will have them during the season. If you have drop passes in the preseason, you're gonna have it. If you have a lot of penalties in the preseason, it trickles over to the regular season for sure. So I think that
them fumbles we was talking about early trickled over into the season.
That trickled right on over to the season. So I think that at least we do have an opportunity to see them in the preseason a couple games, to at least see organizationally how they look. I do not believe they'll be running. Now, that's another thing. Cliff Kingsbury runs the spread offense. I'm very concerned about that spread offense in the NFC East. I am. So I want to see how that works in the NFC East. But he runs a spread offense. That's the type of offense he runs. So that's another thing that goes to show, that will prove itself whether it works or not. But
so that was what I said. I feel like we're really, really set up to be good regardless of what. And that's why I said I think that's what's making people scared, because hey, this is the one thing. There's not a lot. There is some things that Quinn can do to get himself fired. That's any coach in the NFL, but there's not a lot that he can do right now to get himself fired. Cliff Kingsbury job could definitely be in the air. We could definitely lose Joe Witt if we lead the league in interceptions again. You know what I'm saying? Right. But I also believe that he's going to I think he wants to win though, wherever he is. I won't say that having a 30 to 50 interception season won't make him feel like I need to go do this on my own, because I'm just like that. I'm not going to hold you. And money is very attractive in today's market, where there's somebody that may be interested to say that. He just has to be committed. Outside of that, did not make that long. I think Kingsbury's job, if you don't get this done in year 1, I don't think they're going to do what we did with Scott Turner and Bieniemy and keep him around. I think that there will be several NFL offensive head coaches, whether they're offensive coordinators currently or just quarterback coaches or something like that, that are going to be dying to line up to coach a quarterback like Jayden Daniels.
Yeah.
In situations where, like I said, the team had so much unsurety in certain spots. I think Quinn gives you a coach that I know if I know the defense is going to be right and all I got to do is coach offense, there's going to be a ton of offensive coordinators that are going to want to come in and say, shoot, all I got to do is get this guy in, bring this guy in, and put them with this guy right here. That's all we need to do. Like, I just need to bring in my tackle. I can bring my tackle from whatever team I came from and line them up with him, and I need to just draft a wide receiver, or I need to put another running back. It's not much. If we look at our roster and where you said, bro, we can make improvements at, I think everybody on here totally agrees, is wide receiver on day one. If we don't see anything right now, we're just looking at the paper, I think we could upgrade at wide receiver. If Big Son was saying anything, I think even though Rodriguez, I feel like you could do it, I think you may agree, Big Son, that maybe we could upgrade at running back. You know what I'm saying? Just depending on what we're going to run. Right. We can all agree that maybe we need to upgrade it, maybe at one or two spots at offensive line if we were talking about a serious upgrade, if we were able to do it. Let's not forget that we lead the NFL currently still with the most money in cap. 71 million or 68 million now with a couple of little extra signings and stuff. Like six, and after the rookie stuff, I think it might be like 62, 61, something like that. But we still leading the league in off-season money. And we're not even finished our first season. So if Kingsbury doesn't get it done, I still think we're in a great position to add a heck of a lot of talent, a heck of a lot of value, and a coach that may have us. Because again, whoever you bring in is going to have something to be able to run with this kid or whoever they bring with him. You know what I'm saying? So if Kingsbury doesn't get it right, it's because all he does is the spread, and it's something that everybody can read or something like that. I feel like he can't do what he would always do. I think he has to bring something a little bit different. Even if you do bring in that spread concept, you have to be able to do something that nobody's doing out of it, because there's only so many ways you can line up, you know what I'm saying, offensively or defensively. And I feel like in order, like, you got to have more people on one side of the field to make just something. There has to be something where the numbers are in your favor, you know what I'm saying, whether it be motion out of it or something like that. But like I said, I'm really interested to see that. That's the part I'm really interested to see. And let's be honest, like, if our defense, which we don't, I think, talk about enough, if our defense improves vastly, I'm not even giving us, mind you, the Cowboys went from what, 28th to 2nd the first season, or was it 28th to 5th?
It was like, I think it was like 28th to like 2nd. It might have been 2nd.
Yeah, it might have been 2nd, bro. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not even expecting to, even though the roster, it looks very attractive, I'm not even expecting to jump all the way up to 2nd in the NFL. Could y'all imagine? We're not even telling you, like, we're not even going into the fact that if we have the number 2 defense in the NFL, y'all, whether we have Jaden at starting quarterback or not, we don't even have to score that many points if we got the number 2 defense in the league.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
This defense, I was about to say, our first year we had a top 5 defense. But no, I'm saying we didn't have the playmakers on defense.
You talking about with Rivera? We went to the playoffs though.
Yeah, I'm saying though, that first this season, I don't know if we have a Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons made such a big difference over there with the Cowboys. I'm gonna be honest. Micah Parsons, he made a big difference over there. And so that's another thing I want to see out of Quinn and Witt. You know what I'm saying? I get it. Y'all are good. Y'all, you know, Quinn is proven. But you
if Mika do it again without a couple pieces out there, hey, you could say Mika is Mika.
Right.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? But I think Mika is Mika.
Joe Witt created turnovers because of pressure. Mika was getting sacks. And don't get me wrong, he was getting pressure too, but the pressure is what caused the turnovers.
But what I'm saying is the pressure came from the attention. When you got 2 or 3 guys on this one guy, you can kind of move around on the rest for the rest of the team. I'm interested to see.
So if Michael moves from the linebacker spot to the defensive line spot, then that means that the attention is on the defensive line. Let's not forget that we have Bobby Wagner at the middle linebacker spot. Every center in the NFL has to account for where he is. So whether the center is double teaming or not, he has to call out immediately where he is lining up. Not to mention that Jamin or Luvu are likely going to be rushers, because we're not even accounting that the fact that they say that they're going to line up in the nickel. we may have 3 safeties on the field at the same time, meaning that we can bring pressure from either the safety side, the linebacker side, or mix it up and get it with just the defensive line, seeing as though we've gotten Newton as another actual defensive lineman to add pressure up front. So and if y'all know Dan's system, he doesn't bring the same person. Yes, Michael was causing a lot of attention, but he's had multiple sackers. Like I said, Armstrong is a second string lineman with almost double-digit sacks in 2 years in a row, just coming off the bench and making plays. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, because
the
Micah's
second
causing
most sacks
attention.
on the team.
Yeah, so with Micah causing the attention, yes, that's one player that's causing that much attention. But if we don't have that one player that's causing the attention, you now start getting those young guys that you drafted, like the McGee's, Sandstrill, Martin. You start sending different guys because you now start creating where the pressure is coming from. Because I'm trying to make those quarterbacks like the Daniel Jones, who for years have gotten to sit back and make decisions. We're trying to make them make the decisions instead of letting them make the decisions. Right. You know what I'm saying? I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see what that looks like. Like I said, and again, if we even if we went with a base defense, let's say that we went with base defense, nobody's blitzing. The defensive line just got to try to get pressure with what we have. Jonathan Allen and Payne, with having better help than Tuhill and James Smith-Williams, will be able to get some pressure. I'm not going to guarantee that they have a ton more push than that, but they'll be able to give those guys help. And with having a Wagner and a Louisville and Jamin Davis, to be honest, on the second level that can tackle. Jamin Davis, to me, improved last year in his tackling. He made way more tackles than Mayo and Barton. And not that he was better than Mayo, in my opinion, because Mayo was just like really good in his games. But Jamin was not missing tackles that he was missing earlier in his career. Luabu is a really good tackler and pursuiter. He had a ton of tackles for loss out there in Carolina, and they had a horrible record. So I don't know how many people you was tackling behind the line of scrimmage, but either they wasn't playing for real or you were just catching bodies. You know what I'm saying? And Bobby Wagner is a consistent 100+ tackler. So I believe that if you don't get pressure, where you would be worse at would be at your secondary. You have the number one intercepting defensive coordinator as your secondary advisor, and he's almost guaranteeing and telling other teams, you know what I want to do. You know that I'm here to create pressure and cause turnovers, and that's what we're going to do. What you said, what I said, I'm holding them to what they said. If we last in the league in turnovers, as much as I like you, Joe, maybe you gotta go.
Yeah.
All right. And again, I'm not saying because we last in turnovers don't mean that we don't lead the league and passes batted down. Maybe we got to get somebody to catch the ball. But I'm going off of what you said. So this means that I want to see your system at work. If it does not work the first year, let me see where it's not working at. Let me see a actual coaching adjustment, and you try to put another player here. And if it does not work, I don't blame that completely on you. I just say that this is where you need to get production at. That's what I mean by watching a game and watching a coaching staff really coach a team. If you got Armstrong in the game or Fowler in the game, and they starting a game, not 3-4 games, in this same game from quarter 1 through 4. If he's been in for 3 quarters and he's been playing possession after possession and he's getting his butt kicked, if you don't take him out, to me, that's bad coaching. I'm going to address and say, hey, who's that defensive line coach? Because he needs to do a better job. We fans that are still listening, love y'all to death for being on with it still. We've called this out season in and season out. If you are to blame, like Rose said, it will be called out on Sunday. We do not pull no cards with that. If it's your job or responsibility, we point it out. So if it's the player's fault, it's the player's fault. That's why we talk to the fans to help them understand how to look at the game and how to look at the way that we're trying to, call it. Again, how it's being called. It's being called for how it's being called. And we just call it out who's making mistakes when there's penalties. We got playback. So we going back over plays, 2 plays down the line to let y'all know where things are being called wrong. Big Son is heavy on calling out the offensive holdings or the defensive holdings. We stay in the trenches for real with it, baby,
Yeah, that's one. You're not going to get around it.
Only way.
You're not going to get around it. Not here. You know what I'm saying? We ain't blaming nobody who ain't to blame, and you will be called. If your name is called. For all the fans listening, just go back and watch the games from last year. They right there on YouTube. It's right there on Instagram. It's right there on Facebook. somewhere on there, somewhere is an old game. You can go ahead and dive in and listen to. And you're gonna hear for yourself. We don't pull no punches when it comes to that, because at the end of the day, it's people's livelihoods that are at stake. We understand that, you know what I'm saying? But if you out there messing up, you out there messing up, especially things of focus, penalties, stupid stuff, missing tackles, wrong holes, being scared is another thing. You just scared, you just not focused.
We've seen that.
You know, Dwayne Haskins was a prime example. You know what I'm saying? Prime example. You know, we knew that there was other things going on based on his play, and then come to find out him and his girl and all of this and all of that, and it just was crazy. You know what I'm saying? It was craziness. So, again, my thing is this: we always look at it during this off season and say, "Hey, this looks good, this smell good, this feel good." I just need to see something. Now, again, it was a good mini cat. It always start like this, but that's why I was saying, even with the whole Josh Hurst thing, less PR and just keep it quiet for right now. So that just keep it quiet for right now, because that way, when you win, it's like, okay, nobody expected this.
Nah, the Washington media not gonna have it though like that, bro. Remember I told you, well, you know this, bro.
No, not true. We can keep
what was we 14-2 or 15-1? I think it was 14-2. I think we lost to the Eagles and lost to the Cowboys. 14-2, capital punishment. The media was in a frenzy that season, bro.
If you go watch the Monday Nighter against the Denver.
What you said about the Washington Post, bro. I have been dealing with the Washington Post since I was a kid, bro. I've literally collected my papers for my neighbors all the way to around the corner for the store, bro. That season, bro, was I will pull up clippings and send them to you when we finish with this, bro. That capital punishment I heard from that was where that came from. That came from the newspaper.
We were underdogs in that Super Bowl.
It's not about the Super Bowl. I'm saying that the coverage. This is before internet.
It wasn't a lot of coverage on us. If you go back,
the Washington Post was a big deal for Redskin fans back in that time, bro.
But nationally is what I'm saying.
The Washington Post is one of the biggest papers ever. And remember, I told you, anybody that was in Carolina at that time was a Redskin fan. That's where I used to go at every summer, bro. There was no team in the South Carolinas or North Carolina. You liked the Redskins. That's what came on TV. They wasn't even getting other games like that.
Nah. If you went back and looked at that Monday Nighter, and I'm about to see if I can find it, and you hear the intro of the Monday Nighter in 91, again, here you go. Oh, no, this week, let's see. If you looked at the Monday Nighter, hold on, I got it. It's 92. In 91, they said this team is 11-1, 11-0, and nobody's talking about it. And it might not have been the Broncos, but it was a Monday Nighter, whatever Monday Nighter. I'm going to see if I can pull it up. They said this team is 11-0, and nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about it. You know, I'm going to see if I can find it. The Falcons. Hold on. I see. We'll hear what Boomer got to say. I'll pull it up and see what Boomer got to say for the fans out there listening. Let's see.
3-0, they figured they were on their way. Did anybody beat the Washington Redskins? The Atlanta Falcons came off a couple of big wins over the Rams and the 49ers. They figured they'd have a shot. But what the heck? When they let it.
So that's week 12. Because we beat the Falcons in that week 11. That's when Dion ran the ball back. We came back and ran it. There was the Steelers.
Recordings.
And again, I could be, but wasn't nobody really talking about us. And for the first couple weeks, wasn't nobody talking about us. We were quiet. You got to do it, even if you let the media talk. You don't say much of nothing. Let the media talk.
Team completely focused. Remember about the Redskins, though. They're a team with
not in a what's the name town like this. They gonna kind of force your hand a bit. They're gonna be everywhere. If they can't get you to talk, best believe they're gonna say something to make you talk.
But they're the best coached team in
It was Joe Gibbs though, because Joe Gibbs wasn't part of that whole. He wasn't about to do all of that rapping and talking and extra, and that's what they basically just said. Joe Gibbs, even though they're 9-0, Joe Gibbs got them completely focused. He was the Bill. You just said it, Vito. He was the Bill Belichick.
Bruh, they only got sacked 9 times the whole year.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
That's a freak stat. That's a freak stat. That's a freak stat, bruh. Nobody is in the world is ever
and
doing that again.
Not to mention Vito and Ro. Remember, Joe Gibbs had one of the most competent staffs back then. Assistants had assistants. And that's why I'm so hyped about this staff, because this staff is loaded with guys who know how to play the game at a high level.
Right.
And know what it takes to win. So that's why I'm so excited. I mean, in the previous, we had some things to be excited, not this excited though. You get this staff and you get a quarterback to go with this staff.
Right.
Like, you got to be excited about that.
Right.
I'm super ecstatic.
Right. And I'm not, and again, I'm not disputing it. I'm just saying, even if we are excited for the team themselves, they got to be quiet. They got to be quiet. Don't let none of that hype come out your locker room. Don't let none of that hype. Look at what we just talked about, Joe Gibbs. What did they say? Oh, Joe Gibbs got them completely focused. He not sweating this.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Belichick. You cannot let, as a coaching staff, you need to be focused. You cannot let them see you sweat.
Yeah, no distractions.
No distractions. Y'all focus. All the noise, let that noise be outside your locker room. Every game you won it, every game you 0-0. I don't care if you're 13-0. I don't care if you're whatever. Every game you 0-0. That's all I'm saying when it comes to the coaching staff.
That's supposed to be the mantra.
Every game you 0-0. Nothing you did before matter. Nothing you gonna do after is even here yet. So just be 0-0. I don't care what it is. Just be 0-0. It don't matter.
Hey, look, I'm sorry. I always go on you, Ro, about bringing up Joe Gibbs. Man, what Joe Gibbs got to do with today? Let me help Big Son out with his competency situation. I mean, comment. When Joe Gibbs and us went to the 1991 Super Bowl at 14-2, in 1990 and 1989, back to back was 2 10-6 seasons.
Yeah.
Before we went 14-2, we have to be good before we go. We not the Giants, bro. We not gonna just go to the wild card and just win a Super Bowl because that's right. We just barely okay. No, bro. When we are good, bro, we are dominant, bro. We have to understand that if I am not here in 30 years, Lord willing that I still am, but I believe right now, and this may be another bold statement, that if this staff doesn't do it, you might not have another chance, bro. Like, to build a staff like this. I'm not saying to build another staff. I'm saying to build one like this. You may not have another opportunity because, again, remember me and you have said this together. I totally agree with you that if this doesn't work out, that you're going to lose the entire franchise. It's no way to be able to get it back. You're going to have to sell it off. You're going to have to move it to somewhere else. If this does not work, I do not believe there's another coaching staff because you can't. How can you sell the dream again? I don't know who you could bring in to sell, because even bringing in Deion Sanders right now wouldn't out what you've gotten as an entire staff right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I agree.
It's on another level.
Yeah.
On another level. I don't think you're gonna reach that level again. Not in this
like
lifetime.
I said, this is just draft year one. We don't even have our future running back right now, I believe. Outside of, like I said, if Rodriguez has some type of season where he gets an opportunity to play a lot of games, we don't have our future back yet. And I think Robinson is good. I don't think we got our future back yet. I don't think we have our future receivers all yet. Dotson is in his last season. McLaurin doesn't have to worry about his contract right now. But again, like you said, if things aren't right and Kingsbury can't dial up things for him, the great Larry Fitzgerald had to end his tenure. You know what I'm saying? Hopkins didn't stay with the Cardinals for all of his years. and stuff like that. So it's possible that people want to move on. This is life, guys. Things happen. But what I'm saying is that this staff right now, year one, has the opportunity by year two, especially if they have a good season, that I believe that they won't need top 5 draft picks to be good once you already show the foundation that we're good. That's why the Ravens, the Eagles, you know what I'm saying, the Rams have good drafts at their positions later on in the draft because they're already used to being good. We know how to build up talent because our staffs are already in place to help out the players that we got. That's why I said I think that, remember how I said player personnel. Y'all leave me to this position. Now where we have holes at, I can say it's not because of talent. We just aren't as good as somebody else. At first, it was players that we shouldn't even be proud to have on our roster. They were just playing well at times we needed them to. DeAndre Carter should not be somebody that you hoping to catch the ball on third and whatever from
that's what I was talking about.
Yeah. You shouldn't be expecting him to catch the ball from Kyler Murray. I mean, not Kyler Murray, but from Kyle Allen. You know what I'm saying? To beat the Cowboys. That's just not the roster that you are looking to wake up to on a Sunday, hoping that they make a pass and complete a pass today. None of your kids are gonna be like, man, Kyle Allen to DeAndre Carter. They never gonna say that back. Like, let's be real.
But that's why I was saying that. Yeah, you got the staff, you got everything that you're looking for, but at the end of the day, you can't you can't think that you've won anything now. You really got to lock in. You really got to say to yourself, we haven't done. I don't care if you 12-0. How can if this team goes 12-0, do they have a staff to keep them grounded to still make a playoff run? That's my question. You get what I'm saying now?
Yes. At 12-0, you pretty much clinched. You pretty much clinched at 12-0 in the NFC East, bro. You think about it.
Yeah,
the 12-0 in the NFC East, you pretty much clinched.
No, I'm saying, or will they get hyped? Feel like they already won? Feel like they already got it? They already made it? And then that's just that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I don't know. I think these players too hungry for that. Hold on. And bro, I think they're too hungry for that.
Bro, if that happens, bro, guess what, bro? If that happens, just like I said, the great Joe Gibbs went 10-6 2 years in a row. I think the team will learn from being big-headed. In the next season, if they have this situation, they won't take advantage of it. It's going to be a process. I'm not saying we get the Super Bowl the first year. That's crazy. I think if any quarterback has an opportunity to do that first year, it will be Caleb Williams. And I'm not saying that they get that far or even do that. I'm saying that as a rookie, he is in the best situation to give himself the opportunity. And they're going to have a very bad schedule. Their schedule is going to be weak.
I think because you have Bobby Wagner, who has been there, done that. He's only playing for a Super Bowl right now. And even though Jaden Daniels is the quarterback on the offensive side of the field, you got to remember what they have on the defensive side of the field. That's Bobby Wagner.
I wouldn't say that he's playing for a Super Bowl right now. Yeah, I would say that he's playing for a favor to his favorite coach.
Nah, I think he's playing for a Super Bowl. Personally, you know what I'm saying? I think he wants another ring. I don't think he would have come here
if he wanted another ring. I think he would have posted for more than a 1-year deal.
No, I think that he did a 1-year deal because he want to get paid after he put this work in. He know he gonna put work in. He's betting on himself.
You don't think that Bobby Wagner would have already gotten paid? You don't think his resume speaks for itself?
No,
you
I'm
think
not
that Frankie Louvu?
Okay,
you think Frankie Louvu's supposed to got more money than him?
Do you remember Darrelle Revis? Do you remember how Darrelle Revis did it at the end of his season? At the end of his career, he just did 1-year deals. Every year he did a new 1-year deal.
Yeah, but not for $5 million, bro.
It was no. But he had to start. The first one was for like $5 million, and then after he had that great season with the Jets, it was like, okay, now you got to pay me $20 every year. And I think that's what Wagner's doing. It's smart. It's smart because his numbers are so good.
Bruh, he is not about to he's not about to be Kirk Cousins. He don't have.
He just led the league last year. What do you need to boast his number for?
He's like 34, 30. He's between 34 and 37 years old, bro. He don't got that much football left to be trying to build off of 1 year to go get paid. What you gonna go get paid for 1 more year? You gonna get 20 for 1 year?
Every year, give me $20 million.
It's not going to happen, bro. You're not at a position that runs up and down the field.
Revis did it.
He's a shutdown corner. You shut down a whole sideline of the field. Bobby Wagner's not shutting down the field. He's just tackling.
I don't know. If he leads this defense, let's say this defense is number 1 in the league, and like last year, he led the league in tackles last year, right? and let's say he's number 1 in the league, he's going to get paid. If it's
He's
not
not
with us, it's going to be with somebody else. He's going to break the bank.
He's not, bro, and not at 37 years old, bro.
About to say that at 37 years old.
I disagree.
That's why London stopped. That's why London stopped. As good as he was playing in his career.
I
He
disagree.
was too old. They weren't going to give him a
He's
check.
33 years old. He's not 37.
I said 30 between 34 and 37, but he's gonna be 34 when the season starts. So what I'm saying is that at 34 years old, again, Ray ain't played till he was 40. Linebackers are not playing like quarterbacks, but it's not a 45-year position. Like, all right. Number 2, you are in the trenches, bro, with them linemen and stuff. And I'm not wishing him a short career. If he would love to come back and we have a number 1 defense or a top 5 defense, by all means, I'm a root for Bobby Wagner to come back too. This is one of NFL's greatest linebackers at that position. I'm not saying no. And again, I remember London Fletcher. So secondly, I'm not saying no. What I'm saying is that I believe more so because if Dan Quinn was not the head coach here, Bobby Wagner does not come here. I think Bobby Wagner took a 1-year deal because let's see what you guys do. Not for me to get the money. If you guys are on the up, like meaning that you guys win and you are over 500, I can consider coming back. If this is my last year and I lead the team in tackles, but y'all got 5 wins at the end of the year, I'm gonna just retire. I'm not even gonna make it so that it looks bad or nothing like that. I'm gonna just retire at the end of the year on a good stat. Maybe I could get a chance to go to Pro Bowl or something like that. But if I do this 1-year deal and we good, I'm gonna come back because we have an opportunity to possibly win the Super Bowl. Or, like I told you, if he doesn't come back, it will show me that he is coming to be Dan Quinn's example. I need you to play this spot. I need film of you at this spot. And I need the film of you playing your best football so that I can put somebody right here. Like what Jane Daniels is doing with that virtual football. I need a virtual replication. We can't look at Bobby Wagner's film from the Seattle Seahawks and be like, yeah, this is how you got to play. You see how he reading the mic right here? Yeah, you got to. Because what if we're not running the same system? What if we don't have the same players in the same spots? I need you to see what he's doing with the people that we got on this roster right now, and I need you to be able to go out there. I need to see which of these players in the draft or which of these free agents is that we about to look at or bring over can do the same type of things. You know what I'm saying? Because again, that's what that's what he's going to want in his system. So to me, I think it's, hey, coach, hey, Bobby, I need your help. Man, what you need, coach? What you think about coming to play with Washington for me? Man,
he expect to play at least another 4 seasons.
Another 4 seasons?
That's what he say.
Wow. All right, I go with you. What you said? No argument. I go with you.
When did Ray retire? Ray retired when he was what?
38.
34.
38.
Yeah.
That's crazy that Ray retired when he was 38. When did London retire?
I think 37.
Yeah, like 37.
It's crazy how their numbers match up. London ain't get a vote yet.
37.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at their numbers is dang near identical.
Ironically.
Do y'all think that's crazy that London ain't get a mention, but Ray did?
What you mean?
For the
Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame?
London in the Hall of Fame, maybe?
No. He was up for it, I think. Was he ever up for it? Let me see. No, London's definitely not in the Hall of Fame.
Not even mentioned. That's what I'm saying. And if you look at him and Ray stats, their stats are neck to neck with him.
He was a semifinalist. London Fletcher was a semifinalist in 2024, this year. It's the first year he was up.
Oh, he'll be there. He'll be there.
Yeah, only thing Ray got over him is one more Super Bowl. He got 1, Ray got 2.
Nah, he'll be there. If you're
Out
a
of
semifinalist,
173 nominees, he ended up as a semifinalist.
Who, London?
Yeah.
and he was born in Cleveland, Ohio. He's going to the Hall. Y'all tripping. I ain't saying y'all tripping. I'm just saying he gonna go.
Yeah, when you put it that way. Yeah. I'm just saying he should have had a higher mention in the semifinal.
I mean, again, I'm not, you know, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying,
Yeah, he in the College Hall of Fame, and I'm sure he's gonna be in the NFL, Joe, too.
yeah, I just feel like Bobby Wagner, with him being the age that he's at, I believe he's going to mentor Jaden Daniels. I do believe he's going to keep the defense grounded because he's played on some really successful teams. And so him, if nobody else understands that, even if you're 12-0, this don't mean nothing. It's the regular season. This doesn't even impress me for real. Like, all right, we 12-0. Who cares? It's the regular season. You can go be 13 and you can be 15-1 and go and get knocked out the first round of the playoffs and you did nothing this season. And we don't even remember you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I'm saying is that it's for, like, that's why I was saying about Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin can have a mediocre or average regular season, 1,000 yards, 80 catches, whatever. What he does in the playoffs is what will make him a legend. Art Monk, it's really what Art Monk, even though he had great regular seasons, what Art Monk did in the playoffs in the Super Bowl that made him a legend. Darrell Green, great seasons, great All-Pro, great whatever. But it's what he did in the playoffs that Doug Williams, he didn't even play no regular season games. But we don't, how many people mention Jay Schrader and then how many people mention Doug Williams? Big difference.
Mm-hmm.
And Jay got a Super Bowl too.
With who?
Because of Doug Williams.
Yeah, he was the backup on that. I forget. He's the backup. He was the backup.
He's the Carson Wentz before Carson Wentz.
Yeah, he absolutely is. He absolutely is. Absolutely. He do got a ring. So that's what I'm saying. They don't even mention Doug Williams. He's still on the team. All because of that one playoff run. He lived his whole life off of one. It made his whole life. One playoff run.
Playing flunky.
He's still living off that playoff run.
He's playing flunky right now, though.
So that's all I'm saying with Terry. And this to all the Redskin fans. Get in the playoffs, and then that's where you make your money. That's where you make your money at. Robert Ory. Who was Robert Ory in any regular season ever?
Hey, man. Robert was good with the Rockets.
What you mean, who was Robert Ory in any regular season ever? I'm going to tell you who he was. He was the guy that come off the bench and fire your life away.
No, it was in the playoffs is where he made his money, though, in the final.
That's true. I mean, he did shit in the regular season, too. But
in the regular season.
It's when it counted. The playoffs is when it counted, so it was more important.
Right.
It just looked better. It looked better.
That's all I'm saying. You could the regular season, just get in the playoffs, and now this is where you strap up. All that other stuff, no, this is where I strap up, champ. I don't care about, all right, we here. All right, this is where I strap up. Same thing with Randy Moss. Some of the best regular seasons in the history of the NFL, but when playoff time came, he does not have that signature performance.
Nah, he just don't got it in the Super Bowl. He got it in the playoffs. He don't got it in the
Super Bowl. I don't know about that, bro.
I don't think so.
He got it in the Super Bowl. They one of them years they lost to
the year he lost to the Giants, he did have a touchdown. He had a touchdown in that game, I believe, that Giant game.
You talking about the Super Bowl? No, I ain't talking about the Super Bowl. I'm talking about when he was with the Vikings. He had a couple of good games with the Vikings. Their defense sold him out one year, and because I think he had two touchdowns.
He missed the kick at the end of the game. They missed the kick.
Yeah, right. But I feel you though. I feel you like as far as like he didn't have a Terrell Owens in the Super Bowl performance.
Right. No, I mean he had 14 catches with Minnesota. You're right, against St. Louis in the divisional. 14 catches, 188, 2 touchdowns. He had 7 catches, 121, and 2 touchdowns in the divisional. The next season in 2001 with Minnesota, and then he has 8 catches for Minnesota against Green Bay for 70 yards and 2 touchdowns. But other than that, he didn't even get 100 yards. 41, 46, 25, 48, 62, 18, 14 with the Patriots against the Jaguars in 2008. 3 catches against Philly in the for Minnesota. He had 12 yards. 12 targets, 3 catches for 51 yards. He hasn't had good playoffs at all. He hasn't had good. He has one out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 playoff games. He has 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 touchdowns in 15 games in the playoffs. This is Randy Moss we talking about, y'all.
How many 100 yards or how many 80-yard performances?
He has 300 yards in 15. And then after that, he has two more 70-yard games, 3 70-yard games after that. And other than that, it's 40s and even 3 team games where he only had teams, 18, 14.
Hey, man. You been double teamed and triple teamed, man.
I'm not disputing that, but you make your money in the playoffs. That's when you become.
I mean, you gotta look at Chris Carter in them games, man. You gotta look at Chris on that one, man. You know what I'm saying? Chris gotta have a beat.
Chris was retired by 2008. He was gone.
Oh yeah, that's when they got Burleson and all. Yeah, nobody. He needed help.
No, he was with the Patriots. He had Tom Brady at quarterback.
Oh no, Tom was famous for playing hero and going to Gronk in the playoffs, bro. That's how.
Yeah, who was the supporting cast? Wes Welker.
In the Super Bowl against the Giants, he did have that touchdown I was talking about, but he had 12 targets, 5 catches, 62 yards after having 28 touchdowns, and I think he had close to almost 2,000 yards that season.
Yeah, nah, that was they was belt the ass in him that game. They was fucking Randy up.
I agree.
Not in a bad way. I mean, the Giants, that's good on the Giants, like as far as playing defense.
Right.
They was dead up.
Right. So that's all I'm saying is that you making money in the playoffs. You make your money in the playoffs, man. And Randy just didn't show up. Not the Randy we remember. That regular season stuff just don't matter as much. It just don't. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying is that for Terry McLaurin and for all these other guys, Art Monk, we'll take Art Monk for instance. Art Monk, Chicago, 10 catches, 122. Against the Giants in the NFC Championship, 8 catches, 126. Against San Francisco in the divisional, 10 catches, 163. Against Detroit, 5 catches, 94. Against the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, 7 catches, 113. You see what I'm saying?
Joe Gibbs is a different story. That's why I said that he's better than Belichick to me. I don't care whether Belichick got 7 rings. You had Tom Brady. Once Tom Brady left you don't got that extra 7 that you only got 6.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying is you make your money. You make your money in the playoffs. Gary Clark played. Ricky Sanders had 200 against what's the name? Denver in the Super Bowl.
The Patriots were not called the posse. I don't care whether they was undefeated or not. They was not. They had nobody that was the posse. It was like even though they had and they had Hernandez and Gronk and Randy Moss and Edelman. Or was that Amendola? I think it was Edelman, not Amendola. Yeah, I think it was it might have been Amendola. No, it was Edelman.
That's true. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Y'all got some final thoughts? What y'all got on the final thoughts, man?
I'm interested to see what the season has to offer. Rookie minicamp was good. I was excited about what Jay was able to bring to the table. I'm ready to see whatever he's going to do some more this season. So I'm interested, man. Like I said, I'm really, really ready to see what's going to happen.
What you got, Big Son?
Well, my final thought is I really wish that the team will get behind Quinn and his push for this name change. I'm loving the feather added to the W because that feather carried more weight than that W will ever carry. You know what I'm saying? And the previous W, the current W, it had a little weight to it, but not the weight that feather carries. So I'm just looking forward to seeing him get behind Dan Quinn and in his quest for his name change. And I did like the showings at the minicamp, rookie minicamp, that is. So that's my final.
Yes, indeed. Mine's gonna be a couple things. We talked about the stadium earlier with the Wetzel family. So I'm gonna align with Big Son and say, hey, if y'all recognizing the Wetzel family, you might as well. I mean, if Congress is recognizing the Wetzel family and pushing that this Wetzel family be recognized, then y'all might as well change the name back. Because at the end of the day, you wouldn't recognize them if they was racist. And they're the ones that created the logo, and they're the ones to approve the name. So if you recognizing the Wetzel family, you might as well change the name back. Period. There's no point in recognizing them if you ain't gonna do that. So I'm with Big Son. I'm aligned with Big Son on that one. Hey man, it might be time for y'all to think about that. You know, y'all to really consider that. Rookie mini so Dan Quinn with the feathers, those shirts are up. Y'all go buy them if y'all, whatever the case may be, go get the shirt. They up with the feather on it. Show and for all the let me say this too. This is gonna be one of my final thoughts. For all the Redskin fans or Commanders fans out there who keep discouraging the Redskins fans from fighting for the name. If y'all obviously say you don't like the Commander's name, so why discourage the people who want to fight from fighting for the name? I just don't get it. If you don't like the Commander's name, then you should be rooting the people who's like, bring the Redskins back, bring the Redskins name back, root them on. Don't tell them y'all need to stop. It's over. The name is never coming back. But what's the point of saying that? These people have a certain attachment to that name. Let them have their attachment. It doesn't bother you at all. It don't bother you at all. Let them for the name if that's what they want. If they don't want to go to no games, if they don't want because if the team ain't named the Redskins, let them voice their opinion because it does nothing for you. Shut them up. Let them keep talking they trash, because I do think the name will come back eventually. That's just my thought. That's not, maybe that's wishful thinking. Maybe that's insane, whatever it is. I don't think that I've never seen this go on this long because the Redskin fans were cheated out of that name, in my opinion. Everybody can have their opinion about what happened, but in my opinion, that team and the fan base was cheated out of that name. That name is not racist. And because I'm not a racist, and I could tell you something what's racist and what's not racist. If you want to hear some racist stuff, now I can give you some racist stuff. If you want to hear some racism, I got some racist words for you. If you would need some racist words, prepare. That word.
When we was on Podbean, it definitely went down. Yeah, the KKK come through and talk about what they gonna do, and it was it's fine.
Yeah, so you talking to somebody who know about some racism. This name is not racist at all. I think it was Daniel Snyder mad because the fan base had basically turned their backs on him, and they were really loud about how bad he was, which is again what the media in DC will do to you. So I think he got caught up in the wash, and in order to the fans, he found the worst name that he could find and named them that before he sold the team. So I think it was punishment, weirdo type of time. So I'm not going to.
I think that was traitor-ish.
Right. So I'm not going to advocate for that name to stay the same, knowing what type of time he was on when he named them that. He had nothing positive in him. It wasn't a positive thing that he did. That was not positive. That was very disrespectful. It was him punishing the fans because he was being pushed out effectively. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not an advocate for the name. I don't think the Commanders. I think the Commanders name is what's racist, if you ask me, because it reeks of the history of slavery in this country. And y'all can get mad at me for saying it, whatever, but the word commander reeks of a person commanding over another person. That's for me, so that reeks of slavery. It reeks of white supremacy.
it reeks of all of the negative things that this country, that everybody around the world knows this country to be, of white supremacists and racists. Let's be clear about that.
Mm-hmm.
So no, this is not, the Commanders is not a good name. That's why I don't use it. That's why I still call them Redskins, as do most Washington, believe it or not. You know,
And even fans that aren't Redskin fans, Cowboy fans, be like, what's up with them skins?
right?
I still know Cowboy fans that say that.
Absolutely, a lot of Cowboy fans. So nobody is even using the name. Nobody likes it. It's not an endearing thing. It's a lot of fans who won't even buy merchandise and won't go to games because the name is so horrible. So no, something has to be done about that name. And no, just naming them something else is not the answer. Y'all need to return that name to its rightful owners, which is the fans of Washington, D.C. Period. You know. So I'm gonna leave y'all with that. That is my final thought. And so we'll see y'all Wednesday. Workhorse.
Workhorse, baby.
Yeah, you know, we already know the workhorse. We'll see y'all.
Workhorse.
And try to and so we'll get to the coaches. We'll get back to the coaches. I know we done missed y'all on 2 different shows. Y'all, we've been talking about everything else, but we try to keep y'all up to date on what's popping around Redskins Nation. And it was the rookie mini camp. So I know y'all wanted to hear how everybody was doing. The fellas definitely gave you that. You know what I'm saying? So it's ETA Money Roll. I'm gonna sign off. Let the fellas sign off for themselves.
I'm telling Vito Omowski.
Sir, Big Sean. I already know what it is.
See y'all Wednesday.